welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Felis Mengus, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mira in the Shire, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Also shout out to Mark Devereaux, who hit me up via the super thanks on the last live stream. So massive shout out to Mark also. With that, I'm going to hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah, we were just talking before how this guy, Mez, I think he goes to 24/7. He was coming in no matter what we were saying to him. He just wasn't getting it, didn't want to get it. So I doomed him to be just a time waster. I said, look, you just wasted my time. I don't want to waste my energy on you, but you're welcome to join the show today. He's like, who wants to bet I'll be muted within the first 30 seconds? I said, no, you won't unless you talk to Nathan. It's very easy to have a conversation with Nathan. Don't talk to him. When he's talking, just shut up. When he's done, then go. But if you start with a flat earth measurement, use our stuff, he's going to interrupt you.
Yeah, I'd love one. Yes, please.
Oh my God, it works.
What worked?
Oh, that is so cute. I saw this TikTok video where you put like your finger in your cat's mouth and they're like,
Oh my God.
and it's bliss. That's so adorable. He's a baby. Okay. Hey, if you could talk about your mic, I can talk to my cat.
I'll get lost. You're in one of those moods, I can tell.
So anyway, yesterday, Surf Daddy and them stood around with the guy till 5 o'clock. So what was the end result, Surf Daddy?
The end result was he got to, well, we basically were laughing at him the whole way every time he described his using a theodolite, mountaintop to mountaintop, the taller mountain in the back. It was, and he was on the smaller mountain. There's a taller mountain 75 miles away, and he did an angle measurement to the taller mountain, and it was lower than it should be. So Earth is curved. We let him get through the whole thing, and occasionally interrupting and pointing out that 75 miles distance, that's a linear distance. How'd you get the height of your mountain? How'd you measure that? And he would actually say, with a theodolite, and you didn't measure an angle to the mountain. And I'm saying, well, you got to be like sometimes 100 miles away from that mountain. So isn't that flat land? Well, we don't know that yet.
Four flat Earth prerequisites.
Right. He's doing all these flat Earth prerequisites, but we don't know that. It could be either still. But we still have to do our, final measurement between the mountains to know for sure. But the whole time he's like, we just don't know yet because we're not preconceiving So his whole thing was the preconceiving.
That's his excuse, was it? We're not preconceiving when we measure horizontal distance, utilize parallel eye level, utilize an elevation angle, and a height off surface level. That's 4 flat Earth prerequisites he's using.
Yeah, no. That was we couldn't use that. We couldn't presume that the Earth was flat when we were
Well, then don't
doing
measure
that.
it flat. That's my response. Well, why are you using horizontal distance then? So you choose the hard place. You don't want to use the horizontal distance measurement in your example. Then don't use it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's where it gets everybody. And he just had to keep whistling past it in order to get where he wanted to get. And that's where we let him. I mean, I kept mentioning, okay, well, that's horizontal distance, and you'll need a flat Earth for that. You mentioning that we know accurately how high the mountain is. And I said, okay, well, at the vertical distance from the horizontal plane that you measured the mountain from, like Alberuni did. And we let him keep plowing through to the end. And at the end, we were like, go away, you're done. You just don't get it. And his final attempt or line was to accuse everyone of being in a cult. You just need to get out of this cult mentality and be done and come back to the earth. And he's just another one of those European sounding intellectual. It reminds me of a German or a Swiss person that just has this effect to his voice that I'm
You said he's from the
intellectual and I
UK.
do.
He said he's from the UK. That's why I said, well, good. Then you get the same time as Nathan Slot for the live show. Come on.
Oh, there it goes. There it
Let's
goes.
see your face. Yeah. Nathan, he's one of those, I hang a plumb bob, and there's no need for the ground. And he wasn't understanding, well, what are you orientating it to?
What you're measuring the
Can't have a
distance along
vertical
then.
without a horizontal.
What you're measuring the differential from eye level with, parallel with the ground, height off the ground, distance along the ground. You don't need the ground. What? Because it's all measured flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a friend, air quotes friend, on Facebook that just will not let go of the ball. And his only thread to hang on, ironically, is the plumb bob, and that you don't need the plumb bob, or you don't need the earth, or you don't need to establish horizontal with the horizon or anything like that. You can establish horizontal with the plumb bob, and that's with the pull of gravity. So,
Okay. And what's he going to do with it?
well, apparently, the surveyors use it to establish that
Sorry,
there
stop.
are.
Sorry, we just said it's
diverging-
nothing to do. No. Surveying's the ground, though, isn't it? So when someone says it's nothing to do with the ground, I'm using a plumb bob. I don't need the ground. But surveyors, no. Nothing you can now reference will have anything to do with the ground. Then you're not going to reference the ground. In other words, you've got no place in this debate if you're suggesting that your utilisation of a plumb bob has nothing to do with the ground. Read the title of the server: Flat Earth Debate. That's not. I've got nothing to do with the ground. Then bugger off. What are you doing here? Oh, you do want to talk about the ground. Now it's curving. Surveyors say, well, then you're talking about the ground. Yeah, let's not get too insulting. You moron. What are you talking about? Of course you're going to reference the ground. You're here to tell us it's curving.
It's just not his ground, Nathan. That's what I told him.
It's just not the ground when we measure it flat for the horizontal distance or the surface level height, elevation or elevation angle or parallel eye level or flight level or any measurement of Earth ever. Whenever they need to utilise that, it's not the ground. It's only the ground after they've measured it flat and then we just ignore it, that they've measured it flat and they're now going to apply those ground measurements to a curved ground that wasn't the ground when they were measuring it flat, but now it can be. because we've all just forgotten that we measured it? No, we're not going to forget. We're not going to whistle past. We're not going to allow you to use our stuff. We're going to point out immediately that that is the ground. That intrinsically, if you're dangling a plumb bob, it's to establish vertical. What's vertical? Perpendicular to horizontal?
Exactly. And I even read a definition for an elevation angle that has where the observer is standing as the earth the observer is standing on, or something to that effect.
They often like to use They often like to use the that you aren't using the horizontal of the ground. Oh, no, never mind. She doesn't want me to talk.
Who's that?
That would be Marshmallow, a Westie.
So I was talking to the garage about my car. Our car. What were you saying, sorry? Obviously nothing.
No, I was trying to talk, but my Westie dog wants to bark at me, so I'm just gonna have to wait a bit.
Yeah, they want to deny the ground. They want to come here and argue about how the ground's curving. But obviously, if they're going to measure anything to do with the ground ever, it's going to require horizontal planes of reference in all respects, without exception. So it's not the ground. Okay, get lost. What are you doing here? We're debating, according to you, not me. I know it's not a debate because you're going to need the ground and it's going to be flat. But it's not the ground. You sad, pathetic tosser. Get lost. Why are you in a discussion forum about the bleeding ground then? Oh, because you want it not to be the ground because you're going to need a flat ground. Yeah? Yeah, that's the situation. They want to tell us it's not the ground when we measure it. And then when we've all whistled past how flat the ground's going to be measured, then we can talk about how the ground is curving. This is sad.
Well, Nathan, he was saying, basically what he was saying is, so you mean to tell me just because you have a horizontal baseline, the earth is flat?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's precisely correct. Just because we're measuring the ground flat, it doesn't mean it's flat. That's their argument currently. Yeah, it does. Now, you've got two choices. Either you accept that you will and can only measure the ground flat for your stupid, dumbass bull belief that you're trying to assert here by telling us it's not about the ground, that you'll be measuring flat. And then when you need to use the flat ground, you say, well, just because I'm using the flat ground doesn't mean the ground's flat. I'm going to use that flat ground and then tell you how it's curving. No, the minute you use a flat ground, we'll be pointing out that is the ground. That's what you're here to debate about. But you've just measured it flat. So you can either sink to your knees in acknowledgement of how flat you require the ground to be, or you can piss off. Not the ground. Well, then go away. What are you doing here?
Yeah, and that's what I said. What are you hanging a plumb bob for? What are you using it for? You just hanging it in there? What are you trying to do with it? Navigate the air?
Look, Neil, so long as you accept and understand that the perpendicular required for Earth measurement isn't the ground, like, well, what are we measuring it for then? We're not going to be navigating or building on it or flying over it or sailing on it or mapping it or charting it. We're not going to do any of those things. Okay, no worries, carry on. Well, surveyors, stop! What do you mean, surveyors? No, apparently this is not the ground that you'll be measuring flat, right? Yeah, hard place. You either chuck out all of your measurements because they're all flat and accept that you don't have any. That's it. Not the ground means not any measurements of the ground then. Okay, so you're not measuring the ground. Why would I accept anything you've got to say about the ground if it's not the ground? Well, okay, if it's not the ground, bugger off. Oh, you do want it to be the ground. It just has to be flat and a plane of reference. But that plane of reference that we're referencing isn't the ground. Again, get lost then. So we're not talking about the ground according to you. Yeah, we are talking about how flat it is now. That's its measurement in all instances. But you're not, so get lost. You've got no place here.
Yeah, this is why I don't understand why everybody's not jumping on it, especially flat earthers, because this is very irritating to them. They having a hard time with this, worse than the black swan. But according to people on our side, it's not good. An argument too fast.
So it can't be both not good and too fast. Can it?
No, that's a contradiction. So
Yes,
a lot of
very
them
much
want to go to everything.
Yeah, it's no good at all, this too fast argument that ends the argument conclusively. That's terrible. No, it's not, unless you're a baller masquerading as a flatty, pretending that the pinnacle of flat earth argumentation isn't very good because it's both not good and simultaneously defeating the argument too quickly. That's a glaring contradiction in terms, isn't it?
Absolutely. And we used to skip right by it and everybody was fine with that. But once we realized and was stopping right at that point where they use a flat earth, it's very troubling to them.
Yeah, the problem for your average flatty is they don't spot it still. And us spotting it when they haven't makes them feel stupid. So therefore it's not a good argument. Well, I didn't notice that this horizontal distance measurement is going to be applied when we argue, as I have done for 10 years, about how bally it is or isn't in this mathematics. And then I come along and go, well, you've already measured Earth flat. Here it is in your linear distance that's horizontal that's being applied in this mathematics. So you've already measured Earth flat. So you accept that Earth's measured flat then. Oh, you don't? Well, then you've got nothing to put into this calculator. Oh, you do? Then Earth's measured flat. The person who's the flatty that hears me doing that goes, I didn't spot that, therefore not a good argument. I was willing to just accept this flat Earth prerequisite used by my opponent so we could argue about where the horizon was supposed to be. And that made me feel intellectually superior as I sniff my own farts. But then you come along and make me feel like a dumbass because I've whistled straight past a flat Earth measurement. Well, that's not good. Not good you feeling like a dumbass because you didn't notice. Tough luck. You are a dumbass, you didn't notice. I did. And so did everyone around me. And we'll point it out while you attempt to shut us down because you need to have that lengthy argument. No. No, you either accept the flat Earth measurement or you don't. We don't care either way. Say it's too quick. Say you don't like it. Say it's not the ground. Just get laughed at.
Then he came back with, what did he come back with when we were explaining to him that, we asked him for, give us measurements of your ball. And he went with drop over distance. He said, distance, stop right there.
Yeah, you're going to need a horizontal plane to describe the drop with respect to, aren't you? Full rise
Yeah,
overrun.
absolutely.
That's how the Earth got surveyed for all of the different undulations that you can show in an elevation profile on Google Earth. With respect to a horizontal plane of reference, there isn't any curve in it. It's just the flat measurements with respect to horizontal and how high or low things are, with the overriding useful sea level as the reference. Sea level, you say? Yeah, that's correct. That's how Earth gets measured flat for the horizontal plane of reference to describe any deviation from it. That would be drop.
I will say one of the things that has helped me a lot in once learning that this debate isn't a debate, it's just a statement of what is true and axiomatic about how we practically operate on the earth. Once I realized that it was no longer a debate, then the typical argument, which I still get, which is, well, it's a good thing you're not a pilot, and it's a good thing that there are professionals who know how to do this stuff because you'd kill people and you're an idiot because you haven't used a sextant. All of those arguments, I would, in my superiority, because I'm a pretty good debater, I would debate them about their fallacy. Oh, well, that's an appeal to authority fallacy. Oh, that's a generalization. That's a generic fallacy. The generic fallacy is, you're just saying what Nathan says, right?
All excellent rebuttals. I'm sure you agree.
Yeah. And so I debate about the logic fallacies and the turn the debate around into away from the fact that no, that's just a horizontal. That's just horizontal. That's how we measure it, and be done, and allow them to just break down into spastic, apoplectic jello. Into that's my contribution to the show. Apoplectic.
What I sorry, I thought you were done. What I've been noticing is they're trying to take a statement of fact and try to make it a debate by throwing all those other things at you. But if you stay true to what is fact and what is reality, you avoid their nonsense. But they're trying to turn a statement of fact into a debate. And you just can't do that.
That's why we're the best ones here, man, because we only talk about objective things. There's nothing to debate about. Before you Sir F Daddy said it was a European guy, I thought for sure you were talking about Jesse Papalite. Because that's his argument with the two mountains and the theodolite on top of one mountain, and so, which I ain't seen him around in a while.
For all we know, it may
Yeah,
be him. He's just a different name.
No,
he's
Jesse
he's in the-
Papalite's he sounds like he's from like Seattle. Like he's got kind of a like a hippie kind of a accent. It's hard to explain. Not hippie, but he sounds like a Northwestern guy.
So he's a Seattleite with a Seattleite. Okay.
Right. Yeah, he points one theodolite at another, then blah blah blah. I don't know. I haven't heard his rendition in a long time. But yeah, I mean, rise over run, requiring a horizontal to measure your elevation off that horizontal. They're not subjective things that can be debated. They're objective, and they have to be. Yeah, just like what did Nathan say? It's all mental, like mental masturbation that flat earthers like to do. You know,
Yeah.
just like the other night when you were in 24/7, Neil, then right after you left, me and Brenda started talking about elevation angles, and that argument had to get shut down. So other flat earthers would talk about how if the horizon is geometric Earth curve where the black swan is, that puts the radius at over 200,000 miles, and it's just, well, why go? Why do that? You know. I was just seconds from. She was literally was about to literally read the definition of what elevation angles are, and that got put out like a fire. It was so irritating.
Well, that's maybe the plot. That's how the plot seems to be thickening up. The plot is
Yeah.
don't allow us.
Don't accept that. No, don't you say that, Nathan, off the back of what he said, because nobody stops me from doing it.
Oh my God, Eli, get out the back
I'm not
race,
saying
out of the
it
water.
doesn't happen at 3 a.m. in the morning when he and another fake flat earther are talking or arguing when Brenda comes in.
No, this was at 7:00 in the evening, my time. Not 3:00 in the morning, Eli. Calm
But the
down.
bottom line is when he says it's not allowed, what he means is he was shut down. What I'm saying is it is allowed. Because I
Okay,
do
yeah,
it.
wasn't allowed.
And I feel
Brenda was not allowed to define what an elevation angle is,
speaking to the
and
fact
that whole
it's
entire
genuinely
subject
not
got
allowed
squashed.
for to get
And you
Please
guys
don't-
started talking about
please
the
don't talk
radius
to
of
each
Earth
other.
being 200,000 miles.
Right, he's disagreeing with you, and he's entitled to. Actually, he's entitled to say, "Look, I've had this argument, and I don't get shut down." That's fundamentally disagreeing with how you phrased it. Now, you may not like that, but that's just how it's going to have to be. You can't just yammer through him. He's going to get annoyed, rightly so, because he's going to disagree if he feels that in the same space that you're saying it is not allowed in this space, and he doesn't experience it that way. He's going to disagree with you. Sorry to talk in the third person about you, Eli.
You get it.
No, I wasn't saying that it wasn't allowed in the space at that present time. It most certainly wasn't allowed. I got muted, and they started talking about refraction,
Thank you for
not actual refraction that doesn't meet the criteria for Snell's law. That made up for refraction, you know. And it's just the whole point got lost. Like I mean, she was right there. He was just about to rattle off the definition of what the angle of elevation is and what circles of equal elevation are, and then instead it got train wrecked into talking about refraction and the black swan.
Okay, Eli, the
I
other
mean, it
day
is
you
what it
mentioned
is.
something. Hold on. The other day you mentioned something to me that when you were talking about it, AI, he has a certain way of trying to trip you up with that. I kind of like wasn't understanding it, and it troubled me a little bit. All right, can you just break that down? Because maybe I'm not understanding.
We have a lot of conversations. Do you remember like what about it? What it was about roughly?
Yeah, when you were talking about the circles of equal altitude.
Oh, we already. Well, Nathan and I went over it because I was talking about how I brought up, you know, what specifically was I saying? Well, the nautical mile, seeing is that that's derived from elevation angles of the stars, then since the beginning of time, anyone who sailed, anyone who's used the stars for navigation could have came to the conclusion that the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. But further to that, I was arguing if they're going to say this horizontal distance doesn't match or this distance doesn't match these nautical miles. I just find that confusing because a nautical mile is supposed to be an arc segment of the sky, which translates to an arc segment of a globe Earth. So how doesn't it fit then? I think I wish he was here so he could just speak for himself, because again, like we go over a lot of points. It's hard for me to summarize because ultimately the question became, well, then the distance horizontally from the North Pole to the equator should be XYZ. So if we test it and it's not that, then what do we conclude?
According to what?
The nautical mile. I was
But
like,
what,
how are we going to do
I
that with
think
the same unit of measure? I don't. What was that, Nathan?
I didn't say anything.
no, I didn't hear the last part. Eli said when you guys tested what?
Test what? That's the point.
Right. Well, yeah. What do you mean? Like, what are you testing to find out if something's true or false?
Well, my argument is that the nautical mile has to be. It is what it is. So, um, basically, you can't. I don't know how we would test whether or not this one unit of measure is right and both wrong at the same time.
Okay, because I think I've had a discussion similar to that. I don't remember with who, but essentially they were saying if you've never been to the GP of Polaris, which is fair enough to say. I mean, I've never been able to go on the internet and find like Star Trail videos or anything where Polaris is directly 90 degrees overhead. So I've heard that before where if you've never been there, you can't say that it's a factual place, which,
hold on. We're still waiting for
I mean,
Rumpus. Rumpus is supposed to send us pictures from there.
Then it's back to the rock and a hard place. You don't want to use it, then you use it. No worries. You don't want to use latitude, okay? Don't use it then. What's that? You do want to use it,
Yep.
but ignore the flat bits. Yeah. That's silly though, isn't it?
The point is that we do use Polaris
That's enough.
as a touchstone for it. It doesn't have to be any one place that you can actually go if it is stable. It is the one stable star that you can use to then measure your nautical mile. I think the problem they're having with the nautical mile versus statute mile is because the nautical
Wait,
mile
let me stop you
is
right there. Let me stop you right there. Statute mile is a conversion, so it's not like there's a problem between the two. It's essentially the same thing. Or am I tripping? That's
You're
why
not
you
tripping.
convert
It's
it,
just
right?
it's what you're saying is it's arbitrary, right? You can pick one or the other. But do we use the system? Yeah. So if you want to say the system's flawed, you can. But then just don't use the system. Oh, you do want to use the system? Okay, well then it's flat. Oh right, but I don't have to accept that it's a flat Earth because it's flat. Well, you can not use the system. It's up to you. I don't care either way. They need a flat Earth for their globe belief, don't they? The latitude lines are
Or a
wrapped
flat
around a
earth,
ball,
or a flat earth. No.
or a flat Earth in hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm saying or a flat earth in hell. Because I mean, they're not going to get away from 90 degrees. They just claim
I've
it's
had the
not the
90
circle.
degree GP of Polaris auto hosted, so I mean they do try to get away from 90 degrees.
Did you say auto hoax?
No, you can't get away from 90 degrees and use the earth from hell is flat. That's what I mean. Like it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, you're saying you can't defy the axioms if you want to use the axioms. Yeah, that's right, Eli. You can either use them or not. Now, I don't care. You know, me, I know that we're measuring Earth flat and every example of Earth measurement will be flat. Well, we don't like that you can't get to... I don't care what you think you can do with Polaris. That's how your system works. If you're going to appeal to it in any way, shape or form, you will require a flat Earth to do so. Now, at that point, my job's done. What's that? I need to prove to you... No, I don't. No. You use a flat Earth. Like it or lump it.
Yeah, that's where it ends for me. I don't understand that. Well, it don't match. It don't match what? First of all, 39, 59, those are not our numbers. Those are globe numbers.
Exactly.
They came up with them.
Well, I mean 3959, that's just the radius of 1 degree north latitude. Like if you make a circle of equal elevation at 1 degrees, 69 miles away from the equator, like when you do the math for your circle of equal elevation, the radius comes out to 3,958 miles.
And that radius is arbitrary. It's just like another latitude. The only reason it's important is because that radius is what defines the edge of the globe where it starts to go back to the southern part of the quote unquote ball. So,
Well,
yeah, when we use radius, it's really just
Circle of equal
it's just
elevation.
another latitude.
The circle
Just
of
another
equal
latitude.
elevation. Flat.
well, that number comes from if you're at 1 degree north latitude, the distance from your location all the way to the GP of Polaris is 3,000. 3,958 miles. That's all that is. So I mean, even that, I mean, it's just derived from measuring your angle to Polaris.
Yeah. The system utilizes flat Earth elevation angles. The circle of equal elevation it forms is flat. So you've got a couple of flat Earth measurements before you do anything. That you don't want to call it the ground. Okay, don't then. Oh, right, you do want to use it to establish your ball ground. Okay, well then sink to your knees and acknowledge how flat we have to measure Earth for those degrees off a flat plane and those distances in radial values that give you circles of equal elevation, two-dimensional.
Well, then if they don't want it, then they can't have their globe because that's how their globe was derived. So I don't get what they're doing.
Yep, that's why it's got a definition or a description of the position they find themselves in. The hard place.
Yeah, that's
But I don't get
wonderful how that came together. The rock and a hard place. They're going to choose one.
what I don't get is what do they mean by they say they're measuring from the equator to the North Pole? Are they just avoiding what they're actually doing, which is measuring from the GP of Polaris to the quote unquote equator?
Maybe. I mean, latitude measurement is what it is, regardless of what they try and do.
You know what? Everything they throw at us, once I see that it's flat, I don't care about anything else anymore. Oh, okay. So you're measuring from a flat plane, right? Yeah, okay. Case closed. I'm finished here. Job's a good one.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going? In the pre-show, we were discussing how after yesterday's show had ended, there was a European chap who decided to enter into the foray of alleged flat Earth debate by utilising multiple flat Earth prerequisites, but suggesting that they're not the ground, which I find incredibly amusing. Like the denial level that needs to go on before you get to the bit where you suggest Earth's got a spherical shape to it. You need to measure Earth flat multiple times. Now here, that's going to cause you a few problems. Therefore, you need to deny that you're utilising the ground at all at the entry to the discussion. And then obviously when everyone's got amnesia and forgotten about how flat you've measured it 3 or 4 times, then you can start asserting how sphere the ground is, the one that you weren't talking about. I think that's very amusing.
Yeah, I'll just use a plumb bob.
Indeedy. After yesterday's live show, I had a comment from Culture Cats, formerly Conspiracy Cats, who said, "There's not enough popcorn in the world for this," talking about my endeavours currently with my book. My response, quote, "You're going to need a flat earth for that," end quote. Culture Cats, formerly Conspiracy Cats. So I'm very pleased how engaging you're finding the new ending to my book. Good, good, good. Would you like me to name you personally? Here's my email address if you'd like your actual name to be ascribed to your quote used when measuring Earth flat for perspective.
Did he respond back?
I don't know. That was before I went to the doctors, so I was doing other things. But I got up, saw that message, and I was up pretty early, and I noticed that it was an hour before I'd got up. So I'm like, bloody hell. Early riser much, cats? I mean, that's not his name. That's like the kind of thing that your average schoolboy does, give themselves a nice little nickname, and then decide that they don't quite like the nickname, so they change the nickname. Culture cats, conspiracy cats, twat cats, whatever you want to call yourself as a stupid nickname. It's not his real name. It's the kind of thing a coward does when they need to hide their identity, because they're not 100% sure that they're actually on steady footing when they say things like, quote, "Yeah, I'll give you a flat earth for that." What, for the perspective that you measured Earth flat with? Yeah, you will. My open invitation is there to whatever his cowardly name is. Culture cats, conspiracy cats, twat cats, whatever he wants to call himself. I'd prefer to ascribe that quote to an actual man, as opposed to a little boy with a nickname. But that little boy with a nickname measured Earth flat for perspective, did he not? And then said, "I'll give you a flat Earth for that." And then promptly buggered off, didn't he? Gave up his channel to McToon. Apparently also a fake name. I mean, I don't know or care. These are all schoolboys who need to measure Earth flat. Like the new proprietor of that channel, formerly known as Conspiracy Cats, when he went to Antarctica and measured the sun flat for a 24-hour period. Can you hear that echo? Where are the guns, Nathan? Yeah, excellent rebuttal. So yeah, these schoolboys need flat Earth measurements, and they probably are acutely aware of that fact, which is probably why they ascribe themselves these stupid little names that they give themselves, so they can hide their true identity.
So you're saying that he sent you a comment because, oh, what's going on with the book and everything? So they're coming out of the woodworks to have their little party. I did see another comment too, and it bothered me a little bit because that's what I said. Lines are being drawn now. There's a guy, NJ Appboy. He was very kind to me after the accident. And I mean, he got his whole, whatever company he works for, right? They were all sending me money when I was on my sickbed. But it bothered me that he said a comment like, admits that he needed help, something to that effect. But then, how did he say it? He admits that he needed help, but then claims it's his book, meaning you. So it bothered me a little bit because now you're starting to see people going to different sides, and it just shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't matter which side people want to perceive to be on. There's only one book being produced, and it's mine. Now, the process involved a stall. Now, that stall was instigated by two thieving bastards. One called John Stingy, and the other some trumped-up secretary whose name I forget. Either way, they stalled the process of publication of my book so that they could, quote-unquote, help me make it better. But what they were actually doing, these, let's get it straight, thieving bastards, were trying to usurp me and take ownership of our book. And then they act all shocked and shaken when it turns out that, I'll have editorial rights over my own book and can draw lines through the boring stuff that they've drawn out under my supervision. Yeah, they offered to help me. I stood back and watched them polish up some of the technical data. But ultimately, whether or not that makes it into my book is my decision. Now, they didn't like that. They wanted it to be their decision of the help that they offered and what of it would make it into my book. Now, they don't get that option. That was never an option on offer to them. So they decided to steal from me to make that an option available to them. It never was and never will be. So what goes into my book is down to me. It's going to have my name on it and my name on it alone. Now, fortunately, along that process of help, I documented every last bit of it so that you can see where the help came from. And originally I'd suggested that they get credit in the book, which they agreed to. Now, after the fact, they've wanted more. Like anybody you give an inch to, they want a mile. Now, in this instance, they rolled the dice after offering their help and lost everything. Now, that's not my fault. I'm the victim here. Now, can I negate this problem? Yeah, no worries. I'll get over it. Are they backstabbing, thieving, scumbag bastards? Yeah, definitely. Will they get what they want? No, definitely not. Will they attempt to abuse their so-called help in the future? Maybe. That definitely won't work out well for them either, having got my ducks in a line. But I'll hold my head up high, and I will publish a book that will be outstanding, that I'll have gone over in the final draft to make sure it's 100% as I want it. Not how some tosser wants it, not how some guy with his little bow and arrow wants it, how I want it. Yeah? Feeling that you've given enough help to suddenly usurp the author isn't how this is going to work. At all. All they've done is cause delays. Constant delays. And they've cost me money. That's what they've achieved. So that they could usurp me for a swan song? So that the audience is clear. They didn't give a tiniest shit how you, the audience, or the people on the panel felt about how betrayed they are as a result of them doing this, because they wanted to walk away. What do you think swan song means? Yeah, they wanted their mark on my book so they could bugger off and still be remembered. Well, one of them, I can't even remember his name. He's so inconsequential. Yeah? Can't even be developed into a character in my book. Now, the other guy definitely is a thieving bastard character. Yeah? Like the villain in the story. The one who betrays the author. Now, that's juicy. Yeah, sex my book right up. Mae West would be blushing.
Let me fix it. I understand the problem. I found the comment. So he says, "This is NJ Appboy. I asked you to reconsider and look at all the facts." He said, "Admits his role was supervisory only. That's your mistake. He wasn't only supervising, and the words in the book are QEs. Projection is crazy."
Right, let's just get that straight. The words in the 5th draft, you mean, that they offered to help me with. There is no book. It'll be a book when I, the author, say I am happy with my book. That's when it'll be a book. But the draft that they helped with has got their words that they offered to help me with. Shocking. Yeah, they offered to help with their words in the 5th draft. Not a book. Yeah? It's not been published and you're going, oh, look at all these words from QE in Nathan's book. Even if it was, they offered to help in an editorial capacity and then took on more than they'd agreed to. That's their bad. If they didn't want to do all that work on the 5th draft they've subsequently stolen because they are thieving bastard parasites, then they didn't have to. What they did instead was lie continuously about helping me and then stole the so-called help. That wasn't help. That was parasites, thieving bastards who lied about helping. So let's get that clear. Not in my book. I'll decide what goes in my book. And the process of their help has been accurately recorded, documented and published. So if there's any ambiguity about the help they offered, I'll refer to the published information that shows exactly how it went down during that drafting process. But let's make it absolutely clear. What goes into my book is my decision and my decision alone. It's going to have my name on it. Not my name and some thieving, scheming, lying shit stain. No, his name's never going to make it onto my book. Because what is he? A parasite that wants to walk away after 6 years in the community because he's bored. And he doesn't care how you perceive him. That's a thieving shite. He doesn't care because he thought he held all the cards. Well, you can't publish anything if I've got this Word document. Wrong, you moron. That would be quantum shit for brains. The moron who thought he had a really strong hand while he demanded money and percentages, only to lie to everyone around him. Oh, we didn't want money. If, future tense, we got to speak to Nathan, having ignored him dozens of times, then we would have, future tense, told him that we don't, future tense, want money that we demanded from him. Lying bastards. So we're clear, this lying bastard who helped me with a draft will go down in history as a lying, thieving, scheming scumbag named John Stunyer. Because that's exactly what it is. A thieving, scheming, lying shit stain. And I'll make that absolutely clear in my book. Now, would I have been eternally grateful for the help they offered on the 6th draft as I went through it and drew lines through things I found boring? Yeah, I'd still thank them for the help. But they decided that their help on a draft was their authorship of my book. Wrong, morons. Incorrect. Now you find out that you've got no cards. You've got a Word document of my 5th draft. That's all you've got. Don't plagiarise it, though. No, no, no. I've documented the entire process. Go and check for yourself. Anyway, that's enough about books. The book is going to be a story of how everybody in this panel knows for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat, based on how we measure it. Like this on screen. When we talk about how Earth gets measured, in the future of Flat Earth debate, we'll be referencing people who make these measurements. Not the lying scumbag shit-stained ballers who are just as bad as my former, now fired editors who felt oh so high and mighty while they were helping me with a draft. No, like the ballers, the lying shit stains that they are, don't need our attention anymore. We can turn our backs on them. There are plenty of people out there measuring what's on screen here. That would be an elevation angle measurement from surface level to the sun. Now, we can go back in history and look at Al-Biruni or Aristophanes doing it. So do you think we need some dickhead with a fake name who's alleged to be in Antarctica, failing to use a tripod in the case of Dave Twangles McKeegan? No, we don't need to use these Muppets. There's plenty of actual people building things, surveying things, mapping things, charting things, flying things, sailing in things that use these measurements. We'll just refer to them. We don't need to engage with the twats that get all of the views from flat Earth searches directed to them. We can go to the actual heart of the sources that measure Earth flat. We don't need hostile witnesses when we've got perfectly pleasant witnesses that we can go to. And what happens when we've done it in the past? We go to some navigation video where there's a perfectly pleasant chappie talking about how he measures Earth flat. And then suddenly he gets inundated by wanker, scumbag, shit-stained ballers, telling him he needs to put a disclaimer under his video about even though he's measured Earth flat, it doesn't mean it's flat, it's actually still a ball. Tell him in your comment section. Tell him in the info box. So who's going to get the harassment? Not me. Now I'm going to turn my back on all of these ballers that get all of the searches I should be getting directed at them. I'll just go straight to the sources. Again, credit where credit's due, one Deck's idea. Why are we dealing with these wankers? Don't need to. There's plenty of people who measure Earth flat. Don't need you dickheads anymore.
Well, that's going to be a one-page book then. Jeez.
What do you mean that's going to be a one-page book? I can interweave the journey of discovery that was describing how ball-shaped you came to appreciate Earth wasn't. So yesterday I talked about Robin Poe. Year 1, Flat Earth. Interview 2, Flat Earth UK. And that interview was with my first ever commenter. So after waking my wife up and telling her Earth's flat from listening to a Math Powerland video, because it played on autoplay after Thomas Sheridan, I then decided I wanted to, like a lot of other people who didn't know anything about the subject, broadcast this amazing revelation that Earth was flat. So my wife and I set up a hangout. And who's in the chat? Robin Poe, the only chat commenter, talking about her revelation and how she wanted to discuss it with me. So second interview in Flat Earth UK, Robin Poe. What's she telling me? How she realised that there isn't any Earth curve with a 100-mile plus flat Earth horizontal measurement. Now, as I slip that into the discussion with hindsight on my side and 10 or 11 years of experience under my belt, I can interweave how originally we were led to believe that we need to talk about how Earth curve fails. No, we don't. We can talk about how the measurement is flat. To describe 100 plus miles, you need a flat, linear, horizontal distance measurement to do it with. Miles. And that's what she did. Now, she didn't realise that just by saying the horizontal flat Earth measured distance, that's all you needed. She, like I, was under the misapprehension that she needed to go through how Earth curve wasn't there, how it wasn't obscuring her view. Well, it wasn't obscuring the view. She got a data link up from the transceiver she was using to the original source transmitter over 100 miles away. And that's just facts. What was the distance measurement? Flat and horizontal. So in reality, you don't need a revelation that there's no curve in the way, but that's how we were led to believe we needed to argue about this 10 years ago. Now I'm saying all measurements of Earth are flat. Ergo, we can go to any source we choose. We've been ushered to deal with our detractors, to deal with the Simon Dans and the Craigs and the Twangles McEgans. That's how we've been ushered into debate, so that it's us versus them. Well, no, we're going to make it them versus everyone who measures Earth, because everyone measures Earth flat. And we'll be referencing them, not the lies and deceit of our detractors and opponents who get all the flat Earth inquiries and searches forwarded towards them. No, we don't need to deal with them anymore. They're scumbags too. But your average Joe's just measuring Earth flat, nonchalant, doesn't even care, doesn't even think about it. Can have us utilise them as our citations and references. Perfectly pleasant people can then see how they will inevitably get attacked by our opponents, because they'll be the ones that we reference. Here's a guy measuring an elevation angle off a flat Earth. He's describing it in this video. Let's talk about it. What do you think the Simon Dans of this world are going to do? Come and tell me I'm wrong when I'm referencing some casual observer of the world who's run a tape measure over it? No, I don't think so. I think they'll have to go and attack the source rather than me, if they choose to. In which case, the guy who's getting browbeaten, or girl that's getting browbeaten by your Simon Dans and your Craig McNeils, they're not going to be annoyed at me. I'm going to big them up rather than get annoyed about the lies that we have to unpick and say, here's a guy measuring Earth flat, check it out. And that's what we'll be covering. And if the reactionary opponents want to go and address the source material, it'll all be flat. There's no exceptions to that. Go ahead, Neil.
I like that direction you just took in. So instead of pointing out how much Earth curve is not there, we're going to go on the front foot and point out you're using a flat Earth for that. You realize it, right? You could do that with everything.
Yeah, and we will. Shout out to One Deck. He's proving to be invaluable of recent days. Not just a poet, but a very excellent sage counsel that he's provided. And poetry.
Yeah, One Deck is ace.
Yeah, he is. You are all ace. And Simon Dan's ace. And Twangles McEgan's ace. I mean, I might call him fugly because he's seriously heinous to look at. But, I mean, he's still cool, right? He's measuring Earth flat. It's just I don't need him and his incompetence with his tripod when there's people who are more capable and do it for a living and will put those flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements into practical effect. So why reference idiots who don't know how to use tripods? No need. Why reference somebody that's going to scream over the top of me about guns when I'm pointing out how they measure Earth flat? Do we need to deal with these dicks? No, I don't think we do. Where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns? Can you hear that?
Try to deflect with measurements.
Tried to deflect to measurements. That's what he said. He tried to deflect to measurements. No. In a discussion about Earth, I tried to deflect to the measurements. Outrageous. How dare I? Well, I'll give you a flat earth for that. So yeah, so that's the direction that I intend to take it. If I don't die
I can't
first.
wait. It's going to be great.
Dead.
I said I can't wait. Then it's going to be great. And these things happen. So we all know one thing: when we finally get it in our hands, it's going to be a good book. It's going to be a book that you can read and pass on or buy for somebody.
Hopefully so. I mean, I think it will definitely benefit from having a bit of interjection from my better half, because she's a woman and she reads a lot of books. So from that point of view alone, you know, she's going to want to make it a, as she puts it, page turner, make it more accessible to more people and make it more interesting to read. You're like, well, you're right, Neil. Could I summarise the entire argument in a page? Probably. I mean, it would take some effort to condense it down that much, but I could pretty much summarise it in a page. Now, what have you got to add to that? Well, I've got 10 years of experience and anecdotal accounts of us being led down the garden path of arguing for how Earth's not a sphere. And apparently that's what flat earthers do, tell you how non-spherical Earth is, so that the spherical believers can tell you how spherical it actually is and overcome your non-spherical arguments. And back and forth you go, not achieving anything. Well, everybody uses flat Earth measurements, nobody's highlighting. Well, I can anecdotally detail that process from start to finish with loads of interesting characters that have come and gone past my path as that has happened. Well, you know, that's what I can do. I can offer something that's intriguing to read. There's going to be plenty of characters in there that definitely get a mention. Some more interesting than others, some more boring than others, right? That won't make the pages because they're just dull. I've mentioned a couple already.
Yeah, the book. Your show was it still is. I mean, people set their schedules to it, and your show's a page turner. So might as well make the book a page turner where people want to read more and more. So yeah, I think we're okay.
And when the film comes out, it'll be an eye opener.
I don't know what Iron 26 is saying. Episode 2213 live at 2 hours 11 minutes. Check it later. Episode 2213. Someone chat for a minute while I write that down. Thank you for the super chat, Iron 26. I don't have no idea what you're referencing, but I will check it later. 2213, 2 hours 11. I'll write it down on a note.
Is that the show 2213?
Yeah, he's saying 2213 live as opposed to Uncut and After Show, so that I don't start looking for the wrong timestamp. And then he's given me an exact timestamp. I love that when it's an exact timestamp with an exact show number with the type of show, i.e. live, 2213 and 2 hours 11 minutes. Perfect, Iron 26. Because I'll go straight to whatever it is he's referencing and know immediately what he wants me to look at. And so will someone else, I'm sure, who'll get there before me. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I've had to buy more microphones. I had to beg my mother for a bit of money, like a little float, so I can buy more stuff. And initially I gave some of it to my wife to start transcribing. But then, you know who you are, the people who've given me PayPals over the last couple of days, thank you so much. Every penny of it's been given straight to my wife, so that she's not in any way motivated to take the overtime or whatever it is her employer's given her. She like I, works part-time. She works in the mornings. Like now, I work in the afternoons. Although I do tend to get stuff done straight away as soon as I wake up and all through the morning as well. But depending on who's taking what kid to what class, you know, it's always the case that one of us is either working or taking kids to lessons and things. So she, like I say, does her customer service bit in the morning. I do my YouTubing bit in the afternoon. So we're both part-time. But it means that there is the option for her to increase her income by doing overtime, by doing whatever it is she does, right? Incentive work, she calls it. Anyway, so that is not the case, and at any given opportunity or spare time that she may get, she's more motivated to transcribe videos, so I can then start working on the 6th draft. I mean, I can't, I've got to twiddle my thumbs till we've got the 5th draft, but she's motivated to do so. And I can put her in that position because of the people who've been so generous via PayPal. So several people have sent me, not massive amounts, but, 60, 70, 80. I think one person sent me £100. Those sorts of amounts. And it makes a massive amount of difference to motivating my wife to do work and get us back on track. And, she's essentially just a copy typist in the process, but she sticks The Simpsons on and gets on with it. So I'm very grateful to her, and I'm grateful to be in a position to do exactly that. That's to say, no, don't take any overtime. I'll give you this PayPal. She's very shrewd. She was like, just give me whatever PayPals you get. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll agree to that. And they're normally like 10 quid or 20 quid, and then suddenly they're like 70 or 80 quid. And she's like, gimme. Very sensible girl. Yeah, so I'm just moreover, who cares what the amounts are? It's obviously I'm grateful to them for the amounts that people are giving me, but what I mean is I don't care what I'm giving my wife in that regard. It's all in the same household. It's just she is now sincerely motivated to get me properly back on track with my book, which I'm very pleased about.
You're
It
writing a
will
book?
take a while. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Are you writing a book?
Just Len. Go ahead, one more time, Len.
How about a supporters page on your book where people chip in to get the name in there? It'll cost you nothing to do, and it'll generate a bit of quick money for you.
Maybe that's certainly an option. I mean, for the now, I'm more keen to just carry on as is, and that is not do anything beyond just my wife's copy typing, and then I can kind of assess what to do when she tells me, wouldn't it be good if you had an anecdote about X? And she's done that 2 or 3 times so far. And I will come back to your point, Len. The thing that I found is it's far easier than I first anticipated. And she's like, why don't you give me an anecdote about Martin? Why don't you give me an anecdote about Robin? Why don't you give me an anecdote about Mass Powerland? I'm like, yeah, okay. And I can just crap that anecdote out on my iPad during one of my kids' lessons really easily. Because it's my experience. So it's easy to describe those things. And obviously I've got the mindset of how can I link this back to the Flat Earth prerequisite? And like when I go through the comments, the Flat Earth prerequisite is always really obvious the second you get to it. So Robin Poe I've covered already on this live show, right? The 100 plus mile distance. It's a Flat Earth horizontal distance measurement. So while I'm talking about the ball Earth relinquishment of my interviewee, in this case Robin Poe, I can intertwine that with hints of where the book is going to be leading by just saying it. This Flat Earth prerequisite horizontal linear distance measurement of 100 plus miles. You see what I mean? It's easy to weave in the current rhetoric in the same way that you want to stop people in their tracks when they're ballers because they want to use a flat earth measurement and say, well, I'm not talking about the ground. I mean, when I measure the ground with a horizontal, I don't mean the ground. You're like, yeah, you do. You don't have to like it. You can go to that hard place where you deny your own measurement. But ultimately, you, we, everyone, anyone who is measuring Earth requires it to be flat. So it's dead easy to see these things. As I reminisce about the past experiences and interviews that I've done with various different anti-ballers as they were at the time. We didn't know we were anti-ballers. We were told that's what a flat earther is. But we weren't. We were anti-globers.
Why do you think it requires the Earth to be flat? Why do you think it wouldn't work if the Earth was a ball?
Say again?
Why do you think it requires the Earth to be flat to measure distances? Do you think it wouldn't work if the Earth was a ball?
It's just a fact. That's what the distance measurements are.
It's just a fact.
Yes. You never used a map?
So if I take 10 steps in one direction,
I
have used a map. So how does
Third time. Have you ever used a map?
mean that the Earth is a ball?
Have you ever used a
Yes,
map?
I have used a map.
Have you ever
I've
seen the
answered this
scale
like
on
3
that
times
map?
now.
Have you ever seen it? Why are you chatting through me?
I'm answering your
Nervous?
question.
Nervous?
No, I'm not nervous.
Did you see the scale on the map that you used?
Yes, I've
Was it
seen
bendy?
scales on maps.
Yes, so was it bendy?
No,
So it's flat then?
it's the scale's a straight line.
Yeah, so like a horizontal linear measurement when you're talking about miles then.
No, I usually hold maps upright.
So
The maps
you're
can
saying
be,
because
the
you hold
scale
the
can
map
be,
upright,
go in a
you
different direction.
scale the world. Mate, you don't need to chat through me while you're nonsensical drivel about holding a map up.
Oh, I'm sorry. The beginning of your.
Yo, wanker, I'm talking, not you. I'm pointing out how stupid and idiotic it is to offer me a rebuttal that you hold the map upright when describing horizontal linear distances as per the scale on the map. You just seem to be chatting through me like that's going to somehow overcome my demonstrable fact of horizontal linear miles on maps.
Go ahead.
I did. What I did was I took a giant steaming shit on you suggesting that, what, miles aren't a horizontal linear distance? Now you're again talking through me, demonstrably proving beyond all doubt how miles are utilised when we use a map.
I'm not talking through you. Okay. But so your
Do
argument
it again
now is
and I'll
that because
remove
maps,
you. Let's
maps
get
are
that
flat and
clear.
maps have a.
If you talk through me
scale on them,
one
and the
more
scale is a
time,
straight
I
line.
will remove you from the discussion. Is that clear?
Oh, boo-hoo.
So, bye-bye, coward. Run like a bitch.
No, I'm here.
Are you
I'm still here.
serious? That was Mez. I gave him the outline of how to have a conversation with you yesterday, and he failed? Really?
So, Mez,
Failed.
you understand now that the distance on a map is horizontal, flat, linear, not curving. You understand that now, right?
I understand that like maps are flat, like paper maps.
No, the scale, the miles on the maps that are used to negotiate the territory are flat, horizontal, linear for the distance measurements on the map. Second time.
Yeah, I mean the scale.
Yeah.
The scale is.
Yeah.
That's a flat line.
So you understand that we measure miles flat then?
No, like what does that?
No. Well, are you a retard? You just conceded 25 seconds ago.
No, because a map is
so
flat.
you're
that
saying
doesn't
they
mean the Earth
curve.
is flat.
So you're saying that miles on maps
aren't
curve.
reality.
Miles on maps curve, or are they horizontal, flat, and linear?
No, well, a map isn't real.
Stuttery. They are flat.
Yeah, maps are flat.
Yeah, like the miles and the scale on the map that you seem to be saying no to now after conceding 25, 30 seconds ago.
Well, you're talking about a map.
Yeah, and the horizontal linear scales on them for the mile measurements.
Right.
Right, so Earth is measured flat with miles as per the scale on maps then. You said no.
Right.
Right, so you stupid retard ball-believing numpty. Yeah, Earth is measured flat with miles, and now he's talking through me.
You're screaming at me, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, I'll scream at you. You're a retard who's talking through me.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're clearing
you
your
think
throat
maps are
through
real
me and
life?
saying okay over the top of me. Wanker, yeah, miles are flat as per the scales on maps that you rebutted me by saying I hold the map up. Now, that's a kind of fucking retard response, isn't it, Mez?
Maps are flat as per the scale on maps.
Yeah, that's just repeating
Well,
what
miles
I've just
flat.
said to you. I said your rebuttal was to say you held it up, and that makes you a fucking retard. Do you understand?
Yeah, well, you know, the line on the map, that's like dependent on the orientation of the map. So,
And you're saying that the ground is suddenly orientated vertically if you hold the map up, because that was your response. Third time I've put your own rebuttal to you, you fucking retard.
no, what?
No! So your retarded rebuttal was stupid then, you dumbass. That's why you're getting
No,
shouted
however
at.
you understood it to
That's
me
why you're
was-
getting
was
shouted
stupid.
at, because you're a retard. Your retarded rebuttal
okay,
is why
okay.
you're getting shouted at, you stupid retard. Yeah, laugh it up, retard. Your rebuttal was to say you hold the map up. It doesn't change the horizontal linear
No.
flat distances as per the scale. That's how we measure miles.
The point is,
No, it's a point.
The point is the
while
map
I'm in the middle of rebutting
real
your
life.
stupid nonsense that you're going to talk through me.
you're not rebutting,
That's
you're
not
kind of just
gonna fly,
spewing some verbal
you
diarrhea.
stupid retard.
Okay.
Yeah, so miles are horizontal, linear, flat, as per the map.
Okay.
Okay, you said no twice, you dumbass. Why do you think I'm shouting at you? You seem to be contradicting yourself. 2 minutes ago, you said no. Now it's okay. Got your
just
tongue,
can't- You're
dumbass.
saying a lot of nonsense. Like,
Not a load of nonsense. Flat Earth, horizontal, linear miles as per the scales on maps. That's not nonsense. You saying that, well, a rebuttal is to hold the map up linear and vertical, that's somehow a response. No, that's a dumbass. That's going to get you shouted at, and I am going to shout at you. You're an idiot. You said
okay.
no.
Oh dear.
You said no, and now you're saying okay.
Well, I don't think you're really going to like listen and accept anything that's being said to you. So,
Well, you said no, and then you said okay. Those two things are in contradiction. Should I accept your contradiction?
no. What you said is
What, stuttery bitch? No, what? What you did was contradict yourself, you dumbass retard, and now you're getting shouted at for it.
no. If you want to believe that, then okay.
No, you said
But it's
it
not
was not horizontal, linear, flat as per the scale. Then when clarifying it, after your crap rebuttal that you hold maps up, you said okay. Now, you're saying I don't accept your contradictions. No, I don't. I do not accept a retard globe believer's contradictions when confirming that we absolutely measure the miles with the scale flat and horizontal as per miles.
You don't accept it. That's okay.
No, I do accept it. That's what they are, measured flat. That's what a mile is.
No, you don't accept the contradiction, whatever you think it is.
But the contradiction is you saying no and yes simultaneously. That's just you being a fucking retard.
No, no.
No, stuttery, yes. That's you being a stuttery, stammery, contradictory retard, and you're getting shouted at for being a stuttery, stammery, contradictory retard whose only rebuttal was to say you held the map up. That was the best you had to offer, you stupid clown. Now you're talking through me.
Well, I'm trying to tell you some information, but you're not really like listening.
I don't
need
to listen to you tell me anything. I've told you that the distance on a map is flat and horizontal. You've said okay, in spite of saying no. That's a contradiction that we're not going to fly past.
You can stay
now
ignorant.
You're talking
That's
through me
fine.
again like a bitch. Yeah, so okay.
Well, I'm sorry you get your panties in a twist and you're getting
so
really
it's
emotional.
okay, the horizontal, flat,
Whatever.
linear distances as you chat skank straight through the middle of me. Is it okay or is it no?
Is it okay what?
The horizontal, flat, linear distance used on the scales on maps, 6th time.
The horizontal flat linear distance on maps.
Yes, 7th time.
I mean, miles are a linear distance. Are they horizontal? Kinda.
Kinda? Retard
Kinda.
much? Wow, that sounds like a semi-concession of how flat miles are. Yeah, like on the scale on the map,
No,
you dumbass.
well, you know,
that
the Earth
said. Now
has
you're
terrain
chatting
either
through
way.
me. Now you're talking through me, you little bitch. You want to laugh out loud again? Kinda.
Jeez.
Kinda horizontal. I'm seeking clarification.
Well, you seem to be
said
appealing that
kinda.
because maps are flat.
Now you're just talking while I talk because you're a bitch. So you said kinda, your response was kinda, I asked you to clarify your kinda, and now you're just chatting straight through the middle of me. Kinda? No, they are.
Please stop with the meta. Stop getting emotional. Can we just like talk about
Bitch! You stupid fucking retard, dumbass, globe-believing wanker. They are horizontal, they're not kinda horizontal.
Wah, wah.
So your response is wow, wow, wow. Is that the best you got? Let's just clarify for the audience. This dipshit globe believer's getting on my last nerve as he chat skanks straight through the middle of me. The distances are horizontal, they're linear, they're flat, like the map scale. Now this chat skank wanker has said maybe, yes, okay, and no to that fact. That's what we've got from him so far.
Right, let's see if we can find some
Let's
common ground.
stutter like a little
Maps
bitch.
Our,
let's stutter.
Maps our
let's
representation
stutter, shall
of
we?
the Earth.
Shall we let's stutter?
Yeah.
No, let's not.
Let's stutter and let's see if we can agree on some common ground.
I've already got
maps
an
are a
agreement from
representation
you.
of the Earth.
I've already got an
Are you
agreement
happy
from
to
you.
accept that?
Okay, it's kind of horizontal. No, it is horizontal.
Sure.
Sure. So Earth is measured flat. The best concession we can get out of this dumbass retard globe believer is okay, sure. Yeah, that's right. We've got horizontal, linear, flat Earth miles as per the scale on maps. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. So my job's here done. Earth is measured flat.
We haven't really gotten to the bottom of that. So you've given...
No, we have. We've got to the bottom of it. We got to the bottom of the flat Earth linear horizontal measurements that, okay, sure, are horizontal flat Earth measurements. Yes, these are demonstrable facts. It doesn't matter if you say you hold the map up. It's still going to be a horizontal linear flat Earth measurement of miles.
You asked if the scale was horizontal, but like the scale on the map, that's the physical thing on a map that I'm holding, so that depends on the orientation of the physical map that you're holding. The
So
physical
you're back
map,
to your first crappy rebuttal. So now the rebuttal is, this is affected by whether or not I hold the map up. So you're saying if I hold the map up vertically, it suddenly changes that the scale on the map that's corresponding to the ground that you're navigating with a horizontal linear flat Earth measurement of miles. That'll change that, will it? No, that's why you got shouted at and called a spastic. Because absolutely without question, how you hold the friggin' map won't make any difference to how horizontal, linear and flat that mile measurement on the scale of the flat map is. That will never change.
We don't
You
maps-
stupid idiot who's talking straight
maps
through
don't
me.
measure
because he
things,
can't
maps represent
cope
things.
with being wrong. You're just wrong, dumbass.
You're saying a lot of
you
nonsense,
dumbass
like I've got to
globe
interject.
skank. Dumbass globe skank, chat skanking straight through the middle of me. No, you're just wrong, dumbass.
okay.
Not okay. You're a fucking retard and you're getting shouted at because you're a dumb, globe-believing retard who feels that holding a map up will change how flat and linear miles are. You dumbass.
Can the very smart...
Why are you asking me something, you stupid retard? Miles demonstrably show how flat Earth is measured.
Just miles? Just the existence of miles?
The measurement of Earth in miles are flat and horizontal. It's the 8th time. Are you dense?
Right, but like I...
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, right. Not no. Right. Yeah, Earth is measured flat with miles. Right. Yeah, I am.
Huh?
Ninth
Like I asked
time.
at the start of
Dumbass.
this,
Huh?
before you had your
Huh?
meltdown, do you believe
Huh?
that the Earth...
Huh? Earth is measured flat with miles. Horizontal linear flat Earth measurement as per the scale on a map. That is 10 fucking times. Are you retarded?
I've heard your funny...
You're stuttering through me,
But do
you
you
little
think
bitch.
you can actually...
You're going to stutter straight through the middle of me rather than accept the 10th fucking time of having this explained to you, you abject retard.
I'm trying to get some information out of
Are
you. You
you?
just keep chanting...
Very
through me.
high-pitched. Are you?
Yeah.
No, I've already gone through it with you 10 times, you retard.
You haven't gone through anything at all. You've given me maps, and you said that because maps have represents the Earth using miles, or miles with a scale,
So do you want
this
to
means
string
that
a
the
proper
Earth is
sentence
flat?
together? You seem to be struggling
What
to string a full
are you
sentence
talking
together.
about?
Do you want to try again and string that full sentence together in a coherent English language manner? Do you want to try again?
Okay, so your argument
You're
so far
stuttery.
seems
Do
to
you
be
want to
that
try and
because
do
we
it without
have
stuttering?
maps-
Try again. Third attempt. Try not
because we
stuttering.
have maps, and maps represent the Earth, and they have a scale, and this scale is based on miles. This means that the Earth is flat because miles are a linear distance.
Well done! It only took 11 attempts with a complete retard talking through me. That's right, abject spastic! Well done! We measure Earth flat with miles. It only took a retard 11 attempts. Well done.
Day.
Were you just
So
chatting
your
straight through
argument
the
seems to
middle
be
of
that
me?
because
You're just chatting
maps
straight
are
through the middle of
flat,
me. I just told
that the
you,
Earth is flat?
when you chat straight through the middle of me, I will remove you. Now I've done it 11 fucking times.
Oh
You
dear.
think that you're still going to
Boo-hoo.
get to chat straight through the middle of me?
Yes, you're very angry and you talk a lot.
Sorry, that's not a rebuttal. Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat with miles. That's 12 times I've gone through it. Now, this guy is too dumb to understand it, and his only line of defence is to chat straight through the middle of everything
No, my
I
only
say.
line of defence
Like
is
he's
to
doing
question
right
you
this
about this
second.
assertion
That's
that
a
because
chat
maps are
skank,
flat, the
chat
Earth has to be
skanking
flat, but
straight
you
through
don't
the
really
middle
seem
of
to
my
be willing
12th
to answer any questions
rendition.
about it.
All
It's
he's
almost like
doing
your
is
argument's very
chatting
poor.
straight through the middle of him. So I think the audience is going to agree with me that I have no option as the host of this show but to remove this
Oh,
retard
dear.
who cannot shut his mouth
I'm sorry
while
that
I'm
your 10
talking.
viewers will,
He's still
agree
doing
with
it
you.
to this second. I've told him. I've warned him multiple times. He's now laughing through the top of me, pointing out that 12 times I've pointed out I got an unimpeded concession from him on the 11th attempt, but he still feels necessary
No, that wasn't a
to chat, and he's still
concession. That
doing
was
it
just
now.
me
That's him talking straight through the
restating
middle
your
of me.
argument
I
towards
haven't
you.
taken breath or pause.
To make sure
but
we
this
both
utter
understand
wanker who's about to get removed feels that his only line of attack is to talk through me. No, wanker.
You're talking
now
over
you're
me
going to
right
get
now.
removed,
What are
and
you doing?
justifiably so, because you cannot shut your fucking mouth while I talk. So piss off, get out of my show. You're not going to hijack my show by talking through me when I've given you fair warning. So piss off.
Nice, chill.
He can't. He cannot fucking cope. So bye-bye, you've been server muted. You can't behave yourself, so piss off.
And that's not what you said, because maps are flat, Earth is flat. That's not what was said. Stop misrepresenting. You wasted 4 hours yesterday, and we know that you're a 24/7 troll. We got the word on you, Mez.
You're going to try and
You're
behave
just having
yourself?
a
If I
hard
take
time
you off server
coping.
mute, you're going to behave yourself and not talk straight through the middle of me?
I'm sorry, King Nathan. I'll be quiet. Won't talk.
Good. That's the level of respect I expect. Yes, you may call me King Nathan. Refer to me as King Nathan from now on, or I'll remove you for being sarcastic.
Distances are
Now he's just
represented in
chatting straight
miles.
through me again. What a
What?
wanker. Yeah, I haven't finished talking, and I can hear your voice while I'm talking, which means that
Okay, sorry.
you have now done
Continue.
it again, second time in this sentence. Coward. That'd be dead air. Now we've got dead air. Good
Oh.
chance that second I start talking, Maz will start talking again. So, Maz, yeah, like you just explained in nice, clear, concise terms without stuttering or stammering, yeah, Earth's measured flat with miles, like on the maps. That's correct. You got it after 11 attempts. Well done, you. You're a moron.
No, that wasn't me getting it. That was just me restating your argument back to you.
Oh, so you
Make sure we both
disagree then?
understand it.
So you disagree with that statement of
Yes,
absolute
I disagree.
fact? I'm
I
trying to ask
disagree
you a
with the
question and you're
conclusion.
answering before I finish the sentence. You're talking through me, in other words. It's because you're a coward and you can't cope. So, coward, I'll try again.
If I was a
see if I
coward,
can
I wouldn't be here.
No, I can't get the first 3 words out without him talking this time. I'll try a
Fucking
fourth
Christ.
time, then I will remove you permanently. You won't come back to the conversation. I'll try again. So
That's
you
fine.
disagree with the horizontal, linear, flat Earth miles used on maps when navigating the terrain, then? You disagree?
No, I disagree that the conclusion that you are drawing from this is that the Earth has to be
It's not a
flat.
conclusion, it's a measurement.
Yeah, so you have a distance,
Yeah.
from point A
Yeah,
to point
like
B.
the distance
you
is a
represent
measurement.
that as
That's
1
right.
mile,
It's not a
whatever.
conclusion or an argument.
But just because
It's
you...
not a conclusion.
Hold on, please.
Not listening. Not hold on. It's not a conclusion or an argument. It's a statement of absolute fact.
Right.
Yeah,
so
right. So miles are flat. It's not a conclusion to a debate. It's a statement of absolute fact that I'm asking if you disagree with.
What I disagree with is that the conclusion that you are drawing...
I say it again, he's deaf. What a retard. Not a conclusion, a measurement. Me stating a measurement isn't in need of conclusion. It's a statement of fact. 5th time.
What you're measuring is a distance. Or the,
Yeah,
or the
horizontal.
measurement that you're referring to is
That's
a
correct.
distance.
Correct. A horizontal, linear, flat Earth distance. Correct.
Right. Well, when you call it...
Right, so it's a measurement then. We get these little stuttery little rights every time I point out how Earth gets measured flat. We get it right. And then a quick attempt to move on to something that isn't a concession. Now, there's no concession here. I'm spitting facts about how Earth gets measured with miles. It's not up for debate. It's not a need of conclusion at the end of it. It's a
Of course it's up for
statement
debate.
of fact that you're yammering through in an attempt to try and overcome. There's nothing to overcome. It's a statement of fact. 7th time.
With the fact that we measure distances, that's a statement of fact.
Horizontally.
Okay? But you can measure
them
distances
horizontally.
around a curve.
We measure them horizontally.
No, you can measure them vertically. You can measure them bendy.
So we're measuring the ground that we navigate. Is this just me, or is this wanker retard holding his map up and saying we do it vertically? No. When we navigate the ground with a horizontal, linear, flat Earth measurement, that's not a debate. It's not something that needs a conclusion. It's a statement of absolute fact. We're not doing that horizontally. We're doing it along the ground. But it seems that the globe defender has only one path available. Well, not if we're doing it horizontally. Well, if you're doing it horizontally, you'll be doing it axiomatically perpendicular to a flat plane of reference also. Vertical's directly tied to a plane of reference also. So yeah, if you're doing it vertically, like up a mountain, then you'll need a plane of reference also. You'll still need a flat Earth to be doing it vertically. Statement of fact, not...
No, you don't.
I'm
You just
finished.
need a baseline.
Statement of fact,
Fucking
not
Christ.
statement of fact, not up for debate. Vertically is axiomatically tied to a plane of reference if you're describing the ground.
No, vertical is dependent on the direction of gravity.
So when utilising perpendiculars, you don't think that's directly tied to a plane of reference?
No, well, perpendicular is just perpendicular to something else. 90 degrees is something else.
What, like
So horizontal
heights?
is perpendicular to vertical. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah, like heights.
And you can
elevations.
establish vertical
heights.
with a plumb bob.
Third time. Like heights.
Like heights.
Yes. Altitudes, elevations, heights. Off surface level.
Yeah, that would be on a vertical
Yeah!
axis.
Would that be that little stuttery, stammery, glow
Fucking
bitch going,
Christ.
yeah? Yeah, that's right. When we're describing verticals, they're axiomatically tied to a plane of reference. They're perpendicular to surface level. Yeah! Do you want to make it nice and clear when you say yeah next time rather than just stuttering it out a little bit hesitantly? Do you want to just make it a bit more clear next time? Yeah. Axiomatically tied to a vertical. You've got to have a plane of reference. Cat got your tongue, bitch.
No, you don't have to have a plane of reference.
Oh, do we not? So when we're not measuring off
It's just a
surface level,
distance
we're
from
not measuring
something.
off surface level then. We're not measuring with respect to sea level for altitudes then.
Yeah, so altitude...
Yeah! Would that be a stuttery, globe-believing spastic agreeing with me again? He's got no choice, ladies and gentlemen. He can only agree with me because axiomatically, perpendicular to sea level, perpendicular to surface level, is how Earth is measured. And this little bitch can say, yeah, and then quickly try and move on. But you notice I'm going on camera to make it abundantly clear that he cannot disagree with me in this regard. Even though he's trying to say that, oh no, we've got perpendicular to gravity. No, we're measuring from surface level. We're measuring from sea level. And yeah, I'm absolutely correct. Earth is measured flat for these axiomatic principles of Earth measurement.
So you're assuming that sea level is flat, but sea level...
No, sea level by definition is flat. That's what level means.
No, level means of equal altitude.
That also means flat. So by saying of equal altitude, I'll just do it for the audience's benefit so they can enjoy me teabagging you. Welcome to flat Earth of equal altitude. Yeah, like flat, like surface level, like sea level. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to flat Earth. How do my balls taste?
So your assertion is that sea level is flat.
That it's level, flat, perpendicular to vertical. Yes, that's axiomatically what level means.
No, that is not axiomatic.
Without interrupting my end of my statement because you're a cow bitch. If it wasn't level, you couldn't have eye level
You're shouting
parallel.
over
And there's
everything
him
I'm saying.
interrupting again, so I'll have to close the line. This little bitch can't seem to cope with me describing axiomatic principles like eye level being parallel with.
I don't think you can cope
And
with
there
me,
he is for the third
responding
time in
to
the
the
same
actual things
sentence.
that you're saying.
What a coward. Try again. If it's not
Coward?
level, you can't have eye level parallel with it, can you?
It doesn't need to be parallel.
Sorry, what eye level?
Our level would just be your distance from the Earth. Or
Yeah.
sea level.
Yeah, parallel with surface level. Level, axiomatically, is directly tied to being parallel. That's what these words mean. They're axioms. That's why I can't get away from them. And when we're talking about surface level and eye level, we need these things to be axiomatically parallel with one another. Or when a plane comes in for landing, he couldn't calculate the descent rate, could he?
I'm not sure how planes calculate the descent right now. They've
Well, they
calculated
do it with a horizontal plane of reference and parallel eye level. That's how you do it. You do it with a triangle.
Oh, triangles. I love triangles.
Anyway, you stupid globe-believing fucktard, Earth's measured flat with horizontal linear distances on maps, and if it isn't surface level, sea level, then flights would be crashing because they wouldn't have a parallel eye level to calculate the descent with. Now, obviously, you're going to yammer through this because you're a spastic.
Is it my turn to talk now?
No, I'm telling you, not asking you, I'm not inviting you to talk to me at all. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Without having parallel eye level that you defied and described inaccurately as not being the case, you wouldn't have a descent rate calculable with a triangle with respect to the horizontal plane and horizontal linear flat distances that are used. Axiomatically, you said we didn't need parallel eye level. You are a retard. We absolutely unequivocally require these axiomatic principles, like eye level and surface level, remain parallel, or you cannot calculate a descent. That's the fourth time.
No, eye level is just a height.
No, eye level's not a height measurement. Eye level's a parallel to surface level.
No, I didn't say it was a measurement. It's just a height.
Yeah, height's
So if you have sea
perpendicular
level,
to a plane
okay,
also.
and then your eye is...
Height is perpendicular to a plane also. That's what height is. It's altitude, measured off surface level. I've
Yes.
already covered this.
Correct.
Dumbo. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Earth is measured flat for height. It's perpendicular to a plane of reference.
No, that is untrue. So now if you have like a ball, and then you have like another object some
Let's
distance
begin
from
the
the
question.
ball, imagine if the bigger ball, the first ball was
No, we
the
haven't
Earth,
got a ball. We
and your
wouldn't have
second ball,
surface
that was
level
your
or sea
eye.
level if we've got a ball.
Your eye level will be...
We haven't got a ball, or we wouldn't have surface level. Level isn't ball-shaped, you retard.
Level isn't ball-shaped.
No.
I disagree.
Surface level is not ball-shaped. Surface level is level.
How do you know?
There are no levels on a sphere. Spheres aren't level. You're begging the question of sphericity and then defying the axiomatic principle required when measuring surface level on a flat map with flat horizontal linear distances, like for the parallel eye level used in flight for a descent with respect to a horizontal
you're begging
distance.
the question
No,
of
it's
flatness.
interrupting me again while I go through this for the seventh
You
time.
talk a lot. I need to talk.
Yeah, I do. I talk a lot about how Earth's measured flat, and you defy this by saying if we've got a ball. We haven't. We've got surface level. Balls have no level, ever. Do you understand that,
Most
retard?
balls have level.
Balls don't have levels. You're an idiot.
Yes, they do. If
A ball is defined by having no surface be level with any other part of the ball. You clown.
a liquid to sea, so we call it sea level.
Yeah, because it's level. Having no
Yeah,
part
'cause it's
higher
of
or lower
equal
than another.
altitude.
Defying what
Equal
you
distance.
are automatically assuming when you say, if we have a ball. That's begging the question.
It's not begging the question.
Yeah, it is. It's assuming a ball when I've defied it with an axiomatic principle of surface level. You don't have a ball, or we wouldn't have surface level.
Of course we would have surface level on a ball.
No, you don't have level on balls. Are you a fucking retard? This is what we get, audience. Retards. Balls aren't level? Ooh, what a clown. You don't get levels on balls. So when you say, if we have a ball, that's begging the question of your ball belief, then you defy the axiomatic principle used with parallel, used with perpendicular, used with sea level. A ball won't afford you that when you beg the question of it.
No one's begging the question of a ball.
You are.
You're begging the question of flat Earth.
No, surface level isn't begging the question. We axiomatically measure surface level for heights above it, perpendicular to it. That's what elevation is. Elevation is height off surface level. That's a measurement, not a begging the question fallacy, Mr. I'll project my
Yes.
use of fallacy directly
Elevation
onto the
is a
opponent
height
and
above
then
surface
yammer
level,
through
okay?
the middle of him.
But the surface
No, I'm not begging
does
the
not need to be
question when I
flat for this
describe
to happen.
elevations measured from surface level. That's just how it's measured. When you say, if we've got a ball, that is unequivocally begging the question. And then you're telling
No,
me
that's not
because
begging
I
the question.
describe
I don't think
surface
you understand
level
what begging the
with
question
sea
is.
level that you can yammer through me and tell me I'm begging the question. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
measurements.
Because you're assuming that the only way all this works is on flat Earth.
No,
But when I'm
surface
explaining
level
to
is
you
flat.
that this would
Yeah,
all work the
surface
same
level.
on a globe
Yeah,
Earth,
that's how it's measured.
you, I don't know, you
That's how it's
start
measured.
spurging out and
That's how
start
it's measured
screaming.
with surface level. That's
Now
measured.
you're like resetting to this whole. It's
That's
measured.
how
it's
it
measured.
is. You're just ignoring me. That's how it's measured. I'm not begging the question.
I'm not
when I
ignoring
describe
you. You're
how
ignoring me.
it's
When
measured.
I say things to you, you don't respond to them. You just start talking to the chat and start spurging.
No, talking about how we measure Earth with surface level. You said if we've got a ball, I point out that you're begging the question. You then project
That's
your
not begging the
use of a
question
begging
to
the
say
question
if.
fallacy.
If is
And
not
now you're
begging the
talking
question.
through me, projecting the very thing you've just accused me of.
You're saying incorrect things.
No, I'm not. I'm describing how surface level is measured for altitude. For parallel flight level, eye level, surface level is required. It's used with a universal sea level. And you said if we've got a ball. I say begging the question. You then say, no, you're
That's not
begging,
begging
the
the
question.
question.
And then talking through me when I described the measurements from sea level. Balls don't have level.
Right.
Eighth time.
So, yes, balls do have level. So
No,
we
they
have
don't.
sea level.
Undermines the base principle of what a ball is. Retard much? No, balls don't have any levels, you utter clown.
I'm sorry. Calm down. Calm down.
You don't need to tell me to calm down when I tell you balls don't have levels. That fundamentally defies what a ball is, you utter clown.
One ball does. And we call that one the Earth. So, yes.
Oh, so not begging the question when you say the very principle that I want to argue for is the defiance of this axiom. In one instance, balls can have levels. When it's the Earth, I assume a ball is. That's begging the question, you fucking retard.
That's not begging the question.
Yeah, it's begging the question fallacy to assume the very premise you're trying to prove. In this case, you're trying to prove we're on a ball by defying axiomatic principles of Earth measurement. In this case, measurement from surface level, sea level. When you say, well, one ball does have levels. What, the ball that you're begging the question of? Yeah, that's a fallacy.
Work
It's
on
called
flat
begging
Earth
the
and
question
globe
while he
Earth
yammers straight through the
is not
middle
begging
of
the
me.
question.
While he yammers straight through the middle of me because it's the only coward tactic you ballers have got. You are begging the question. You're
Well, I need to
assuming the
interject at
outcome.
some point, 'cause if I
There he
don't say
is,
something,
yammering
you
through
yap
it because he
for
can't
10
cope with
minutes.
losing. Try for a 7th or 8th time. No, balls don't have any levels. You are assuming the very principle that you're trying to prove when you say one ball has levels. The one I'm starting with when I say if ball. That's begging the question, you stupid fucking retard.
No.
Yes, that's begging the question, fucktard. That's what the definition is. Assuming the very thing you're trying to prove when you say if ball. And then you defy the axiomatic principle of Earth measurement from horizontal, that's surface level, by saying some balls do have levels. That's begging the question.
No, that's a premise.
No, a premise would be me saying we use Earth as a flat plane when we measure from Earth as a flat plane. That's also a logical
If
consistency.
we use Earth as a flat plane.
There he is chatting through the middle of me again. That's also a logical consistency called modus ponens, where if A, then B, A, therefore B. If Earth is flat, we'll measure it flat. We measure it flat because it's flat. That would be measurements from surface level, sea level, with parallel eye level. You defied that axiom and said, no, they don't have to be parallel. Then you said that there are levels on certain balls. So what, certain balls have got parallels, have they, dumb fuck?
No, I didn't say certain balls are parallels.
No, they don't. You don't ever get a parallel from a ball, you fucking abject retard. Because we only get parallel
No, I'm
from
agreeing with
surface level. Yammer through me, why not? Yeah, we only get parallel from surface level, for eye level, for flight level, because we're measuring Earth flat. We're not measuring it ball shaped when you assume it to be so with your begging the question fallacy that you projected back onto me after I pointed it out. We do measure from surface level because that's how we measure Earth. There aren't any exceptions. We need parallel eye level for altitude measurement perpendicular to the surface level we measure. Now, these aren't up for debate. These are absolute
you don't need
facts.
parallel.
Facts that I'm stating with this
That's not a fact. It's an
arsehole
incorrect statement.
chatting straight through the conclusion. What a
You're saying
wanker.
it's a fact, but it's not a fact.
Oh, you're saying we don't measure eye
There's
level
faulty
parallel.
things in your premises.
So if I'm going to summarise
So your
what's not a
conclusion
fact,
does
you're
not
going to talk
logically,
straight through
draw
that
from
too. We do measure surface level perpendicular with eye level and a height off it. That's how we measure height.
Right. Let's.
Right. Yeah, I'll do it again. Right. Yes, that's right. We measure heights perpendicular to a plane of reference. It's a statement of absolute fact.
Brilliant. Now,
Yeah, brilliant! There's another one of those tacit acceptances of an axiomatic fact defied if the world has a ball shape below us. We don't get parallel. We don't get perpendicular. We can't measure off sea level if the world is assumed to be a ball in a begging the question fallacy. Parallel isn't in existence anymore. But what this dumb fuck didn't say parallel, yeah, you don't have parallel from a ball. But we will require parallel if we're measuring Earth. You dumb retard.
No.
No.
So, Nathan, do you think
is that just a hand
spheres have
wave?
a circumference?
No. Yes, we definitely do measure perpendicular to a plane of reference for altitude. That's what altitude is. Like height off sea level, perpendicular to a plane. Not no. Idiot who assumes that we've got a ball beneath our feet that defies surface level. Yes. Definitely how we measure Earth.
This would work the same. It's just distance from sea level. Sea level is curved.
Sea level's curved? What a wanker. No, mate. That's a contradiction in terms. You can't have a curved level. Level means no part higher or lower than the other. Curve level is a contradiction in terms.
Okay, I agree with that. You said something correct.
Everything I've said is correct.
Nathan, he's calling you.
You've said a lot of incorrect things, but level meaning that one part is no higher or lower than the other, that is correct.
Well, then you can't have a ball that's level, you utter retard. You've said multiple times that you've got levels and curves simultaneously existing in your defiance of an axiomatic principle when you assume, by begging the question fallacy, that Earth is a ball-shaped. Well, then you won't get parallels.
No, I haven't done a begging the question fallacy.
You have. You assumed Earth's a sphere when you said if sphere. That's the thing you're trying to prove. So if you start with the premise you're trying to prove, that's if sphere, then sphere. That's a begging the question, also known as circular reasoning.
But what your conclusions that you're drawing from the premises that you're saying...
See, I'm proving him wrong. So what's he got to do when I prove that he's using circular reasoning? Talk through me. That's all they've got. Yes.
No, I'm not using circular reasoning.
Yeah, if sphere, then sphere. That's what you are doing. That's circular reasoning.
No, that is not what I said at all.
You said if sphere. If Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, if it's a sphere...
That's begging the question! Dumb fuck number 2. Yeah, that's circular reasoning. You're assuming the very premise that you're trying to prove when you say if sphere. AKA begging the question, otherwise known as circular reasoning. Like, if I assume Earth's a sphere, then I can prove Earth's a sphere. Well, you've already assumed it's a sphere. When you say if sphere, that's called circular reasoning. Just saying no through the top of me isn't going to change that you're using circular reasoning. You are. Meanwhile, we measure Earth flat. You don't need to yammer through me. You've used a fallacy. Now I'm going to take charge of this discussion because I'm going to use measurements as opposed to fallacy. Like begging the question and assuming your outcome with if sphere. That's the outcome you're trying to prove. Now I'm using measurements from sea level. You don't get levels on curves and you can't have parallel eye level and flight level if you've got a curve because you don't have parallel.
Me, as you say.
He's just yammering through me now, audience. There's nothing I'm going to have to remove him.
No,
this guy is
not
intolerable.
He says.
Nathan, do you believe that spheres have a circumference?
So I believe that we measure Earth flat with linear flat miles. And that
do you believe that...
Why am I being asked a question? I've already proven Earth's flat with horizontal distance measurement for a descent in a flight path. Now I've proven it. That's how the maps get used. Has he conceded? Yeah! So my job is here done. I don't need to do anything else. I've already proven Earth's flat with horizontal linear measurements of miles, surface level, sea level, perpendicular, elevation, flight level, and descent. I've already proven Earth's flat. Why are you asking me anything? You don't have my permission to ask anything.
You haven't proven anything. All you've said is that we have distances that are represented on a map.
Flat. Horizontal.
Yes, maps are flat.
Yeah! Horizontal distance measurement as per the scale on the map.
Do you believe that spheres have a circumference?
Begging the question? I don't beg the question of sphericity, like you need me to do. You seem to want to phrase your begging the question like it's a question to me. No, by asking me if I assume sphericity, no, I don't beg the question of sphericity like you do. You are begging the question and now trying to impose your begging the question fallacy onto me in question
No, there's
form.
no begging the question here. Why are you afraid of answering
you seem
anything
very
about
high-pitched. Yeah, you are, absolutely. You're just trying to push your begging the question onto me with a question.
I'm asking you a question.
Stuttery, you're putting your begging the question onto me in a question, and I'm not going to tolerate it.
I'm begging the question to you on a question.
You're begging the question to me on a question? That's correct.
That's a lot of nonsense.
No, it's called a begging the question fallacy. If you assume your outcome, that's to say, if you assume you're on a sphere automatically in the premise, in this case, of your question to me, I don't need to be asked any questions. We've already established horizontal, linear, flat Earth measurements. Now we've got the tacit claims accepted by you, and then me highlighting them by going, yeah, after you agreed. So what more do I need to do? We measure Earth flat. You don't need to yammer through me. We measure Earth flat with horizontal, linear, flat measurements, like on the maps, like on the scales. That's how we measure Earth.
Or your conclusion that because we
why are you yammering
through
on
the Earth,
why are you yammering straight through the middle of me?
Well, I'm telling you why you're incorrect about this whole distance is flat Earth's measured, whatever.
Sorry, that sounded like fading facts. Behavioural panel would be proud. As he fades into the facts as he's going to try to disagree. No, I'll say it loud and proud. Linear, flat, horizontal distance measurements, like on the scale.
Distance measurements work on a ball.
No, they don't. You don't have ball-shaped maps.
Sphere. Well, you do if you open like Google Earth.
Google Mirth? Do we open Google Mirth? No, if you go to the scale on the map, it is
Google
horizontal
Maps,
and
Google
linear.
Earth.
Would you like an example where Red's rhetoric absolutely unequivocally used 2,500 miles in trig because he's using horizontal distance measurement? Oh, right, maybe you were unaware that horizontal distance measurement was applied by Red's rhetoric in Google Earth. Did you not know that?
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Oh, well, let me enlighten you, you abject spastic. Red's rhetoric uses Google Earth, not Google Mirth, you stuttery wanker. Google Earth, when he drew out a line to apply trig. When he did it, it was ipso facto a horizontal, linear, flat Earth distance measurement at 2,500 miles. If it wasn't, he couldn't apply the trig that he applied. So, Dumbo, Google Earth uses horizontal distance measurement as applied by your own dumbass side. In this case, Red's rhetoric.
Okay, well, I've got Google Maps open right now. If I say measure here, from here to here, I don't know, that line looks curved.
Looks curved? Yeah. Do a horizontal, do an elevation profile on it then.
I don't know how to do that on...
well, then you're a retard. Why are you telling me how you use Google Earth if you don't know how to fucking use it, you stupid idiot? You don't know how to use Google Earth. You don't have to do an elevation profile, do you, dumbass? Then why are you even here? You're an idiot. Idiot! You don't know how to do an elevation profile in Google Earth, so you're an idiot. Why are you using this tool that's used to build things with? And, why are you mumbling through me, you fucking retard? You don't know how to use Google Maps Earth
right now.
So sit down and shut up.
Is this
you don't know how to draw out an elevation profile. That would describe any curvature, deviation from horizontal. That's what an elevation profile shows you in Google Earth. So if you're going to allege...
Again, now you're begging the question that the Earth is flat again.
No, I'm asking you to show the measurements from Google Earth. You think that me asking you to go to something you don't know how to use, in this case an elevation profile, is me begging the question?
No, you saying
it's me directing this spastic to the measurements Google Earth use. Measurements. Not begging the question, dumbass.
Yeah, you saying a curve is a deviation.
No, I said you go to the elevation profile. That's what I said. You didn't know what it was. You didn't know how to use Google Earth.
I just use Google Earth to navigate the Earth.
No, you said you looked at the curviness of it.
You can measure distances.
Zoomed out when you draw out a distance.
Yeah, you can measure distances from like countries.
Measure like elevation profile. Like how much curve there'd be in that distance.
Elevation profile.
You said there was a curve. I asked you to go to the elevation profile. The thing that would describe how much curve there is, you stupid clown.
Again, you're assuming...
You're stuttering because you don't know how to use Google Earth.
Would mean that...
You don't know how to use Google Earth, do you?
But if the Earth is a ball...
So why are you going through an argument with me when I've asked you to draw out an elevation profile? You reference Google Earth.
When you navigate around...
Mate, we're not going to go away from the elevation profile you don't know how to use.
Again, an elevation profile doesn't really help you here.
It doesn't help you because you don't know how to use it.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, okay. So, in conclusion, if you want to check how flat any distance is in Google Earth, draw out a line and then look at the measurements that have been utilised by Google if you're going to use it in any professional capacity to build anything. In which case, you'll need an elevation profile. What's elevation? Well, heights. Deviations from the horizontal. Therefore, if there's any curve, it will be measured and demonstrated in the elevation profile. Now, this guy's saying it won't help me. What, the measurements of Earth in Google Earth? Yeah, they'll show how flat it is.
Well, I'm looking at Google Earth right now, and it looks pretty curved.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. Then I asked you to go to the measurements as opposed to what you can look at. Didn't I?
These are measurements. I mean, the measurements...
Sorry, looking at a curve is not a measurement. Looking at a curve is you looking at a curve. Whereas if you actually want to know how measured bent it is, you'd go to the elevation profile. I'm just going to say this because he's a spastic. Measurements in Google Earth.
Well, when I right-click and I say measure here, measure distance, London to Greece, that line looks pretty curved.
Looks curve, and how much curve is there? Could you give us it in drop?
Meters.
Give us it in drop over distance. You know where you'd get that from? At the elevation profile.
Oh, I know about drop over distance.
Yeah, it'd be shown in the measurement on Google Earth on the elevation profile while he tries to subvert this, because he doesn't know how to do it. So he's going to try and change the subject onto something other than the elevation profile. The drop with respect to distance that is measurable and demonstrable in Google Earth. Now, I'm just going to conclude, because this wanker's going to now try and change the subject. Drop over distance is measured in Google Earth with an elevation profile. It is unequivocally flat. It can't be anything other than flat. It's referencing the horizontal for the elevation deviation shown in that profile. That's how Earth is measured in Google Earth. If you want to allege there's curve, it will be measured with the elevation profile. He hasn't gone to it, he's now trying to change the subject.
Again, you're talking about something, I'm not sure Google Earth even does that.
So why the fuck are you having this conversation with us then, retard?
Because I'm talking about distances.
What?
You said they were all...
You're talking about Earth curve.
Flat.
You said if sphere. And I've said measurements would show it then.
No.
No. So what you're saying is if sphere, no measurements will demonstrate sphere. No, there aren't any measurements that ever show sphericity because Earth's not a sphere. We measure Earth flat. Like in the elevation profile.
Called Google Maps. And it's very curved.
It's not. It's got an elevation profile measurement to demonstrate how much deviation from the horizontal there is measured. You just don't know how to use it.
This isn't elevation profile. This is just distances from one place to another across the Earth.
Yeah, the distance on the elevation profile is flat. Linear, horizontal, like on the map.
The elevation profile.
My God, is he just going to yammer through every single rendition of this abject spastics fact that I'm putting to him? The horizontal distance.
You're saying something incorrect, and I'm responding to the incorrect.
Oh my God, he's literally going to yammer through every single rendition.
You are yammering because you're not actually responding to the things that I'm saying.
You said you'd measured in Google Earth, and I directed you to elevation profile.
What does elevation profile?
Why are you asking me something? You've just told me I yammered through. You know I gave you a direct response to your alleged claim that there's a measurement of curve in Google Earth. Wrong, Dumbo. The elevation profile in Google Earth uses a horizontal measurement for the miles. The mile shows the deviation up and down with respect to horizontal given in miles. They are flat as per Earth measurement. I am directly responding to your suggestion that when you draw out a little line on Google Earth, it's curved because it looks curved. I said, what about the measurements of the distance applied in the elevation profile? So is that me yammering or taking a giant steaming dump on your assertion that miles aren't flat and horizontal? Well, they are in the elevation profile that shows how much curve Earth has got. The hills and valleys, the curves are shown with respect to a horizontal measurement in miles or kilometres in the measurements in Google Earth. Do you understand me, shit for brains?
No, not really, because
Well then fuck off, you're a retard. Why are you even here? If you can't understand simple English describing the absolute facts that I'm spitting at you, the fact that the mile measurement when describing how curvy Earth is, that's the elevation profile, like elevation, height of the land. And if it's going to curve, you'll see that in the profile. But the miles in the profile are horizontal, like on the maps.
again, you seem to be
just
mixing
doesn't
up a
understand.
change in elevation with like mountains and stuff, with the curve of the Earth.
No, with the miles! My God, this guy's a fucking retard. The miles on the elevation profile, you draw the line and then it's got a number with a line on it, with miles on it. The thing you appeal to, you fucking retard. Those miles in the measurements in Google Earth are horizontal, not curving. Hello?
Angrily stating that they're horizontal does not mean they are.
Oh, really? So what you're saying is you don't like the measurements you appeal to. This fucktard went to Google Earth to say that the miles were curving, and now he doesn't like the actual measurements. Just because the measurements in Google Earth are horizontal doesn't mean they're horizontal. Oh, so you're in the hard place where you don't want to use Google Earth's measurements in the elevation profile with a horizontal mile ascribed in a graph. You don't want to use that anymore. Why did you appeal to it then?
Because he didn't realize.
Because you said that maps are flat, maps represent distances linearly.
They do. That's an abject fact you cannot disagree with. And I got your agreement on it because it is a fact.
And when we measure...
Right, and when? No, that's a fact. Is it not a fact? Is it suddenly the case that if you hold the map up vertically, we're not dealing with horizontal distances as per the scale? No, that's a fact that I demonstrably proved. You're never going to deviate from this fact.
So I'm not sure why you think this globe projection...
Sorry, why are we now talking about
On a
globe
globe
projections? The map's
the
got a
Earth
horizontal
is somehow
distance measurement
incorrect.
on the scale. We're not going to whistle past it. I said it's flat. Yeah, it is.
Again, doesn't make it...
Yeah, it is. Flat on the map.
It's not flat. I'm looking at
Oh,
maps
so
right now.
maps
Good.
aren't flat. The scale's not flat.
He's looking
paper
at
map
his
is, but this
curve,
map isn't.
Nathan's picture.
So this map is flat. So you don't seem to be making up your mind very easily. Do you want to make up your mind?
Whatever map you're imagining that you're referring to, you seem to be imagining a paper map that you unfold.
No, I'm imagining Google Earth because that's what you referenced. And on that map, Google Earth, the one that you went to, I described the measurements of miles applied to how curvy, that's the hills and valleys of Earth, were referenced with a mile measurement that is flat on the map you referenced, Google Earth.
No, we're not talking about the hills and valleys, okay?
Oh, we're not? We're not talking about curves?
No, we're not.
Oh, right. So we're not talking
like-
about Earth and the measurements thereof. We're not talking about that anymore. Why the hell are you here if we're not talking about Earth measurements?
We are talking about Earth measurements.
Oh, so we are talking about the curves of the ground, then?
Yeah, the big.
Yeah, so that would be the elevation profile. And on the elevation profile, when describing how curvy the ground is, that's hills and valleys, it's got a mile measurement, and it is fact horizontal.
If you are using horizontal,
If you stutter much, it's horizontal in the elevation profile.
the line
the
here
miles are
is not
horizontal.
curved.
They're
It's not
miles
flat,
and they're
it is curved.
horizontal. Your reference, Google Earth. The measurements are flat.
Well, my reference, Google Earth, shows a very, very curved line.
No, the measurements in miles are applied to the measurements of Earth. The one that you just tried to weasel away from by saying we're not talking about that. We are. And those measurements
talking about
apply a
elevation.
horizontal mile measurement, that's him yammering through me, to how curvy, that's hills and valleys, Earth has. Elevation profile uses miles. Ipso facto, the miles on the elevation profile are applied with linear, flat Earth only miles that are flat. Facts.
But as I've told you multiple times now, okay? Miles, kilometers, all these other linear distances, they work on a ball. Balls have a circumference. You can measure distances around a ball, okay?
No, on the elevation profile for about the 12th time, when applying the measurements to Earth, the miles are flat, like on maps, like on Google Earth in the elevation profile. You've got a straight line with miles written on it in a square box. Not curved box. It's not applying it to a ball. Miles are flat.
Again, you're just going back to, well, maps are flat, therefore the Earth has to be flat.
No, the measurements are flat.
It's nonsense.
No, the measurements of the miles.
The measurements are just a measurement of distance, and you can have distances around
flat.
the ball.
Yeah, that's right, and they're flat. Like in
No,
the
they're not
elevation
flat.
profile.
You saying that they're flat is begging.
No, not just saying it, just for absolute clarity. Fact. In Google Earth, the measurement of elevation profile has miles horizontally in a line, straight and flat, to describe the deviation from horizontal over a linear flat mile distance that is measured by Google in your cited map. Fact.
My cited map shows the Earth as a ball.
But the measurements, regardless of the projection that it shows, visually it shows a curve, but when you apply it practically with measurements, that would be elevation profiles, or Red Rhetoric with his trig, it has to be horizontal. That's how it's applied when you describe anything in practical application. That's to say, if you're going to describe how Earth gets measured for the hills and valleys, then miles must be flat and linear, or they aren't applicable. Earth's measured flat with
Nathan,
miles.
Can you stop having a meltdown and actually...
No, I'm not having a meltdown. I'm telling you how miles are
applied
applied in your map that you referred to.
What does that mean when it's applied?
It means Earth's measured flat with miles, you dumb fuck.
No, that's...
No! Yes! Like in the elevation profile. It's got the word miles and then a straight flat line indicating the distance in miles that's applied for the measurements of the deviations from horizontal called elevation. That's a elevation profile using a straight horizontal linear measurement of miles on Google Earth, your cited map that you wanted to appeal to. That's a statement of absolute fact. Measurements of Earth are flat in miles.
No, I mean, we've been over this like
I can stutter. Yeah, stuttery bitch. You don't have to fucking like it. Miles, when applied to Earth measurement, are flat. You don't have to like it.
Just saying that doesn't make it true.
Not just saying it. I'm showing it on Google Earth with an elevation profile measurement. That's not just me saying it, you fucking retard. It's not about what Nathan says when I've got an elevation profile used by professionals in Google Earth. And you fucking retard. You were the one who went to this. When we look at the measurements, not the curvy line on the zoomed out globe, but the measurements of an elevation profile, that's the measurements of Earth's surface, the application of miles is flat. You don't have to fucking like it. You can say it's just me saying it. It's not. That's how it's applied. That's how Earth's measured.
You are just saying it. You're not...
I say it again. It's not just me saying it. Go and look for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Go and look at the elevation profile. Look at the miles and tell me that they're curving. They're not.
Again, you asserting that the distances are not curved.
I'm not just asserting it. It's what are applied in Google Earth. It's not just me saying it. It is how we apply miles to measurements of Earth.
What do you mean you apply a mile to a measurement?
When you measure the elevation profile, it's only about, the 7th or 8th or 10th or 12th time I've gone through this. We describe how far in miles, that's horizontal, flat and linear, and then we describe the deviation of the elevation of the land. So the land measurement, when referencing distance, is measured flat.
Again, you seem to just be going back to the whole, because we use miles are linear distances are flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah, well said. I'll trim that out. and ascribe it to you personally. That's right. When we measure Earth flat with horizontal linear miles, it means we measure Earth flat with horizontal linear miles. You just formulated the same modus ponens argument I used earlier.
No, just because you said it doesn't make it true.
It does when we've got demonstrable, factual, provable measurements in Google Earth that are factually, provably, demonstrably horizontal and linear when ascribing miles in the measurements in Google Earth. That's not me just saying it. No matter how many times you say I'm just saying it, won't change how flat and linear miles are.
Therefore, using linear distances.
Why are you yammering through me? Why are you yammering through the middle of my conclusion? Why are you yammering through me? I'll just say it again.
You're saying things that are incorrect.
Not yammering through me.
You're not really responding to what I'm saying.
Okay. I am. So you took me to Google Earth, and when you took me to Google Earth, I took you to the measurements in Google Earth
meter
in miles. It's
Therefore,
just like constant yammering. It's just
using a linear distance.
I'll just appeal to my audience. I'll ask the chat. Is it reasonable that as I summarise this fact that he just says is me saying it, it's reasonable that he chat skanks straight through the middle of me while I say it for about the 12th time? No, it's not just me saying it. It's Google Earth's measurements. They are flat and linear when ascribing miles. It's not me saying it. That's a demonstrable fact in the Google Earth measurements.
Nathan, spheres having a circumference is a demonstrable fact that you are wrong.
Sorry, spheres having a circumference doesn't alter the elevation profile using horizontal linear miles, though, does it?
Spheres having a circumference that can be represented with a linear distance means that the usage of linear distances does not mean that the Earth is flat.
The use of flat horizontal linear distances in Google Earth shows that Google Earth uses horizontal linear flat distances in miles. Ergo, the measurements in Google Earth... There's him yammering through me again, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude the same exact fact for about the 14th time. Yeah, Google Earth uses horizontal flat linear miles, though.
Google Earth is demonstrably not using flat miles because the
Sorry,
curve
did you draw out the elevation profile? Did you do that? Sorry, a moment ago you didn't know how to do it.
It's curved.
Sorry, you didn't know how to do an elevation profile about 5 minutes ago. Have you now done that then?
No, I don't think Google...
So why the fuck are you telling me that that's not the case when you haven't even done it? Oh, you've got to lie to Glurf. In spite of me telling this fucking retard where to look at the horizontal linear measurements applied by Google Earth, he's going to say they're curving when he hasn't even looked at them. Got to lie to Glurf, haven't you?
I'm looking at Google Maps right now.
Are you looking at the elevation profile?
No, I'm looking...
You just told me literally 25 seconds ago that it curves, and you haven't looked at it. Gotta lie. If you're a Glurf, you just pretend that you've gone to the argument that I've put to you. In this case, horizontal mile measurements in the elevation profile. You think chat skanking and talking through me when you haven't looked at it is going to alter how flat miles are in the measurements on Google Earth? No, it won't. You haven't even looked at it.
Again, if you want to look in main text chat,
I want to look.
I've sent a screenshot in there.
Have you looked at the elevation profile?
There's a distance from one point to another.
Need to wave the magic wand of looking in the chat over here. No, I'll just stick with the horizontal linear flat Earth measurements that are used in Google Earth for the elevation profile.
Presented to you.
No matter how much you try and yammer through the top of me and tell me to look somewhere else. No, I'll just look at the elevation profile. It's flat. Like the application of miles.
Okay, can you show
Same
me
with
this
red
elevation
rhetoric,
profile?
as you yammer through me constantly so you don't have to address this fact.
You've been bitching about yammering through me every fucking 2 seconds.
Just because you yammer through me
you
every
talk
2
a lot.
seconds,
I need to like respond to the
there's
things
me responding and you yammering through me like a bitch. So I'm going to call you a bitch and say that you're yammering through me because that's precisely what you're doing. I'm responding to that accusation. I point out that Earth's measured flat with horizontal linear mile measurements and you yammer through the top of me, making you a bitch.
Again, it's not represented with horizontal linear
So you've looked at the elevation profile, or are you going to be lying? Is this a lie? Is this a Glurf lie? Have you looked at the elevation profile?
Mile measurements.
Have you looked at the elevation profile, or are you just lying?
No, I haven't looked at the elevation.
So you're just lying. So you've got to lie to Glurf. And how'd you get away with it? Well, you could just yammer through me like a bitch. Well, I point out that the elevation profile in Google Earth measures Earth flat with horizontal linear miles that he hasn't even looked at, but he's disagreeing with, because you've got to lie to Glurf.
I never said that I was looking at elevation profiles.
No, I told you to. I directed you towards them, and you haven't looked at them.
So you're lying.
I'm not
Like
lying.
Earth.
I'm telling you how Google Earth measures
you are.
Earth with horizontal linear mile measurements in the elevation profile. You can't describe a deviation from the horizontal in miles unless miles are flat.
Again, you can look at what I posted in text chat. And
I could,
shows,
but I don't need
distance
to. I
measurements.
already know that
On the
miles are
Earth,
flat like
that
on
is
maps, so
curved.
I don't need to.
You are wrong, Nathan. You're
Sorry, telling me I'm wrong isn't going to change the fact that horizontal linear mile measurements are applied in Google Earth.
Got a chance.
Just telling me I'm wrong doesn't change how flat those miles are in that elevation profile, does it?
Again, look at the picture.
Why are you stuttering about what I should be looking at, bitch? No, I don't need to. The mile application in the elevation profile
okay, I'm
is
sorry
flat
that the
and
evidence will
linear.
prove you wrong.
You don't have to like it. Those are facts.
I mean, it's a fact that Google Maps is representing the Earth as curved with curved distances.
So the measurements are curvy. Show me in the elevation profile how much curve there is.
I don't need to show the elevation.
You don't need to show it. Oh, why? Is it because the mile ascribed to the elevation profile will be flat and linear and straight?
Elevation is not the thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, it is. Deviation from the horizontal
No, it isn't.
drop. That would be what you allege when you beg the question of sphericity. A deviation from horizontal is exactly what you need to prove when you suggest, by way of begging the question, that Earth is a sphere. That is absolutely, without question, a deviation from horizontal. That's what curve is. Now, I know that you want to assume Earth's curved and then apply horizontal distance measurements to a curved surface, like you said earlier. Well, balls have curves and flat surfaces? No, they don't. They don't have level on a curve. A curve's a deviation from level.
No. If the Earth is a ball, then...
That's a begging the question fallacy. Keep begging the question. You can't help yourself, it would seem.
In the question. You don't understand what begging the question is.
Yeah, it means assuming your outcome. It means that if I'm going to suggest that Earth's a roast chicken, and I say, if Earth's a roast chicken, that's circular reasoning. If I'm going to prove Earth's a roast chicken, I need to demonstrably show that with evidence, not by starting by saying, if Earth is a roast chicken. What you are doing is saying, if Earth is a sphere, that is unequivocally begging the question.
No, that's not begging the question.
Yeah, it is.
That's making a prediction based on...
No, predictions are, in scientific vernacular, the application of the scientific method. Predictions are hypotheses.
Yeah, so we can make a hypothesis. If the Earth was...
No. When you say if Earth's a sphere, that's not a hypothesis.
Of course it is.
No, you don't put concrete nouns through the scientific method. Sphere is not a phenomenon, is it?
A sphere is not a phenomenon.
You're a fucking retard. You don't know what the scientific method is either. What a spastic. He's labelling his begging the question fallacy now as a hypothesis. No. Hypothesis deals with naturally occurring phenomenon. That's to say something happening. Is sphere something happening? Retard. Dumbfuck. Idiot.
No, it's a...
No, so it's not going to go through the scientific method. This is not a prediction. If we're talking about the physical and natural world, that's physics. This isn't. This is maths. Measurement. Like measurement of miles, horizontal and linear in nature. Level. That's what miles are.
No. Saying if this, then that, that's not begging the question. Do you understand that?
If you're assuming your outcome, it is.
Okay, we're not assuming the outcome.
Okay, don't suggest that
If
we're on a
Joe was
sphere as the beginning premise then. If we're not assuming our outcome, don't automatically assume that we're on a sphere then, okay?
Okay, so we agree that saying if this, then that, that's not begging the question.
Begging the question is assuming the premise that you're trying to prove in the first statement.
Right.
Like,
I agree.
if Earth's
I
a
agree.
roast... You're asking. I'm telling you.
Is saying if this, then that, is that assuming the premise?
That doesn't mean anything.
If Joe was wearing a red shirt, I will see him wearing a red shirt.
That's fascinating.
Is that begging the question?
Right, are we trying to prove red shirts?
No, I'm asking you if this is begging the
then
question.
no, it's not begging the question if you're not trying to prove that premise.
Okay.
No, I'm
Brilliant.
trying to answer you, you fucking retard.
So saying if...
So saying that you're trying to assume the Earth is a sphere would be begging the question because it's the thing you're trying to prove. This is the most basic of fallacy, by the way. If you can't understand
yes,
this,
if we were assuming that the Earth was a ball in our
I'm not
premises,
assuming anything. I'm
okay?
telling you that miles are flat because they are flat. That's how miles are measured.
Okay, well, they obviously aren't because you can,
Are they not?
A
So
mile
the
around
scale on maps aren't
circumference.
flat. The distances in the elevation
because-
profile on Google Earth isn't straight. Then
No, because circles and
yeah, it
spheres have a
is.
circumference and
No,
those are
it's
curved.
not no. It's yes, absolutely
So,
without question.
saying
The
if it's
scale on
the-
a map is flat. Just saying no doesn't mean that it isn't. Yeah, the scales on maps are flat, linear, and horizontal for the distance ascribable to the ground if you navigate in the ground. The elevation profile in Google Earth that you referenced is horizontal, whether you like it or not.
I have posted 2 pictures of elevation profiles, Nathan.
I don't need it.
They're in the main chat if you want to look at them, and exactly as you say, they are horizontal.
So miles on the elevation profile are not curving. Maz, you're a fucking retard.
Okay.
Okay! Is that another one of those tacit acceptances? Okay. Yeah, you got me. Miles are horizontal and flat. Yeah, they are. You abject fucking bull-believing retard. Yeah, it's not like you can debate this absolute fact in this matter. They are horizontal. Miles are flat. Like in the elevation profile. Okay.
Nathan, do you think you could represent this?
Do you think you could stutter much, you little bitch? Yeah, the miles
you
are
could
flat.
represent the circumference
the
of a ball with
miles
miles?
are flat. Do you want to just
Saying it, just
pull
chanting
on
it.
your
You're
big
funding- you're
boy
just chanting.
pants
Okay.
and accept these facts as I've stated them? Or are you going to tell me no?
Nathan, it is a fact
That's my
that
name.
balls have a circumference, and you can represent
That's
this
begging the
circumference.
question, though, isn't it? When we're not dealing with balls by assumption, we're dealing with elevation profiles and the horizontal linear mile measurements on them. That's not assuming that we've got a ball-shaped anything. The measurements in miles are flat. You don't get to beg the question here.
You just saying that. That's begging the...
Just saying it, or am I showing it you by way of somebody else who's gone and got the elevation profile to show you?
You're not showing it.
Sorry, it's in the chat according to somebody who just told you, you fucking retard.
Yeah, I see it. It shows the elevation of different points of the Earth.
What about the miles on it?
It's on a graph.
Are the miles bending?
Well, it's a graph.
Are the miles
Just the
on it
different points,
bending? It's
the
showing a
meters.
distance on it, you fucking retard.
Goes up to 4,796 meters, down to, I don't know, minus 5,000.
Yeah, those would be...
So yeah, that's a change in elevation, okay?
Yeah, the
We both
elevation...
agree that the Earth has a change in elevation, okay?
No, mate, I'm asking you to describe the horizontal linear mile measurement that's ascribed to that elevation profile. I've gone through it 16 times with you.
What you've said is a lot of incorrect things.
Oh, really? Well, what about the specific thing of the horizontal linear mile measurement ascribed in the elevation profile? Is that wrong?
Yeah,
Is that wrong?
you saying that this is flat
It is.
incorrect.
Sorry, you're saying that
assuming
the
that this is
elevation
flat
profile
is incorrect.
is curving, then?
Again, the elevation profile doesn't... Curve is not like a thing there.
There's no curve. Yeah, that's because
It's
the
just a
miles
different-
on the
it's just-
elevation profile, ipso facto, are horizontal and linear. Earth is measured flat in miles.
No, it isn't.
So you're just going to deny that there's a flat horizontal elevation profile provided to you now, then?
Again, saying it's flat and horizontal, that's
It is.
begging the question.
It is. It's not begging the question. Sorry, those are Google Earth measurements that this man has just been presented with, and he's telling me that Google Earth is me begging the question. No. The miles on the measurements in Google Earth are fact. Horizontal, flat Earth, linear, miles. That's what they are.
It's not an argument. It's a statement of fact.
Yeah, he didn't hear the first 15 times. He's a fucking retard.
Nathan, this is good for the audience.
Again,
but
it's not a
getting
statement of
bit
fact, okay?
repetition.
We have distances. Distances work on flat Earth and a ball.
No, they don't work on a ball. They're horizontal and linear. They definitely aren't working on any ball that you assume by way of begging the question. As demonstrated in the elevation profile you've now had
That the Earth is
presented
flat.
to you. You don't need to yammer through me, Maz. You've had it demonstrably disproven that they work on a ball. Fact, they are working in elevation profile measurements flat. And as you've already conceded, there's no curve there. Is there?
I didn't concede that there's no curve there. I'm just saying that, like,
There isn't any curve there. That's just a demonstrable fact. Like I keep telling you, not asking you, not debating with you, telling you, you stupid clown.
you're telling me is incorrect. So I'm
No, the fact is that the elevation profile has horizontal linear miles applied to it. That's a fact.
no, that's begging the question.
No, it's the demonstrable fact on the measurements in Google Earth. Those are measurements, not me begging anything. That's Google, not me.
No.
No? Is that your rebuttal? Yes. Horizontal mile application. That's what you've been presented with, and the best you've got is no, you're... It's Google Earth, not me. Begging the question? No, it's a measurement.
No, it's not a measurement.
Oh, so the elevation profile in Google Earth, according to this glurf, isn't a measurement. You heard it first here, ladies and gentlemen. According to our glurf opponents, you can't trust Google Earth's measurement. They're not measurements. Why? Because they're flat. So he's in the hard place. Suddenly he wants to deny the measurements of Earth in Google Earth. When Google Earth show a mile measurement, it's not a measurement anymore. It's Nathan Oakley begging the question, is it? Wrong, dumb fuck. They're measurements of Earth.
Oh dear.
I believe that the numbers are accurate.
Then Earth's measured flat. Welcome
But,
to flat
they
Earth. The measurement in miles is horizontal, linear, flat. To ascribe a deviation from horizontal, measured in linear flat miles. Ergo, Earth is measured flat in miles on Google Earth.
Okay, well, I've told you that...
Okay, is that tacit acceptance we keep getting when this boy's pants get pulled down and I slap his ass with flat earth measurements in linear miles? Okay! Yeah, you're damn right, you fucking retard, it's okay. It's a statement of absolute fact. Miles are a flat earth only measurement. They're linear, they're flat, it's how they're applied. Okay, I wasn't seeking your affirmation.
No, okay.
I was telling you while you yammered through me. Not asking you to challenge it, it's a fact.
So I said one word and you started interrupting.
You said, okay, when we get to the conclusion. Yeah, how is Earth being measured? Well, on Google Earth, we're talking about horizontal linear mile measurement to describe the deviation from horizontal in the form of elevation changes, like the hills and valleys. Well, how are we looking at the mile measurement? Flat, horizontal and linear, because that's how Earth gets measured.
It's just rambling through.
So I've explained to you that distances
I don't
work on a
think
ball.
we can hear from you.
No, distances aren't working on a ball. We've gone to the elevation profile and shown the distances are ipso
It's on a
facto
ball.
flat.
You're not willing to accept that.
I know, because I've got measurements to show that's
So
not the
let's-
case. I've shown you.
No, you don't.
So the elevation
You don't
profile's
have any
curving
measurements
then.
to show that.
So the elevation profile curves then.
The elevation profile is just a deviation from level.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth. The levels measured in
No,
miles.
Mez, you're getting
It's measured in a
Mez.
distance.
Yeah, in miles.
in
The
that image
distance
that
is
someone
measured
put
in
in chat,
miles.
it's measured in
So there's
meters.
no curve, and the distance is in miles, and it is ipso facto flat.
No, it's not.
He said
ipso
it's
facto.
measured in meters.
So Neil, shut up. So the elevation profile that shows miles is curving then.
Well, the elevation profile shows meters.
So the
elevation
meters or
profile
kilometers
is
are
just a
curving
representation
then.
of a deviation
Doesn't
from
matter.
level.
You can change the scale to
And
miles
since
or
you can have
kilometers.
level on...
Oh my God! It doesn't matter if it's in kilometers or miles. It's still horizontal, flat, and linear.
Okay, that's not what I was getting at.
I was getting at the fact that it's flat in all respects on the elevation profile. There's no curve in meters, kilometers, miles. It doesn't matter what the distance is. It is flat.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what matter what units are used.
Stuttery.
Okay?
Yeah, it is
But
flat
what
though. There's no
what this
curve in the
elevation
elevation
profile graph shows
It
is a
is
deviation
flat.
from level.
It's flat. The elevation profile's got
Why
no
do
curve
you
in it.
bring up that they're in meters when
So-
you know
Deviation from level.
So have
Now,
a
whether the Earth
deviation
is a
from
flat
level.
or
You
a
need
ball,
a level.
this data will look the same. It will be on a flat graph, okay?
It is
You're
flat.
not going to represent a change in
It
elevation
is on a flat
curvy
graph. The miles on the flat graph are level, horizontal, linear, flat Earth proving miles or kilometers. That's what they are.
Nathan, is your
quickly stutter around the facts? I'll just say it again because this stuttery little bitch wants to try and subvert them. The measurements in Google Earth are flat. Earth is measured flat. Doesn't matter how many times this glurf chants through me. Earth's measured flat in miles or kilometres in the elevation profile.
You chanting that the Earth is measured flat 1,000 times doesn't make it
is.
True.
That's what you've just been shown with an elevation profile. There's no curve there. Why are you asking me something? I'm summarising the facts that I've gone through about 17 times with you.
Trying to pick your brain.
No, you don't need to pick my brain. Earth's measured flat in those kilometres on the elevation profile.
Yes, Earth is measured flat, blah, 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 blah.
Earth is measured flat, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it is, as in on the elevation profile.
Because the 0 point on the graph is a straight line, that means that the Earth is a straight line.
Yeah, that's how it's measured.
Can you answer the question, yes or no?
That's how it's measured.
Okay, so because...
Okay, there it is again, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's how it's measured. Okay. Yeah, it is. I wasn't asking for your approval.
Surface level or sea level.
So, okay, I understand what you're saying. Let's...
So Earth's measured flat in kilometres.
You think that because the graph is flat, the Earth is flat?
Yeah, the miles that we measure in Google Earth are flat, therefore Earth's flat. That's correct. That's how it's measured.
Google just represents the data, okay?
Yeah, the data of the flat Earth measurement in kilometres that are flat?
No, so the distances that Google Earth represents from, city to city, that's curved. That shows a curved line.
No, they're not. In the elevation profile that you've just been presented with, now he's just lying. So now this glurf is lying to you, my audience. He's saying that the elevation profile is curved. No, the elevation profile that you've just been presented is not curving, is it?
It's just an elevation profile. It's not curved.
Yeah, that's the distance in miles, flat and linear, and the deviation from said horizontal plane of reference measured in miles. That's what an elevation profile is. It is not curving, is it?
Right, so because the graph is flat...
Yeah, that's right, bitch. Earth's measured flat on that map in miles or kilometres. Yeah, right. Earth's measured flat.
No, this is just measuring a deviation from level.
Yeah, so Earth's level.
The surface of Earth is level.
Yeah, that's how we measure it.
Level.
The miles are level, the scale's level, the measurements of Earth are flat, linear, and horizontal, like on that profile that you've just been given, that hasn't got any curve in it. You keep lying and saying that it's representative of a curved Earth. No, the measurements you've been presented with have no curve. They do have miles and kilometres.
Nathan, it's a graph.
Why are you yammering?
It just shows a deviation from level.
Bitch. The miles and kilometres on that measurement are flat.
This is just
no amount of yammering through the top of me will change our flat. That measurement of Earth is...
Nathan, it's just
say my name, bitch. Earth's measured flat with those kilometres.
Okay? Does it mean the Earth is flat?
That's how it's measured on that graph that you've just gone and said hasn't got any curve and has got horizontal linear miles or kilometres applied to it. So yeah, Earth is measured flat on that measurement.
No.
Yeah. Now he's just lying. He's been presented with it. It's a horizontal mile or kilometre measurement. It's got a deviation from the miles measured flat in height terms. That's elevation profile. He's just saying, no. Yeah, that's Google Earth's measurement of elevation deviation from the horizontal with miles being flat and linear. Facts.
Well, I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Yeah, we are. We're getting to the Earth being measured flat. You're not getting anywhere because you're fundamentally retarded. Meanwhile, it doesn't change how thick you are when it comes to how flat the miles or kilometres on Earth measurements are. You being a dumbass is you not getting anywhere. Me, I already know Earth's measured flat and can demonstrably show it with your own standard of evidence, in this case, Google Earth. You're not getting anywhere because you're dumb.
Don't Google Earth.
You're not getting anywhere very fast. You seem very slow.
Distances
You're not getting anywhere fast here, Dumbo. You don't seem to be getting anywhere. I've told you about 20 times how flat those miles and kilometres are, and your response is to telling me we're not getting anywhere? You're not getting anywhere. You seem very slow.
Jeez.
Don't blaspheme. You aren't getting anywhere because you don't seem to understand how flat the miles are on the measurements you've been given that you referred to.
You don't seem to understand that you can measure distance.
How fucking dare you? Gotta be a scumbag. Yeah, I do understand. I'm not looking at anything. I've not got an elevation profile in front of me. I've got a clicker to turn my fucking lights on and off, and that's it. No keyboard. I've got a mouse so I can shut your dumbass up when you talk through me. That's about it. Tell me I don't understand? Just from my noggin, I managed to pull out my ass elevation profile when you reference Google. Tell me I don't understand. How dare you? Yes, I do.
Yeah, we weren't talking about elevation profiles. And
I was when you went to Google Earth and the measurements because you drew a line. And I said the miles, when applied to measurements, are flat and horizontal.
The miles when applied to measurements, the miles are the measurements.
Yeah, and they're flat.
It's just a measurement of distance.
Yeah, and they're
you
flat.
can have a distance around
and
the
they're
ball.
flat.
And you saying it's flat, that's
No,
begging the
not
question.
saying it. Demonstrably showing
Yes,
it in
you
an
are saying
elevation
it.
profile
You're not
with a
demonstrably
line
showing
that's
it.
got the word miles written on it. And no
The
matter
elevation
talking
profile is
through
just
the
a
top of
deviation
me
from level
will
which works on the
change
ball.
what that measurement shows in Google Earth. No matter yammering through the top of me will change how those miles are represented, flat, horizontal and linear as a measurement of Earth. They are flat. I'm not asking for your opinion on the matter. These are facts.
An elevation profile just shows a deviation from level. It doesn't mean that the measurements of distance...
Stuttery bitch! Just because it shows Earth measured as level doesn't mean that stutter. Yeah, it means Earth's measured as a level plane. That's how the miles are represented in the elevation profile. You globe-believing spastic. Stutter for me, you dumb bitch.
Again, you don't seem to be able to follow this
No,
conversation.
now you're just fucking insulting me. You don't seem like... No, I do understand this stuff. I pulled it out of my ass without even having to look it up. I know what the elevation profile shows. I know what miles are. They're flat horizontal distance measurements. That's what they are.
And if level is curved, then this
No, it's
doesn't
not.
help you.
That's a contradiction in terms, dumb fuck.
How do you know it's not?
How do I know
it's not?
that horizontal, that's having no part deviate from the reference plane in this instance for the mile measurement, isn't level, having no part higher or lower than another, when a curved surface would be a fundamental deviation from level, having no part higher or lower than another? How do I know that level isn't curved? Because it's a contradiction in terms, you globe-believing spastic.
How do you know the surface doesn't deviate from horizontal?
Because it's measured that way, as in Google Earth that you've been presented with. That's how it's shown on the
No,
measurements.
Google Earth doesn't show that.
So why are you telling me that when it's been shown to you?
It hasn't been shown to me.
So you haven't got a
it's
Google
been shown
Earth
to me.
elevation profile. Now he's going to talk through me as he lies. It has been shown to him, ladies and gentlemen. It's on the elevation profile. He's now been shown it after lying about it not being the case, having not looked it up himself. He was then given it, because that's how these fucking retards need to be spoon-fed the facts. In this case, elevation profile. He didn't look it up. He was given it by us. Because he's too stupid to look it up
Yeah,
himself.
and I've looked at it, and this just shows deviation from level.
From horizontal, much, bitch! Yeah, that's right. Deviation from horizontal. Measured in miles. How do my fucking
Didn't show
balls taste? Say my name, bitch.
Very cross, Nathan.
Say my name. Just a deviation from horizontal, measured in fucking miles or kilometres. Yeah, Earth is measured flat. By everyone, always and without exception. All you can do is glurf through me and lie. And pretend that the measurements you've been
Nathan,
presented
you've been
with,
chanting all
you
day.
haven't seen.
You haven't been responding to anything I've said.
I have. You told me that Google Earth was curved, and then we went to the measurements in Google Earth, and
So you
they're
don't
not.
understand what elevation profile is.
I do understand what an elevation
understand
profile
that you can
is.
have a
You've been
deviation
provided with
from
it.
level.
You are now projecting. This scumbag lying glurf has just told me I don't understand what elevation profile is, even though literally 20 minutes ago he didn't know what it was and had never looked at it. He's been provided it by us, but he's telling me I don't know what it is. Projection lying glurf be thy name. You
Nathan, I'm not
don't know
lying.
what an elevation profile is, you globe-believing dickhead.
I know what an elevation profile
You
is.
do now. Now I've told you and shown you how flat kilometres are when measuring Earth with an elevation profile. You know now because I've damn well told you.
You haven't shown that they're flat.
They are flat.
You said that they're flat. You haven't
So
shown
they
that.
are on the measurements. It's not that I'm just saying it back to this shite where I get told that Google Earth's measurements are just Nathan Oakley's words. No, they're not. They're Google Earth's elevation profile measurements with horizontal miles or kilometres ascribed to them. That's not me just saying it, you dumb fuck.
You saying that these are necessarily flat is you just saying that. You haven't supported
No, they
that
are
at all.
flat. It's not necessarily flat. That's what they absolutely
Support
are.
that. Prove it. Prove it.
I've
You're
shown
saying
it you.
It's nice to say it. Prove it.
No, I've shown it you. I've not just said it. I've shown
haven't
it.
shown
It's been
anything.
provided to you.
Nathan, I posted for him
What
in
was
the main
provided
text
to
chat.
me?
I
was
posted
a,
for you in main text. I posted for you in main text chat. There is 3 elevation profiles. One is of Great Lakes, one is of Chile, and one is from bike race in Italy. Tell me how they look like.
Are they curved?
Yeah, so that's a graph.
It's an
That's
elevation
the graph
profile.
of
The graph
Chile.
is flat. I'll agree that the graph is flat.
Okay,
But the
show
graph
me
is-
the
There it
graph.
is, ladies and gentlemen. The graph is flat. So when he glurfed through the top of me that it doesn't necessarily mean it's flat. Yeah, that's how the measurements are, though. That's what the measurements are. Flat.
No.
So they're not the measurements. So this dickhead glurf wants to deny Google Earth measurements. So when professionals build things using Google Earth Pro and they lay out the land that they're going to survey or utilise the already surveyed elevation profiles of the land with respect to sea level, he's saying no. He didn't fucking know what they were 25 minutes ago, but now it's no. Yeah, glurf, dickhead.
Earth
Yeah, glurf, dickhead. The measurements
Google Earth
are ipso facto
represents the
flat.
Earth as a ball.
No matter you talking
So
through
the
me
Earth
is
is
going to change
practically
this
used as a
fact,
curve.
glurf scumbag. Just talking through me won't change it. Just saying no won't change how flat those measurements are.
I'm not just saying no. I'm saying no and then explaining why you're wrong, but you just keep shouting over me. So
I'm not wrong. The measurements have been presented to you. They are flat. The kilometres on them are flat, horizontal, linear measurements describing the deviation of the elevation profile. It's not curving. We've already established this. There's no explanation required. It's not
established
a
that.
debate. Now you're just talking through me. I'm not asking you
course
to
it's a
challenge this when I state
saying
a
something
statement
that's
of absolute
incorrect.
fact that you
course
deny,
you're not
even though
one-
you've never
one-
looked at an elevation profile. Then you get provided with an elevation profile, something you've never seen before 25 minutes ago, and you want to describe to me how it's wrong, or it's my words, when it's just factually flat in kilometre measurement
let me correct a few
on the
incorrect things
profile.
you've said.
You don't need to correct me. There's nothing
So
to correct.
I have seen elevation profiles before, okay?
Oh, really? You didn't know what the fuck they were 25 minutes ago? Got to lie to glurf. A minute ago, you didn't know what they were. Now you know all about them. Now you've been presented them by us.
Actually shows
Yeah,
it.
shocking.
Hold, Nathan.
And you don't need to shout my name through the top of me. Do you want to calm down?
I know what an elevation profile is.
Yeah, it's flat.
Google Maps doesn't show it. Google Earth does. I was using Google Maps. Someone else used Google Earth to show it. Okay.
Yeah, they're both intertwined with
secondly-
each other. The street view is incorporated when you zoom into Google Earth. That's what you get. You get a street view. That's Google Maps. My God, you really don't fucking know anything, do you? It's almost like I've been studying this shit for 10 years. And this wanker comes along and doesn't know what an elevation profile is. But after we provide him several, he knows all about them. But because he was using Street View, yeah, Google Earth incorporates Street View when you get down to ground level and start applying measurements.
Okay. If
to
you
things.
actually looked at what was posted in chat that you don't seem to be willing to actually look at.
I know I'm running a
Let me show you
live
that
show
the
whilst
distance from
talking
one
to you.
point
I
to
don't
another
need
is
to look
curved.
at what you provide me. I don't want to. I don't have to. And I'm not going to.
Well, this
I
is a
don't-
terrible show you're running if you're not willing to look at what the person that you're talking to is showing you.
Showing me. I'm sorry,
So,
I've already
I
proven
do
it
know
with
what
an
an elevation
elevation
profile
profile,
is.
though. Why would I need to?
Secondly, an elevation profile does not show that the Earth is flat.
Yes, it does.
Representing elevation profile data
It
on a
shows
flat
miles
graph
are flat.
is just
So
a
you're saying that the
representation
miles
of
on
data.
the elevation
Doesn't
profile
mean that the
curve
Earth
then?
is flat.
Sorry, do miles on the profile curve?
It doesn't show miles on the profile.
Yeah, it does.
It's just a graph that shows elevation
Yeah,
data.
it's a distance. What do you think it's showing on
Yes,
that?
it is a distance. It's a distance.
So it's showing a distance, like miles or kilometres that we already established. Got to lie to glurf. So a minute ago it's in kilometres, not miles. What, the distance measurement that's flat? Now it doesn't have a distance. It's not a measurement. Yeah, you got to lie to glurf.
No, not lying.
So it does have a measurement in distance that's kilometres or miles then, and it's flat.
Okay, it has a measurement. The graph is flat. This doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
So
okay?
the
It
miles
just shows
on the graph are what the measurement represents. That's what it is. A graph demonstrating the measurement of Earth for elevation profile. That's what it is. It's an Earth measurement. Now, you can, as a glurf liar, toss this measurement out because you don't like how flat it is. Oh, yeah, it's a flat graph with flat kilometres, but they're not distance. It's not a measurement. Yeah, you can toss it all out. I don't care. It is still a measurement and it is still flat, whether you like it or not.
Again, it's not necessarily flat whether you like it or not.
And not necessarily flat. No, ipso facto, unequivocally is flat. That's what it is.
Spheres are not flat.
Right, the flat measurement of the kilometres on that graph is flat. Facts.
No, it's not.
So it's curving. The graph curves.
No, the graph doesn't curve.
So it is flat
Elevation
then.
data.
So it is flat.
Now, elevation
then.
data works on
Sorry, you
globe
just seem
and
to be
flat
double
Earth.
speaking.
So
1
you're
minute
saying
you
that
don't want it to be flat, then when I point out that it is flat, you concede that it's flat. But it's what? Not measurements of Earth anymore? Make up your bloody mind.
It's the measurement of the Earth.
And it's flat.
Represented on a flat graph does not.
So it's a flat measurement of Earth on a flat graph with flat linear miles or kilometres then?
No.
No. So it's not a measurement of Earth in flat miles. It's a curved graph then?
No, I didn't say the graph was curved, okay?
No, it's flat. We already established that. I already know. I know what an elevation profile is. It uses miles or kilometres. Ipso facto, they are flat, linear, horizontal measurements applied to deviations from the horizontal when describing a flat measurement in miles or kilometres on a flat graph. So it is factually flat. Again, that's not up for debate.
Well,
that's
Nathan
a statement of absolute fact that I will get the conclusion of yammered through by a scumbag glurf who had never seen this until 25 minutes ago. But factually, they are
blah,
flat.
Blah, blah, yes. Because the
Not blah, blah, yes, while you yammer through me. Just yes. This measurement is flat. It is in kilometres, and it is applied to a flat, linear scale on a flat graph with no curve.
Yeah, the graph is flat, so the Earth is flat.
That's the measurement of Earth. Therefore, yes, the measurement of Earth is flat with the flat miles on the flat measurement on the flat graph. Therefore, we've measured Earth flat with this flat measurement. Yeah, that's a modus ponens.
No,
again.
Mez. Nathan, can I say something? No, it's the graph showing the baseline 0. That's why it's curved in reality.
No. They don't need the
Isn't that
sarcasm,
correct,
sucker.
Maz? Every graph showing the baseline 0, that's what because it's curved.
But it isn't, it's flat.
0 is just sea level.
So we've got a sea level having no part higher or lower than another that's applied to the measurement then. Yeah, that's correct. The overarching measurements of Earth will be with respect to level. That's having no part higher or lower than another. If you've got a level and you want to describe something curving, it's a deviation from level. That's having no part higher or lower than another. Sea level's the reference. The overall topology is deviating, that's higher or lower, with respect to a mile measurement that's flat and linear on the flat measurement, on the flat graph, with respect to sea level. Yeah, Earth is measured flat.
No, just saying it over and over again doesn't make it true. So
no, it's not saying it. It's showing it on the measurements, the Google Earth measurements of Earth's surface with respect to sea level, with horizontal kilometre measurements. Those aren't me just saying it. Those are Earth measurements. Dumbfuck, those are measurements, not my words. You think my words are that graph? No, those are Earth measurements, and they are flat.
no, you think that because the graph is flat, the Earth is flat.
The graph is demonstrating the measurements of Earth in miles or kilometres, and the deviation from the level, that's having no part higher or lower than another. Ergo, the measurements are flat. Yes.
No, your ergo was wrong.
It's a fact. They
Just
are
the deviation
flat.
from level.
Sorry, do
No,
you want to show me?
saying they're
Okay,
flat,
fine. Let's
it
take
is
a
not
different tact. You want to beg the question of a sphere Earth. Show me how much
No,
curve there
not
is in the
begging the
elevation
question.
profile. Show me the curve in the elevation profile.
No, you will not show curve in an elevation profile.
So there's no curve in the measurements of Earth.
No, that's not what you're like. So
Stuttery bitch much. That's not what the measurements show. That's correct, dumb fuck. The measurements show level, sea level, and the measurements are with respect to it. There's no curve there. You won't show any measurements of curve in the Google Earth measurements. They are flat. There is no curve there.
Nathan, these wouldn't show curve.
They wouldn't.
He knows it.
No, hold on, Brian. They wouldn't show curve. What, the measurements?
No.
So this glurf is telling my audience the measurements of Earth wouldn't show curve. That's because there isn't any, because the measurements are flat, and that's precisely what they show.
Elevation data wouldn't show that the Earth is curved, and distance data
elevation
wouldn't show that
would
the Earth
be-
is curved.
If there was a curve, it would be a deviation from horizontal. That's what a curve is.
No.
What will show that
Because
Earth is
because this is a
Don't need
deviation
any
from
help.
level, and if level is curved, then it wouldn't.
Level's not curved. That's a contradiction in terms. Level is having no part higher or lower than another. Curve is a deviation from level. So to say curve is level is a contradiction in terms by a
Hold on,
spastic.
Nathan. Hold on, Nathan.
Not hold on. Don't chant through me as I defy your axiomatic violation. No, what you've just described is a violation of an axiomatic principle. To describe curve, like balls have, you would describe a deviation from level. Level is having no part higher or lower than another. You said curve level. Wrong, dumbass.
No, that's
Contradiction
not
in
wrong.
terms.
Okay, so if the Earth is a ball,
That's a begging the question fallacy. If I say if Earth's a roast chicken because I'm trying to prove the premise that Earth's a roast chicken, then I'll start with the premise that Earth's a roast chicken. If Earth's a roast chicken is the equivalence, dumbed down for a dumbass, for a globe-believing glurf liar, dumbed down so you understand circular reasoning. If I'm attempting to prove Earth's a roast
Nathan?
chicken, if I start by
Nathan, calm
saying
down.
if Earth's a roast chicken, like you're starting with Earth being a sphere, that's begging the question. Don't do that.
no, that's not begging the question. We went through this earlier. It's saying
Yeah, it absolutely is. If you start with the premise you're trying to prove, that's begging the question. It's the fundamental definition of begging the question.
no, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. Assuming your outcome. Circular reasoning. If you want to prove Earth's a sphere and you start with the concept, if Earth's a sphere, well, then we don't need to do anything else. Earth's a sphere already, because if Earth's a sphere, we've already started with the outcome. That's circular reasoning, the very
Started with the
definition of begging the
outcome. It's
question.
an if,
He's just
okay?
yammering through me,
It's not a
audience. This
therefore
scumbag,
or.
when he's proven wrong and using fallacy, that's assuming his own outcome, assuming the very thing he's trying
No,
to
Nathan.
prove that's defied in the measurements. He's telling me it's not begging the question, and now he's just laughing through the top of me. No, laughing through the top of me to try and close my line won't change that you've begged the question. Don't assume Earth's a
Nathan,
roast
we
chicken
went through this
by
earlier.
saying
You need-
if Earth's a roast chicken in the first statement that you assume. That is
You're
the
a fucking
definition
idiot, man.
of circular
You
reasoning.
are stupid. You are a stupid guy,
Look,
man.
I know Nathan needs your help.
fucking
Okay, but
brain,
let
man.
him try and fight this battle on his own.
You are stupid, dude.
Yeah, I know Nathan needs the help, but please let him fight this battle on his own.
Just leave
So
Nathan
Nathan,
off.
saying if this then that is not begging the question. We went through this earlier. Okay?
Oh, really? So if I say if Earth is a roast chicken, then Earth's a roast chicken, that's not me begging the question that Earth's a fucking roast chicken. No, it absolutely is. Because if I say, I think Earth's a roast chicken, and if Earth's a roast chicken, then we'll observe green grass, therefore Earth's a roast chicken. That's me assuming the outcome and then slotting in some nonsensical standard, in this case flat Earth measurements and miles, to suggest that level is curved. That's called a begging the question fallacy, you dumbass.
No, that's not. Well, what I
Stuttery bitch! Yeah, it is. You're assuming Earth's a roast chicken.
no, we're not.
Yeah, you are. You're saying
not
if Earth's
assuming
a
anything.
sphere, that's begging the question.
That's not begging the question.
Yes, it is. That's the very definition of begging the question, because you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove by stating it in the first instance. If I assume Earth's a roast chicken and then tell you, well, if Earth is a roast chicken, then I've automatically assumed that Earth's a roast chicken in the first statement. Like you saying, well, if Earth is a ball, that's the very definition of begging the question. It's circular reasoning. Meanwhile, we measure Earth flat with the kilometres in the measurements of Earth, the Google Earth measurements. They're flat, horizontal, linear, like the miles and kilometres that we ascribe to the deviation from the horizontal reference to sea level. Earth's measured flat.
No, so Let's have a look at logicallyfallacious.com. Logical form. Claim assumes X is true, therefore claim X is true. Example 1. Paranormal activity is real because I've experienced what can only be described as paranormal activity.
So kind of like if Earth's a ball and that's automatically assumed to be real, like you saying if Earth's a ball. So you've gone to the logical fallacy site and proven me 100% correct then?
No, because I said if this, then that. That's not...
Yeah, if Earth's a ball, like if you assume paranormal activity is real from the outset. So if we do have ghosts and ghoulies... That's assuming that we've got ghosts and ghoulies from the outset. If Earth is a ball, that's assuming Earth's a ball in the first instance. The very definition of circular reasoning.
Nathan, if I was to plug what I was saying into this form, it would be, the Earth is a ball because I've experienced what can only be described as a ball. That's not what I said. What I said was, if the Earth is a ball,
that's the same
then
thing.
level would still work. That's not the
Earth's
same
a
thing
ball,
at all.
then level is a diversion from your ball faith. It violates your ball. A ball has a curve that's a deviation from level. What you're using is a contradiction in terms after begging the question. If Earth's a sphere, well, then it's got a curve. That's a deviation from level, having no part higher or lower than the other. Well, then if it's a sphere, level works on a curve. No, that's both begging the question and a contradiction in terms. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
So like I've said
Meanwhile, I haven't finished my conclusion. Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat on Google Earth with kilometres, which are flat and linear, as per the demonstration given to this numpty idiot.
Oh, so what you're doing actually is begging the question.
No, I'm showing you an elevation profile measurement. That's not begging the question, it's a measurement.
No, you're begging the question because...
No, it's a measurement. I'm not begging anything when I show you a measurement.
So when I'm explaining to you, this will still work if the Earth is a ball.
That means you're assuming Earth's a ball.
That's not begging the question. That's explaining that the conclusion that you're drawing
level
from this
doesn't
information
work on a ball.
Is not correct.
There aren't any levels on a ball. Do you understand that?
Of course there is.
Oh, really? That's very high-pitched. Just for my audience, in case you are, like this man, demented... The fundamental thing about a ball is it doesn't have any level surfaces on it. That's what makes a ball a ball. But this man wants to say, if I assume Earth's a ball, then it does have level surfaces. Now, you've got to ask yourself, why does he want, while he yammers through me, to have level surfaces on a ball? Well, because like with the miles in the measurements on Google Earth, they're level. They've got no part higher or lower than the other. They're a flat measurement in kilometres
no, they're not flat.
Of Earth. That's what we measure Earth with. So as a fundamental premise, he requires level, but wants to have level work on something that doesn't have any levels on it. That would be a ball when he assumes, by begging the question, Earth's a ball. No, the measurements are flat.
Nathan, you keep saying...
You don't need to yammer through my every bloody word. There's no levels on a ball. Ever.
Yes, there is. We call it sea level.
No, sea level is having no part higher or lower than another when averaging out the sea as a measurement of Earth. Having no part higher or lower than other is a direct violation of what a ball is.
No, because it's a different distance from the surface of the ball.
Are you insane, Matt?
Yeah, he's just talking
Yes,
nonsense.
No, I just paid
contradiction
attention
in
as well.
terms. It's an idiot.
He is actually insane.
No, he's insane. This guy is insane.
No, but you've got to look at this a different way. He's making people understand how mind control these people are. And I'm glad he's here, because now we see how they have distorted their thinking process. And you're doing a good job, Mez. Keep it up.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
People watching. Big shout out to all of you. Smash the super chat. So I'll just do a few readouts. Got Iron26. I know that's from earlier. I did read that already. Unitox Femi says Chile has 2,600 miles of that scale. Yeah, flat, linear, horizontal miles on the elevation profile provided to our gentleman friend here who suggests that balls have got level surfaces. No, they wouldn't be a ball if they had level surfaces. Meanwhile, Next super chat. Unitox Femu again. Thank you very much indeed. Says, show elevation profile graph with curved surface. They won't. It isn't. It fundamentally defies what an elevation profile is. An elevation profile uses horizontal miles or kilometres to describe a deviation from the horizontal, in this case, sea level. Thank you very much for the super chat. Also, shout out to Roger Ledwell. I like jerk chicken best. Yum. Okay, well, good to hear it. And also, thank you again to Roger Ledwell, who gifted a membership. Really appreciate all the support. Thank you for all the super chats. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with miles or kilometres, like shown in the measurements on Google Earth's elevation profile. It's flat.
Incorrect.
But show us a curve in the elevation profile, please.
No, you wouldn't show a curve in an elevation profile.
So, correct then, as opposed to incorrect, when this numpty dipshit tells me that I'm wrong because I say the elevation profile shows miles and kilometres to be flat. He says no. I say, okay, show me where there's a curve. Well, there won't be one. Okay, so flat then. Yeah, you're just disagreeing to be disagreeable because you're a brainwashed moron.
You got to feel.
No, I'm disagreeing with you because the things that you're saying and the conclusion that you're drawing from the things that you're saying is nonsensical.
No, I'm not saying elevation profile. I'm showing an elevation profile. I'm showing measurements in Google Earth. The measurements in Google Earth are horizontal, linear, miles, or kilometres. That's not my words. Those are the measurements in Google Earth.
Again, that's just incorrect because I looked at Google Earth.
Show me the curve in the Google
Maps.
Earth profile for elevation, please.
I did. I posted a picture. No, I showed it of the surface of the Earth.
On the elevation profile measurements of Earth.
And the elevation profile, that's something else, okay?
It's the measurements.
I'll post it again.
The measurements.
That's just a deviation from level. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth. So, when we show the measurements of Earth for elevation profile, it's just a deviation from level. Yeah, that's right. Earth's measured flat, and any profile elevation change, that's height, deviation. Like you might suggest that we've got a curve with, that would be a deviation from a plane of reference. A curve. A deviation from all parts having no higher or lower than another. Other words, level. Yeah, that's what we're measuring.
I feel sorry for them. I really do.
Good morning, guys.
Hello.
He's in a psychological dilemma. That's what he is. Psychological dilemma.
Even the verticals.
Psychological dilemma.
If you look on profile, the verticals are parallel to each other.
Just a time waster. You went over it 10 times.
1 second. What Brian's putting to you, Mez.
Yeah, I've been over this 1,000 times with Nathan, and he still doesn't
finished
get
my
it.
sentence, actually, Mez. I'll just try that again. What was just put to you by Brian was that all of the deviations in the profile, that's the verticals, are parallel with each other.
Uh-huh.
You said earlier that the verticals...
That's begging the question.
I haven't finished my fucking statement. My God.
Well, stop saying incorrect things and I'll stop interrupting you.
So you're saying that they're not all parallel, the verticals in the elevation profile, then?
No, to assume they're all parallel will be...
No, they are all parallel.
How do you know?
Because it's on the profile. You can look at it. I've got fucking eyeballs. That's why.
It's on the graph, because the graph is...
yeah, because it shows it on the graph. Yeah, you dumb fuck. Yes.
Okay.
Okay! There it is again. Yeah, that's right, you dumb shit. Yeah, they are all parallel. Earlier, you said they moved with respect to gravity. That would be towards the centre of a sphere. No, they don't. Not in the measurements, they don't.
But the graph isn't real, okay? The graph is just representing data.
Ah, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. This man doesn't like Earth measurements from Google. The graph's not real. It's just a representation of what? Measurements of Earth.
I'm happy with the measurements, okay?
Then it's flat.
But the measurements
You're happy
just
with
show
the measurements,
elevation
it's
data.
flat.
It doesn't show
There's
that
no
they're parallel.
curve, and it's flat.
The elevation data in the graph does not show that they are parallel.
That's exactly what it shows.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, show me the curve in it.
Just remove him.
No, show me the curve then.
I'm not showing you the curve here. I'm
because
just saying
there isn't one. Axiomatically, all parallel horizontals and verticals. That's all we can have. It's an axiom. My God, you're dense. Cat got your tongue,
I'm
Dumbo.
dense. You're not listening.
Don't need to listen when I'm describing an axiomatic principle of parallel.
I understand what parallel is.
All right, and do they deviate from one another, like you said earlier, with gravity being plumb?
In the real world, they will.
Sorry, on the graph and
If the Earth
the
is
measurements, on the measurements.
On the graph. So the graph is just representing data. It's just representing elevation data.
Just measurements.
Now the graph
yeah.
is flat.
Yeah, that's right. It's just
and the lines on the graph are
let's
parallel.
Just
that doesn't
agree.
mean they're parallel
yes,
in reality.
Yes, it's data, measurement data. Yes, that's right. It's the Earth flat measurement data. Yes, and you're happy with it. There's no curve in it. It is flat. The miles are level, linear, flat, and horizontal. You're happy with it, and there's no curve in it. Yes, they're Earth measurements.
Again, this is just showing elevation data. It's not showing anything about curved or flat Earth.
Now, it's showing no curve, and it is ipso facto flat. The horizontal linear mile measurements are of Earth.
It is measuring the Earth.
Well, what's the argument then?
Presenting up and down on a graph.
It doesn't show curve.
The curve of the Earth is not a part of this graph.
So what you're saying is it's showing measurements of Earth, and there's no curve. Yeah, it's flat.
There's no curve because it's just data showing.
Yeah, we know there's no curve. I'm not asking you what there isn't. What there is a horizontal flat linear mile or kilometre distance, though, isn't there? Say it. Okay.
Say that again.
What it's showing is a horizontal mile or kilometre distance on these measurements, isn't it?
No.
Oh, so you can show me the miles on the graph curving then. Show me that, please.
No, I didn't say that.
So they're not curving, so they're flat then?
They're not curving on the graph. That doesn't mean they're flat in real life.
So when they're not curving, it doesn't mean they're flat. Yo, fuckwit. Are you retarded? Were you dropped on your fucking head?
No, I'm doing fine. I just don't think...
No, you're not. You're telling me even though there's no... Shut up, G+. You're ruining this audio. No, what you're saying is it's not curved, but that doesn't mean it's flat. Fuckwit. Were you dropped on your head?
You know, so this is a graph. It's not real life. The graph
So
is just...
you're saying the measurements of Earth from Google Earth aren't real. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. When we get to the nitty-gritty of there being no curve in the measurements and it ipso facto being flat, they're not real. Now, shockingly, me, Nathan Oakley, I've already got this situation defined. This is what we call the hard place, where a globe believer doesn't like the Earth measurements because they're flat. So suddenly, Earth measurements aren't real. So they're not real measurements from Google Earth, then?
They're real measurements. I'm happy to accept that the measurements are real.
So you're happy to accept that these real measurements with no curve and horizontal linear measurements are ipso facto, as presented, flat. Because they are. Cat got your tongue, you stuttery bitch.
You ever heard of...
You're going to have a change of subject? Excuse me, you're happy with these measurements of Earth? Or are you going to say they're not real again, you dumb fuck?
No, the measurements are real. I was just explaining.
So we're all
this,
clear. These are real measurements of Earth,
field.
ladies and gentlemen, and
so
they're
I'm
flat.
a 3D artist.
You don't need to yammer through
and I
me.
work with.
They're real measurements of Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Our opponents conceded. They're not fake lies, not real, like you said a few moments ago. Then I define the hard place where Earth measurements aren't real. Now he is happy again with these flat, linear, horizontal mile and kilometre measurements with no curve in them. He's happy with these measurements. I mean, a minute ago he wasn't. They weren't real. But now he's happy again with them.
From the surface.
And they are flat.
So if I was to create a ball...
If you beg the question of Earth being a sphere, like if Earth's a roast chicken, then Earth's a roast chicken. No, we don't beg the question when we've got measurements of Earth that you're happy with, sir. Your measurements that you're happy with, we'll go with those measurements of Earth that you were happy with. You're happy with those flat measurements, right? There's no curve in them.
I'm happy with the measurements.
You're happy, you stuttery bitch. Yeah, I'm happy with those flat Earth linear miles and kilometres in the measurements of Earth too. A minute ago, you said they weren't real, though. Why would you say that?
No, I didn't say they weren't real.
Quote you, they're not real. End quote, you dumb fuck lying glurf.
The graph isn't real. The graph is just
So they're not
representing
real
data.
measurements
It's
then?
not real life.
They're not real measurements then?
No, the measurements are real.
So we've got real measurements of flat, horizontal, miles or kilometres then?
The graph isn't reality. This doesn't like perfectly match reality. That doesn't mean that what's shown on this graph...
It doesn't mean that what the stuttery bitch can't seem to get his head around an entire sentence. Yeah, that's because you're fucked. Yeah, Earth's being measured flat with horizontal linear kilometres on that graph. It's real measurements of a real Earth.
Make it true.
It's a real measurement of real Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's just showing a deviation from level.
So Earth is measured flat and any deviation is from the level measured in the miles?
No.
So you're going to show me the curve on the miles then?
No, I've told you 1,000 times.
What, that it's
It's
flat?
just showing elevation, showing nothing about the curvature or the flatness of the Earth.
There is no curvature or flatness, there's just the flatness, mate.
Okay, now you're begging the question.
No, I'm showing you what's on the graph that you were happy with. The measurements of Earth. They're
Yeah,
flat.
I'm happy that it shows a deviation from level. This doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
Right, we've got a deviation from level as the overall reference for the mile distance. So how many miles of level have we got?
On this graph, 39,000 kilometers.
So we've got 39,000 kilometres of level and a deviation with respect to that level measured from that level, measured in flat kilometres then. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we already knew. Earth's measured flat, you dumb fuck.
No, this is not measuring the Earth flat.
Well, so show me the
something about
curve.
this, though. It
We're
shows
going
that
around in circles then, aren't we? Do you want to show me the curve on those miles then?
Well, in the screenshot, this level, assuming this purple line is where what is showing the measurements from.
Sorry, stuttery bitch. Do you want to try
around the
again with
ball.
an actual full sentence? Show me the curve in the miles, please. Or the kilometres.
I can just show you this data that has been...
You could just show me where the kilometres curve. Could you do that? Or is that just not how the kilometres are measured?
And it is around the surface of a ball.
No, the kilometres are on the graph flat, aren't they?
Right,
got
just
your
above
tongue,
the graph is
stuttery?
showing you where this data is from.
Right, are you
on the
going to
Earth.
concede how flat these kilometres on the graph are, or are you going to tell me that it's not real data?
No, I'm just telling you that it's just a deviation from level.
So welcome to Flat Earth. The deviation in the elevation profile is from the level, something you don't have on a ball. Balls don't have level, but the map and the chart and the measurement, in this case elevation profile, has got miles described in a horizontal linear fashion on the graph.
No, it's just showing change in elevation. But as I've said, okay, if you look just above the graph, it shows you where this data on the Earth is from.
It doesn't just show change in
And
elevation.
it's on a ball.
The change in elevation is with respect
It's on
to
a ball,
distance.
Nathan.
Sorry, the change in elevation you've said it only shows. That's a lie. There's a distance on there as well, isn't there?
Can we ask him a question, Nathan?
Yeah, elevation change over a distance.
So when you said it was just
No.
elevation change, the distance is horizontal, isn't it? On the graph.
Yeah, over a distance, obviously.
It is
Mez, can a straight
I don't need any help
never
for a
meet-
second. Brian, you're making this inaudible. So the distance is horizontal, isn't it? Mez.
Can't really answer that because that would be begging the question.
And it wouldn't be begging the question, it's a graph.
Yeah, it's a graph.
And the measurement of the distance on the graph is horizontal, isn't it?
The graph is horizontal.
And the miles are on the graph, aren't they?
Kilometers, but yeah.
And they're horizontal, aren't they?
On the graph, yes. In reality, no.
So we've got a graph that shows the measurement of Earth, and on that graph that's measuring Earth, the kilometres are flat. Horizontal, linear measurement of Earth. That's what the graph shows in its measurements. Now, this line Glurf a second ago said it's only the elevation difference. No, this measurement also includes distance, and it is flat. That's a measurement of distance in flat
It's
kilometres.
a graph showing elevation with respect to distance.
That's flat.
No.
Sorry, there's a bit of a disconnect
it shows
going
right
on.
above the graph.
On the graph, we've got a distance.
And that is on a line going around the Earth, which is
not
a ball.
on the graph, it's not. You're just lying. Liar.
Lying? Yeah, I can see it. I'm opening my eyes.
Sorry,
There's a ball
on this
right above the graph. showing where
elevation
it's from.
profile, the measured kilometers are not curving. Cat, got your tongue, you stuttery
Again, right above the
lying
graph,
bastard.
it shows you where it's from.
Yo, let's
And,
just say it again. Lying
on a
fucker
curvy
that
ball.
can't seem to concede the facts in this matter. The horizontal distance measurement is flat on the graph. Facts.
It's there. I can see it. It's a
Yeah,
ball.
flat.
The ball is flat.
Mez, I could put a picture of a triangle above the data. That doesn't mean Earth is a triangle, you moron.
Sorry.
No, I never said that. But this is showing where the data is from. If the data goes around the ball, that means the Earth has to be a ball.
No, the data is in
If you are willing to
miles
accept
or
that this data is real.
kilometers, and they are horizontal, as per the representation on the graph. That's the 5th time I've asked you on this occasion. They're not curving. We've already established
Look, we're never
that.
going to get off this level elevation profile nonsense, so let's just move on.
Nah, I'm good right where we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Earth being measured flat in miles. Seems like Lying Glurf's got himself tuckered out here, because it's got to the point where we've got no curve in the horizontal linear flat mile or kilometre distance, and he doesn't seem to want to concede how horizontal and linear and flat the kilometres are on this graph that is a distance
Showing level,
measurement.
not horizontal.
A horizontal distance measurement, isn't it?
No, it's a level measurement.
That's the same as horizontal.
No.
Can I have
That's
a,
begging
ask
the
you a question, Nathan?
Go ahead.
Mez,
Go on then.
can a straight line meet itself?
We'll say that again.
Can a straight line meet itself?
No.
Thank you. I rest my case.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the kilometres on the graph
Well,
that's
I'm
a
glad we all
measurement of Earth are horizontal, linear, flat Earth only measured distance. That's what we're showing on the elevation profile. The deviation from that horizontal is the
No,
measurement
you're showing a
of the
deviation
profile.
from level.
Yeah, deviation from level. Welcome to flat Earth. We're showing measured deviations from level. That's to say the Earth as an overall topographical plane has its deviations on that graph shown with respect to said level.
You cannot have a straight
level is
line.
curved.
on
Okay,
a
thanks.
ball.
That's Brian, thanks. The distance in miles or kilometres on that graph is flat. There's no other way to describe it. That's what it is.
No.
Show me the curve on the
Showing
miles.
distance around the Earth.
No, and on
And
the
then the
graph, on the
distance
measurements.
up or
You said
down
you were
from
happy
level.
with these measurements. Now, I know you want to shirk away from them, you abject coward. You want to move on.
I'm happy with the measurements, but all they show is a
Excellent.
deviation
Well,
from
we'll
level.
stick with those then.
You assume that
We'll
level
stick
is
with
flat.
those then, Mez.
I don't think level
We'll
is
stick
flat.
with
You
those
have no data to
measurements of
prove that
Earth
level
then,
is
won't
flat.
we? We won't slope away from them like you just tried to do, you abject coward. We'll stick with
I'm not
those
sloping away
measurements
from
of
them.
Earth.
I can tell you that these are just show a deviation from level 1,000 times, and you're going to say, no, it's horizontal.
What's the
And we're not
distance?
going to get anywhere.
What's the distance on it?
Say that again.
What's the distance? Brian, please go on mute.
What, around the Earth or up or down?
Both of those are with
40,000
respect to a
kilometres,
horizontal
roughly,
plane. Maybe you
around
can
the
answer and ask.
And it shows a deviation from level from minus 6,000 meters up to 4,796 meters.
And over what distance?
40,000 kilometers, roughly.
So that's a horizontal distance and a deviation up or
Nope,
down
you
with
said
respect
horizontal.
to... Why are you yammering through me?
You don't know it's horizontal.
Coward.
You don't know it's horizontal.
It is horizontal.
You don't know that. You haven't proved
Sorry,
that.
so show me the curve in the graph. Go.
No, you said it's horizontal.
It is.
You have no data to prove that, so prove it.
On the graph, the miles on the scale are ipso facto flat. It's a square box.
You just saying that it's flat doesn't make it flat.
Sorry,
Nathan,
that's what the box
you have no
is.
data to prove that.
Sorry, is it
this
a circular?
data does not prove that. It does not show that in any way
whatsoever. Is it a pie
whatsoever.
chart? Is it a square box or a pie chart?
It's a rectangle.
So when I say it's flat, it just factually is a horizontal.
The graph is flat, but like I said,
why is he yammering through
the
me,
graph
ladies
being
and gentlemen?
flat
Because he's losing.
Does not mean the Earth is flat. The graph is not showing that the Earth is flat. The graph is just showing a deviation from level up or down.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's showing. The box is the distance measurement in horizontal linear kilometers. That's what it is.
So do you think if you just bent, twisted that box into a circle, that would mean that the Earth is a ball?
Sorry, that's what it's measured as. You said you were happy with these measurements a minute ago, weren't you?
Yeah, but the measurements just...
Yeah, so the measurements are in a horizontal linear fashion by presentation. Not what I'm saying. You keep saying it's just what I'm saying. No, that's what they are.
What they are is just a deviation from level.
So therefore, when we measure Earth as a horizontal plane and describe the deviation from said level plane then in miles or kilometres as per the measurement on this oblong box that isn't curving. Ergo, the distance measurement is flat.
Why do you think Google Earth...
Why are you asking me something?
Box?
I'm stating this as a fact, and whenever we get to the fact, that's Earth's measured flat with horizontal linear kilometres in an oblong box that ascribes that line as distance to describe deviations from the level. Yeah, that's Earth being measured flat.
Again, you're just going back to, because the data is represented in a box, that means the Earth is flat.
That's what it's being measured as. Those are measurements.
The most retarded thing
Not
I've ever...
represented, measured. Do you think by changing what you conceded you were happy with earlier, you said you were happy with it being measurements?
I'm happy with the measurements.
So just because Earth's measured flat doesn't mean it's flat. Yeah, that's absolutely what it means. Just because the measurements are flat, not the representations, not that this isn't the Earth, none of the subversion techniques that you've used. Yeah, the measurements of Earth in horizontal linear kilometres on this measurement, represented on this graph from Google Earth, are flat.
Again, just because the graph is flat, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
So the graph is the measurements, isn't it?
The graph is representing data over a distance.
So it's measurements of Earth,
that shows a deviation from level.
So is it measurements of Earth?
This level, the 0 point on the graph, okay, is flat. That doesn't mean it's flat in reality.
I see. So what you're now in is the hard place. Well, just because these measurements show a 0 point and a horizontal distance doesn't mean that they're Earth measurements and that they're flat like they show the measurements to be. Yeah, that's exactly what it means. It means these measurements you're happy with are flat. But just because they're flat doesn't mean Earth's flat. Yeah, they're measurements of Earth.
The measurements of Earth.
And they're flat.
Why would you...
Chocolate, fucking hell, shut up. Finally getting my fucking concession, shut up.
It goes around the ball.
No, they're flat. The graph is not ball-shaped.
So that shows that this data, it works on a ball.
No, it's not working on a ball. It's in an oblong box. The box isn't ball-shaped. The distances are level. The miles or kilometres are horizontal, planar, linear distance measurements representative of measurements of Earth presented to you in an oblong box.
Doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Yes, it does. It's a measurement of Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, so they're not measurements of Earth.
I've told you 1,000 times.
So it's not a measurement of Earth.
You can have a circumference on a sphere.
So it's not a measurement of Earth.
Spheres have a circumference.
No, but we're not measuring a sphere. We're measuring horizontal linear distance and a deviation from level.
Level can be curved.
No, it can't. That's a contradiction in terms. Level isn't curved. Whoever it is from G+, this is the point of concession where I would absolutely require you to shut your fucking mouths. Keep your lines shut. What it's doing is showing measurements of Earth. They are flat.
It's showing measurements of Earth. The graph is showing measurements of Earth. It's showing deviation from level.
Welcome
if
to
the Earth
flat
is a
Earth.
ball, that's not begging the question.
Right, if it was a ball, but the graph isn't a ball, is it? It's showing horizontal linear measurements.
And there will be up or down with respect to sea level, which will be curved. Okay, so
sea level's not curved. Curve is a deviation from level, having no part higher or lower. You're using contradictions in terms to get around these Earth measurements that are flat. So the only way you can get around an Earth measurement that's flat is by saying sea level curves. No, it doesn't. Show me how curved sea level is on that graph.
I wouldn't show how sea level is curved on this graph because
you can't. It isn't. It's flat. The measurements are flat. Your defiance of this axiom, you don't need to yammer through me while I annihilate you. Your defiance of this axiom.
You're not annihilating me, you're just misunderstanding things and then...
Oh, I'm just misunderstanding how a graph represents Earth measurement. There's nothing to misunderstand, it's just an oblong box.
Yes, it is just an oblong box.
So it's not curving then? Yeah, it's the measurements of Earth that you were happy with, and they are
the line.
Flat.
That doesn't mean that the Earth is a line.
Oh, it doesn't mean that the Earth's flat? Well, they're measurements of Earth, mate.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, so you don't like these measurements?
Of Earth.
You don't like them?
It just shows deviation from level.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. The measurements are describing Earth with level and the deviation from it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, this is not welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
this is welcome to insanity.
Not welcome to insanity. It's welcome to... I've told you 3 fucking times, G+. Shut your mouths! That's not an insanity. You are the one who is insane because you need to suggest that curve is level when a curve is a deviation from level. Sea level is the measurement. Linear are the kilometres. Oblong-shaped is the box. And measurements are what it represents. Earth is measured flat.
Incorrect.
That's what it shows.
I'll go through it with you again. The graph is just showing deviation from level. The Earth is a ball. Sea level goes around the ball. And this is showing a deviation up or down from sea level over a distance. And this distance is around 40,000 kilometers because it goes all the way around the Earth.
Okay, show me that ball on the graph.
I will not show you that ball on the graph because...
So even though he's saying it, he can't substantiate it with the Earth measurements he's happy with. So he's happy with the measurements. They're flat in an oblong box. And when I say, well, okay, if you want to say that sea level's curving, show it me curving in this measurement. I can't. No, we know you can't show your curve measurements in this Earth measurement that's flat because it isn't curving. And to describe level, sea level, while he yammers through me in defeat, while he yammers through me in defeat, while he says level's curving,
I'm slowly explaining to you.
He fundamentally cannot show the curve in this measurement.
You understand the graph and you're drawing conclusions from the graph which don't make sense.
Just talking straight through me. If it's curving,
I'm talking to you.
Show it me in the measurements that you're happy with.
Again, I wouldn't show you it in this elevation measurement, okay? I can show you a measurement of drop over distance.
So that would be a curve, drop over distance. Yeah, that's what curve is. And it's not in this measurement.
Yeah. No, it wouldn't be in this.
No. So it's not what you say when you say sea level curves, or it would be in this measurement, and it isn't, is it?
No, it would not be.
So you're wrong. You say sea level's curve, but Google Earth's measurements, flat and linear miles, do not show that in the oblong box.
It will not be shown in this graph because...
No, they're not shown in this graph. Yeah, you can yammer through the top of me, my concession. No, you're not showing your belief that Earth is curved in Earth measurements, are you?
Not in this one, okay?
No, not in this one. No, these are flat Earth measurements that you originally appealed to, suggesting that they'd show curvature, but you can't show them in your appeal to Google Earth measurements. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You say sea level curves, but then when I ask you to show it me, you just talk straight through me, rather than show me the measurements of the curved sea level. We haven't got any measurements of curved sea level. It's just you saying it, isn't it?
So as I said...
Yeah, you said sea level curves, and then I asked you to show me in the measurements, and you can't. It's just you saying it and not showing it in the measurements because you can't show it in the measurements. End quote you.
I can show you a measurement that shows drop over distance.
With respect to a plane?
With respect to a horizontal line.
Yeah, that would be the measurements of Earth as a horizontal line in this measurement data. that is of Earth. Yeah, there's no curve. He's conceded he can't show us the curve measurements when he says sea level curves. He can't show us that. He's just, quote, him saying it. Meanwhile, I've got Earth measurements. They
show
are
it with elevation
flat.
change.
And while I point out that I do have measurements, and they are flat in a horizontal box with flat measurements of kilometres, he hasn't got anything beyond his words that sea level curves, because they're not in the measurements, are they?
No, these measurements...
No. So we don't have curved measurements, ladies and gentlemen, because Earth is not measured curved. It's measured with sea level. Sea level isn't curved. This wanker just says that. Just his meaningless, empty words that don't comport with the measurements in an oblong box with horizontal linear measurements of distance that are ipso facto flat, like I show
Nathan,
when I say Earth's measured flat. What you can do if you're a glurf scumbag is talk through me, concluding with my measurements and facts that he can't show, but he can definitely talk through me. He can definitely yammer through my conclusion. Because if he yammers through my conclusion, it won't mean my conclusion's true, with measurements to back my facts. My facts are levels level as per the measurements. Levels demonstrated in these Earth measurements that even my opponent's happy with. And when he says no level curves, sea levels curved, I ask him to show me in the measurements. Response: I can't show you that. Meaning, he's got meaningless, empty words with no measurements to back them.
No,
so what
Nathan,
do we
you misrepresented
have? We've
what
got a lot of
I said.
interruptions while I make this conclusion from a glurf, haven't we?
This data that has been provided in the chat
Maybe he wouldn't be interrupting me if we were on a neutral platform. Maybe this was a neutral platform. I could get this full sentence in victory out without impediment. But obviously we've got a glurf who's telling me in concession, no, I can't show you curved sea level in these Earth measurements.
You self-professing that you're winning this does not mean you are.
Oh, really? So you can show me the curved sea level in these measurements?
This measurement. I can show it in some other measurements.
So you can't show me this measurement of Earth having curved sea level then? X2?
No.
No, you cannot. No curve measurements of Earth in Google Earth. That's because they're flat. Like all miles and kilometres and distances, like all elevation profiles, like rise over run when surveying Earth with respect to a horizontal planar surface, like horizontal being parallel, like eye level, like sea level, like surface level, like every single way we measure Earth always, there is no curve. It is flat. All measurements of Earth, like these, with no curve in them, are fact flat.
No, that's not true.
Show me the curve in this measurement of Earth, please.
I put it in the chat.
Somebody says he's presenting an elevation profile with curve measurements in it. Do you want to present that, or is he lying?
No, not an elevation profile.
So in these measurements that we're specifically going through, can you show me the curve in the Earth curve, lack thereof, measurements of elevation profile? That's Earth and its deviation, that's curve. What elevation profile is, it shows you how much curve we've got in the ground. Like rise over run, like how much hill valley we have. Well, how are those hills and valleys
hills
in
and
the
valleys.
It's just glurf interruptions.
It doesn't show that the Earth is a flat or a ball.
Glurf interruptions, it seems. Scumbaggery when you're
Nathan,
losing. Maybe on a neutral platform I wouldn't be constantly interrupted. Maybe if this was
Nathan,
a neutral platform this wouldn't be happening.
Stop spurging.
Maybe if this
Calm
was
down.
a neutral platform we'd have this guy constantly interrupting
Calm
like
down.
he is now. So when we've got the actual measurements that we've been discussing for about the last hour and a half, we've got a horizontal box with kilometres that are flat. And then we've got curves being measured with respect to Earth as a horizontal plane.
Elevation.
The level, still constant
With
glurf
respect to level,
interruption.
not
Still,
horizontal
what, is this
plane.
not a neutral enough platform? Is he not allowed to interrupt me as I'm talking? Because it's not neutral enough for you,
You're saying
glurfs.
things that are incorrect and I'm trying to correct you.
Losing badly, so he has to chant through the conclusion 5 times.
I'm not losing. You're just saying things that are wrong. I'm trying to correct you, but you just keep shouting over me. It shows elevation change with respect to level, not horizontal.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
That's not welcome to Flat Earth.
Show me the
Saying welcome
curve
to
in
flat
that
Earth does not
measurement,
make the Earth
please.
flat.
Fifth, sixth, seventh time. Show me the curve.
Again,
Show me the curve in the elevation profile measurement, then, please.
You wouldn't show that.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't show what you need if you want to believe you're on a curved surface. The measurements showing curve. No, this measurement of Earth you are happy with doesn't have any curve. It's showing deviation from level, and the level's measured in miles in a linear, horizontal, planar fashion. That's what it shows.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that tacit acceptance again, ladies and gentlemen. Earth is measured flat. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Idiocy and moronic, just rhetoric going on. It was almost like, I don't know, it was like, hey, I got to give him props for holding he stood on his square.
Yeah, he made, listen, he's a troll. He goes on 24/7, does the same thing. Okay, that's mess. So all it did was demonstrate to the audience how Earth is flat. I mean, you can't get around that.
And maybe
This data does not show that the Earth is flat.
That's exactly what it
maybe
shows.
that's his whole goal. Maybe
Okay, let's just do it one more time with him. Show us curve on the measurement then.
Here we go. Now the after show too. Holy shit.
Nathan, I've told you 1,000 times. This data, the elevation data, does not show anything about the Earth being curved or flat.
No, it is flat.
How do you think they got the data?
They measured
Retard.
Earth with a horizontal linear measurement of miles. It doesn't show any
Thank
curve.
you.
It's a horizontal planar measurement. That's what it is. Doesn't have to like it. You can say it doesn't show any curve or flat. No, it is flat.
It might not add.
Again, you seem to think that because the graph is flat, reality is flat.
Well, when the graph is showing measurements of Earth and they are flat, then ipso facto, the measurements of Earth are flat. Yes.
The graph has 2 points of data, or 2 axes of data. One is distance, one is elevation. Okay? Now, distance does not mean that the Earth is flat, just because it's measuring distance like linearly with kilometers. Okay? You can have kilometers around a ball. Balls have a circumference.
Show
so
us
that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
If you can, and this is an Earth measurement, show us in the measurement where it's ball-shaped.
I would not show that.
You can't show it because it isn't, you dumb fuck.
This graph doesn't show anything about the Earth being flat or curved.
No, it is a flat graph. It's describing deviation from level, Mez.
Stop asking me the same question.
I'm not asking, I'm telling you, dumb fuck. This isn't me asking you anything, I'm telling you. The deviation is from level. You have already conceded this. That's what you've told me. The deviation, the elevation profile is from level.
Yes.
For over 3,000 miles.
So when you say,
over
my God.
3,000 miles, mind you, over 3,000 miles, which is 25% of your globe Earth measurement. So if a quarter of it, 25% of it, is 3,000 miles leveled, what the hell does that make it a globe? How does that make it a globe?
There isn't any
If it's
globe
3,000
measurements on it,
plus
it's all
miles,
flat.
linear, measured, leveled, distance.
There's no globe measurements, mate.
Okay, get us the globe measurement of elevation profile deviation with respect to a curve then. If this one doesn't show it, which one does?
Again, Nathan, I've told you 1,000 times, okay? Elevation change has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or a globe.
Nathan, what he's saying is you could wrap a freaking tape measure around the beach ball.
do you get that?
That's his argument.
So what you're saying is you want the neutral outcome of this doesn't
No, that's
prove
not my
anything
argument.
either way.
Again, you're hallucinating.
No, when you say it doesn't prove anything either way...
Yeah, this doesn't prove anything either way.
It does. The measurements are flat. Ipso facto, they're on the graph as a flat description on the graph, aren't they?
You'd have to have a datum
change in elevation.
measure the elevation change from, surely.
I'm confused.
You'd have to.
Why would you?
Yeah, so the elevation change that you're measuring it from is level or sea level.
Welcome to flat Earth. Yeah, that's correct. So when we talk about how we're measuring it with respect to Earth's surface, we're describing it from sea level, But you're saying it's got nothing to do with whether or not it's flat or curved. Well, sea level is level, that's flat. You want sea level to be a curve because you specifically want it to be referencing a curved sea level, which is a contradiction in terms. So for you, if I accept that sea level's curved, it does have something to do with Earth? No, it definitely has something to do with Earth. It's an Earth measurement, but it's measuring with respect to level. So when you say it doesn't prove anything either way, no, it absolutely does. It's measuring with respect to horizontal, a level plane. That's what the deviations are described from. And the measured distance...
No, it's measuring with respect to
level. You just interrupted me in the middle of my conclusion there, Mez. Yeah, the measured distance is level.
No, the measured distance is height, elevation.
No, distance isn't height. Distance is the horizontal measurement on that axis, not height. Height would be perpendicular with respect to that planar measurement of distance. You're a fucking retard.
No, Nathan, you don't seem to be understanding.
No, I don't need you telling me I don't understand. That's just an insult. Meanwhile, you've just said, no, the distance is the vertical because it's the deviation in the rise over run. That's the elevation profile. Meanwhile, distance itself is on that graph and horizontal.
If he does what he says he does...
Again, the graph is horizontal. That doesn't mean reality is horizontal.
It's a measurement of Earth. It's a measurement of the Earth as it presents itself for measurement.
Yes, it's a measurement of the Earth.
So therefore, we've got a measurement of Earth with horizontal distance. The horizontal distance is how we've measured Earth. What the fuck else are you supposed to say other than we've measured Earth with horizontal distance?
Level distances.
Yeah. So we've measured distance flat then? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. Yes, Earth is measured flat with horizontal distances. That's correct.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Incorrect. He knows that, Nathan. If he does 3D modelling, they all use a horizontal datum point to measure from. Must do. He knows it 100%, and he knows a straight line cannot meet itself except a straight line on a ball ends up its own arsehole. That's physically impossible because that is a bent line.
That's nonsense. You don't have straight lines on balls.
I'm going to go to lunch and I'm going to end this on this. You're a liar, Mez.
No, you would call it a great soccer route if it goes around the ball.
So show us that on the... Okay, show us that. Hold on.
No, it wouldn't be a straight line.
Show us on the measurements then.
Again, I wouldn't show it on that measurement.
Oh, so it's just your empty fucking words then? The shit that you spew that you can't prove in the measurements?
Nathan, what I've been telling...
What you can do is talk through me saying it's just your empty hollow words that aren't backed in the measurements. The measurements are flat, they're level.
To get that in your head.
So you don't need to yammer through me when I point out that no, the measurements show it flat, and when I ask you to show anything curvy in the measurements, you can't, end quote you.
Nathan, no they don't.
Yeah, so we've got flat measurements. That's right. Yeah, the measurements are flat, of Earth, that is, because we're measuring deviations from a plane. Simple.
No, not a plane. From level.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. Earth's measured level. That's having no part higher or lower than another. And in this instance, we're measuring the hills and valleys with respect to that level plane.
It doesn't matter how many times.
To assume it's a plane is to beg the question about the shape of the Earth.
Sorry, we're not assuming it, we're measuring it. So now the measurements from Google Earth are an assumption by me? No, they're measurements from Google Earth, you dumb fuck. They've been presented to you. You didn't see them until about an hour ago. Then we gave them to you. Those are measurements.
You see what he's trying to do? He's trying to make him an assumption now.
Yeah,
Slow down.
Now the measurements are Nathan's assumption. No, dumb fuck globe believing wanker. They're not Nathan's assumption. They're Google Earth measurements.
No, Nathan, you need to listen.
No, I don't need to. I'm telling you. You're not informing me. You only found out about the elevation profile about an hour and a half ago when we gave it to you. Before that, you didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
No, I know what an elevation profile is, but I wasn't talking about...
Stuttery lying bastard. No, you didn't. I asked you, have you drawn one out on Google Earth? You didn't know what I was talking about. End quote you. I don't know what you're talking about. That's what you said.
Correct.
No, I said I don't know how...
He said you didn't know what I was talking about. He went out to a live audience, you lying glurf shithead. You understand that? A live audience heard you tell me you didn't know what I was talking about when I said elevation profile for miles.
Yeah, so I was talking...
Yeah! So, lying glurf fuckhead! You gotta lie to glurf. You ain't got a fucking clue what an elevation profile was until I gave one to you. Then you knew what it was and now you're a fucking expert. It's like we start talking about our space is fake and suddenly everyone in the comments section's a fucking astronaut. We start talking about celestial navigation, measuring Earth flat, and suddenly everyone's a fucking navigator. We start talking about our glide slopes, use a flat Earth, suddenly everyone's a fucking pilot. You hadn't got a fucking clue, you're a retard. We gave you this information, you dumb shit globe-believing retard. Meanwhile, the measurements have no curve. They are ipso facto flat. Linear, miles and kilometres, describing deviations from level over vast distances.
Again,
in
Nathan,
the
I've
measurements.
heard about elevation
the ones that you didn't know till an hour ago and are now yammering through me like you're the fucking authority here. You're not. I'm not asking you anything, you dumb shit globe-believing wanker. I'm telling you. Yeah? Do you understand that? You're getting told.
You can't do that on Google Maps. You can do that on Google Earth, okay? Google Maps and Google Earth are different things. I was using Google Maps. You were asking me to do something that Google Maps can't do.
Google Maps and Google Earth are intertwined. When you go down to the ground level in Google Earth, it ipso facto is Google Maps. They're one and the same thing, same as Street View. You dumb fuck that's never used this software.
No, they're not the same thing.
They are, you dumb fuck retard.
.com/maps. That takes you to one site. Type in Google Earth, it takes you to another. They're different things, they do different things.
They are intertwined with one another. When you zoom into Google Earth, you get Street View.
Yes, okay, but Google...
Yes, so they're the same fucking thing, you dumb spastic globe-believing idiot, disagreeing with me on this non-topic. Meanwhile, elevation profile measurement, ipso facto, is flat.
No, it just shows a deviation from level.
Sorry, it just shows a deviation from
we can
level.
go through this
in other words,
times.
flat.
No.
So level's not flat then?
No.
Yeah, it is. You're a dumb fuck. You're a retard. You were dropped on your fucking head.
I mean,
no, I just paid a little bit of attention in school.
Oh, right. So you think you paid attention in your cheap-ass dumb school that you were educated by the state with? How much did your school cost?
Nothing.
Mine was private. I had a very expensive education. It was far better than yours. You dumb fuck retard with a state education. A cheap-ass, shitty education that the state paid for.
Well, I think you should get your money back.
Yo, cheap-ass, cheap fuck who had a shitty education from the state. My education, if you want to appeal to that, was far more expensive and better than yours. Do you know what it taught me? Critical thinking. The trivium. Do you know what the trivium is?
No, I don't know what that was.
That's because you're a fucking retard with a cheap shit education that you were given for free. Don't appeal to how you know better because you had a cheap shit education.
Today we're learning about
Sorry, cheap shit education that thinks he knows better. No, you were educated by Big Daddy government for free.
This flat, then yes, I do know better.
So, dumb fuck, you were given a cheap-ass state-based education for free.
Yeah, it seems to have been better than yours.
No, my friend, you don't even know what the trivium is. You weren't taught critical thinking. You were taught how to regurgitate. You were taught how to look, listen, and repeat. That's what the state teaches dumb fucks like you, you abject clown. Critical thinking wasn't taught to you, spastic.
Come on, Chocolate's been on the panel a long time. He's trying to get a word in. Can't we give him 30 seconds?
Trivium is the lower division of the 7 liberal arts and compromises grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Yeah.
Oh, well, you managed to do a Google search, did you dumb bastard with a cheap fucker education that was given to you by your state?
Yeah, I told you I'd Google it.
Yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah, you were appealing to how much better your education was than mine. Wrong, dumb fuck. You weren't taught critical thinking. You can only regurgitate what you've been told. And in this case, what you read on fucking Google. It's not like you've applied critical thinking. You've just repeated what was on Google. Exactly like I told you, dumb fuck state educated
Nathan,
retard.
I did imply. I did.
Yeah, you just looked and repeated because that's what your state taught you to do. They didn't teach you critical thinking, and
If you critically think
exemplified
about
it by going to
know that it doesn't
Google
show that the
and
Earth is curved.
repeating what I told you to look up. You dumb fuck. Sorry, did you want to tell me how you were better educated again than me? You were not.
Nathan, you didn't tell me to look it up, okay? You said a word. Okay, I haven't heard that word before, so I Googled it and I found out what it means.
Nathan, he's not regurgitating things he was told to regurgitate because he's saying that level is fucking curved. He wasn't taught that at school. He's a glur flyer in a psychological dilemma.
I mean, that's the question I was going to ask, bro. Like, seriously. Like, and this is just to judge how serious we should take it. Like, flat Earth, globe Earth debate aside, do you think people should take you seriously if what you're saying is level is curved? You think that reports to reality? Like, outside of this debate, you're running around thinking level is curved? That's real?
Yes, I do think level is curved.
Okay, can you show us that in the measurements that we've been looking at this entire time, please?
Again, I've told you 1,000 times. These measurements don't show anything about level being curved or flat.
Sorry, they do show it ipso facto being flat. It's a horizontal distance measurement on an oblong graph. So it is ipso facto flat. That is what the graph shows. It isn't curving because it doesn't have what you appeal to when you think level is curved. Now, why would you say level is curved if level isn't shown on the graph? Why would you appeal to that rhetoric?
Because I'm not understanding.
Because I'm going to stutter. Yeah, you're appealing to a rhetoric that utilises level, aren't you?
A rhetoric?
Yeah.
In construction, if level is curved, would you not be able to build anything? What is wrong with you?
It isn't curved.
Yes, you would.
Sorry, level isn't curved, or it'd be shown in this level graph.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, it wouldn't? So why on earth would you think that level is curved if it wouldn't be shown in measurements?
It can be shown in measurements.
Okay, show us it in these measurements that we're looking at now. That would be the elevation profile measurements of Earth. Show us in
your
that.
baseline isn't going to fluctuate if that's what you're using as your 0 point to level it to measure against.
So what you're saying is the baseline for the Earth measurement is flat?
No, it wouldn't.
No, it is.
Earth is a
measurements.
oblate spheroid, apparently.
Brian,
so
shut up.
the curve would constantly alter.
Shut up, Brian.
Not on the graph, not on the measurements. It doesn't.
Lunatic.
Not shown on the measurements, though,
Yeah,
is it?
the thing is, Mez.
No, it wouldn't be shown in this measurement because...
Oh, it wouldn't be shown in this measurement. So when you just say level curves, it's just you saying it then. It's not like it would be shown in any measurements. It's just your empty words spewed by a spastic.
If
Do we understand now?
no oblate spheroid,
Do I need to say it
then
another 3
curve,
billion times before you get it?
Well, show us
then
in
your
measurements.
curve
Show
has
us level
got to
curving in measurements.
constantly alter
Show us
to
it in
match
measurements. Show us
that
level.
I posted it in the chat.
Spheroid. Fucking
Brian,
ludicrous.
shut up.
No.
So show us
Yeah,
the
you're not
level
coming in
curve
clear,
in
Brian.
measurements. In
God,
these
Brian, you're worse
elevation
than
profile
Nathan.
measurements.
Jesus Christ.
Don't
Yeah, but
blaspheme.
you're saying it's curved at a constant rate.
Shut
now.
up, Brian.
We're told it's an oblate spheroid. It's 14 miles wider, 28 miles wider at the equator than it is at the poles. So your curve has got to be constantly altering. It's fucking
There is no
ludicrous.
curve, Brian.
And you're an intelligent bloke that should be able to see
Brian, there isn't
through
any
this
curve. We're
bullshit
dealing with-
they have infected
Brian,
your brain with.
Brian, you don't need to be helping him out with the lifeline, right? We've got measurements of Earth. We're all happy with them. And this guy thinks, with his empty words, that level curves. Now, I don't know why he'd want to appeal to the axiomatic principle of level at all, because apparently we don't show anything in this graph to do with level. But apparently also level curves, but he just can't show it in the measurements.
Again, Nathan, the graph is showing elevation change with respect to level. It doesn't show anything about level curving or flat. It does show something about...
Stuttery bitch! Level is flat, like in the graph, you stuttery fucking retard. Yeah, level is what flat means when we've got a flat box with a flat mile measurement or kilometres along the top of it. That's precisely what it's showing. That's the measurements of Earth. Stuttery bitch.
Wah.
He's in a fucking psychological dilemma. He's got no proof of...
No, we're not in a psychological dilemma, one day, okay?
Yeah.
We're just looking at the graph and understanding what the graph shows.
And it shows curve, does it? Does the graph show any curve measurements?
That it's flat.
It shows that it's flat, yes.
No, it doesn't show that it's flat.
Oh, so it shows curve, does it?
No, it doesn't show that it's curved.
So it's showing flat, linear, mile measurements then?
No, it's showing elevation change with respect to level.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth
Don't
measurement.
mention level, mate.
Yeah, so we're measuring Earth with respect to level. That's how the deviations of profile, elevation profile, are measured. And the miles and kilometres that are ascribed to the distance for the deviation from horizontal are ipso facto flat, horizontal, kilometre measurements. That's what the graph shows.
Shows elevation change with respect to sea level.
Welcome to flat Earth. Earth has sea level. Level is having no part higher or lower than another, and the deviation from having no part higher or lower than another is what we have in these measurements. Earth's measured flat.
Yeah, but that's sea level.
And level on a flat Earth would be a straight line, and level on a globe Earth would be a curve around the Earth.
Okay, well, so show us the curve around the Earth in the graph then. If level around a globe, if Earth is a globe, show us that in the graph.
Can't show it in this graph.
You can't show it. That's because it's not measured that way. Now, if your axiomatic violation was true, you'd be able to show it in the measurement, and you can't.
That's
Again,
correct.
Nathan, this graph, this data, it doesn't help flat Earth, and it doesn't help globe Earth. It doesn't help anyone.
Sorry, so you're saying it's not a measurement of Earth then? Well, I would say it's a measurement of Earth and it ipso facto is flat, like the oblong graph shows and the linear measurements show, because that's what they are. Facts.
Again, you're wrong.
So the measurements in this oblong graph aren't straight, aren't level, as you've conceded many times. They're curving.
Say that again.
So they're curving then?
What is curving?
The
Level.
graph that we've got measurements. Oh, maybe if you ask a question, then start yammering straight through the top of my answer, maybe that will change that the oblong graph with linear kilometres ascribed to it isn't curving.
Again, Nathan, the data in this graph, it doesn't help flat Earth, and it doesn't help globe Earth.
Well, there's no helping a flat Earth. It's just a flat Earth measurement of linear kilometres. So when you say helping flat Earth, what are you talking about? It's not a fucking friend needing a fiver.
This data is not supporting your claim about the Earth being flat.
It's measuring it flat.
No, it isn't.
Okay, show us the curve.
Oh my God, really?
Okay, I'll post it in chat.
It's going round in
Drop over
circles,
distance.
so to speak.
Observer at 5,512 feet. Looking at.
So what's the measurement of
feet,
5,000? Sorry, stop.
Of 75
sorry,
miles.
Before you carry on, what's
and
the?
This is measuring
Sorry, just
from
before you go on,
horizontal,
Mez.
calculating a drop of 3,130 feet.
Mez, can I ask you something about your claim? Okay.
Yep, go on.
What's the 5,000 odd feet measured off?
That would be off sea level.
Welcome to flat Earth. Elevations are measured perpendicular to a plane of reference called sea level.
No.
No. So you're going to throw out
your.
So you're going to throw out your perpendicularity, your measurement from surface level, this case sea level. You don't want to use 5,000 odd feet off sea level, then.
No, I can use 5,000 odd feet off sea level.
Well, then you're going to need a sea level to be level to have it perpendicular to it. Welcome to flat Earth.
You can have a sea level being level, and you can measure.
And then you can measure Earth level. Yeah, that's right. Elevations are measured off level.
You
Welcome
just
to
can't
flat
have
Earth.
it off a ball.
Yes, elevations are measured off level.
Yeah, that's how Earth's measured for elevation. Earth's flat for elevation.
I'm happy to accept that.
Yeah, well, welcome to flat Earth. You're measuring perpendicular to a plane of reference called sea level. That's a flat Earth prerequisite elevation measurement. Perpendicularity, 90 degrees to sea level in this instance. That's how height gets measured. Earth is measured flat for height. perpendicular to, in this case, sea
Listen
level.
to the words I'm saying. Put them in your brain.
Okay, go on then.
Okay. So level is not necessarily flat. It's not necessarily curved. Okay.
It is necessarily flat. Having no part higher or lower than another is flat. That's what level means. So to say it isn't necessarily flat is just you with a bullshit ball belief that you can't apply to these measurements. Axiomatically, perpendicularity is violated. You don't get 90 degrees to curves. You do if it's a flat plane of reference like sea level, and that's what heights are measured off.
Okay, calm down.
But calm down's not a response when you're using our stuff. You're using perpendicular to sea level.
Sea level. Okay, so we've got a height above sea level.
Yeah, so welcome to Flat Earth. We're measuring Earth flat with sea level. So don't use our stuff.
This mountain that this measurement was taken from has an elevation of 5,512 feet.
Off sea level.
Off of what?
It's called Blue Mountain. It's in Washington.
Yeah, it's off of sea
and
level.
it's looking at 3 fingers, which is also 6,800 feet above sea level.
So we've got 2 perpendicular elevation measurements off a level. So in order to do this, we need Earth to be level.
Yes, you need sea to be level.
Yeah, that's what we're measuring, you fucking retard globe-believing spastic. That's how Earth gets measured. Off surface level. In this case, from sea level. Both of your altitudes are with respect to the same plane of reference. Sea level.
Nathan, he's a flat earther. Listen to him.
Sea level's not plane. To assume that sea level is a plane is begging the question. Okay?
Sorry, you're using sea level as the plane of reference, and both altitudes are perpendicular to that plane of reference.
Target has an elevation.
Why are you yammering through me? Why is that I'm talking and you're talking straight through the top of me?
Curved. Okay?
Why are you talking straight through the top of me?
So the mountain that we're looking at
I'm just going to remove
has an elevation 1,288 feet higher
through me.
than the observer.
You're just chanting through me.
And yet when we take a measurement...
Right, bye-bye. You're not going to continue to do this. Bye-bye.
We find that it is...
Fuck off. Get out of my fucking show. I'm sick of it.
Yeah. Yeah, mute him or kick him out, because then that was totally disrespectful right there.
He had long enough anyway, didn't he, really?
Respawned.
You know, he had long enough.
Oh, he's not going to be sleeping good tonight.
I think he's a flat earther, though, right? Right, One Deck?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He's using sea level. He's using level. He's using horizontal. He's using all the 30 words that we use. Yeah, get him on the panel, man. He'll do well on here.
I think he just needs it rather than a flat graph. He needs it on a pie chart. He'd feel more comfortable with that.
But I'm saying, so we're at the point where Google Earth and Google Maps doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe, like they've said all this time. So it doesn't prove anything then.
Yeah, he wants to mute.
Hang on, Eli.
So maps.
Google,
maps don't
Google Earth.
Exactly.
Google Earth is
the distance
Maps
is all maps,
spherical.
none of that stuff. Oh, go ahead. You said Google Maps is spherical.
I think we're saying according to Mez. According to Mez, hang on a minute. According to Mez in the psychological dilemma situation, he's saying Google Earth and Maps. One of them is demonstrating how flat it's measured, and the other is demonstrating how curve is measured.
I didn't hear him say that. I heard him argue from the time I took my nap to the time I woke up how it doesn't prove anything.
You hit it right in the head there, Eli.
I think he brought Google Maps into the situation to prove his point.
Yes,
which didn't go down very well.
Their own claim of an elliptical Earth destroys their using a curve as a datum point, because it obviously has to alter. It tightens up as it gets towards the equator, and then starts relaxing as it gets towards the North Poles. The poles.
You're just seeing too
It's
far, mate.
ridiculous.
You can just see too far, pal.
I know,
Nathan?
but their claim is ludicrous if we live on an oblate spheroid because the curve is not constant.
We
You
don't
can't
measure
have
any
a
curvature. We don't
point
live
that
on a sphere.
changes.
It's measured flat, Brian.
Sorry? Say
Stop
again.
We
giving
don't
him
live
the
on an
sphere.
oblique spheroid. We live on a curve. We've just been through this for 2 hours. How it's measured flat with elevation profiles.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying is their claim is ludicrous that a horizontal level is a curve. If that curve is on an oblate spheroid, that the curve alters constantly. You cannot
There's no
have a
oblate
datum
spheroid
point
in
that
existence.
constantly
There's no
alters.
oblate spheroid.
It's physically
There's no oblate spheroid, and there's no sphere. Otherwise, it would be measured that way, and it's not.
No, I know it isn't. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying their claim that level is a curve is ludicrous on an oblate spheroid because the curve constantly changes. You
No,
can't
because
have a
it's
datum
measured.
point. Fuck's sake, let me finish.
No.
You can't have a datum point that constantly alters. It has to be a
Yeah,
constant.
He ain't getting it.
Earth's measured flat.
Yes, I know it is,
From sea
but
level.
their claim is that the level is a constant curve. Well, it can't be a constant
did he-
curve on an oblate
How did he
spheroid.
prove it?
That
Well, can they
curve
demonstrate it?
constantly alters. And depending on which way you're measuring, east to west, it would be a constant curve. Then north to south, it would constantly alter. It's ludicrous.
Well, they're
what he's
horizontal
saying.
they're horizontal directions anyway.
Yeah, no matter what way you
Yeah.
go.
Nathan, when you get a second?
Is ludicrous.
You got
Don't let
enough
them wind you
time,
up,
man.
Brian.
Explain a datum point if it is constant.
Yeah, well,
And
the Earth's measured flat. The Greeks all knew that. Well, if listen, Brian, if Mez can come in here for 2 minutes and explain to us all in detail with some pictures and diagrams how Earth curvature is measured and what instruments and equipment was used, let him do that.
Yeah, but he can't. He can't. You know he can't do that. This argument's been going on since 2015.
Yeah,
They
that's the point.
can't
It's not an
do it.
argument anymore, Brian. We're at the point now where we're telling them how it's measured. It is not an argument. It's state of fact.
That's right, yeah. But they won't accept it. They've had it drilled into their minds that level is a curve. But you can't have that on an oblate spheroid because the curve constantly alters.
We haven't
It's
got an
fucking
oblate spheroid. We haven't got an oblate spheroid.
Well,
We haven't got one. We've only got sea level. We've only got sea level as the baseline for the 0 degrees for all elevation profiles. That's all we've got. I mean, mean sea level. Sorry. You know what I mean?
I know
That's all
what-
we've got.
I know-
Sea level.
I know what we've got and what we use, but they have been brainwashed to believe that level is a curve.
Yeah, well, that's great. I don't care if they've been brainwashed, mate. I don't care if they've been brainwashed. All we use is sea level. That's all we've got, sea level.
I asked him if a straight line could ever meet itself, and he specifically said no. And he's right, it can't. But if he tries to draw a straight line on a ball, it will end up back up its own backside.
He hasn't got a ball, mate. He hasn't got a ball.
It's ludicrous.
He hasn't got a
It
ball.
doesn't matter which way whether the line bends left or right or up and down, it's still a bend in a line.
But the straight line's not bending, mate.
The surface of an imaginary globe.
We
It's
haven't got an
ridiculous.
imaginary. Well, we have got an imaginary. That's all it is, imaginary. Yeah, it's mathematical imaginary bullshit. And the Earth is measured flat using sea level, a 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles across the Earth.
That's
As
right.
simple as that. That's all you need.
Yeah. You know, you spot. I know what you're. You know, I know the. Reality.
Yeah, well, that's all you need to
is-
know. Yeah. So how is all elevation profiles measured, Brian, from sea level?
What I'm stating is their argument is that level is curved.
We haven't got an argument. It's not an argument. We haven't got an argument. There's no argument to be arguing about. Earth is measured flat from sea level.
It's not an argument. It's a state of fact. That's what we're trying to get across.
It's not an argument. No argument to be had. You don't have to argue with these people.
Brian, what we're trying to tell you is if you keep bringing it and allowing them to make it appear as an argument, then you're going to go around in circles. We were ending it today, but he would still take us around in circles. But the fact remains, the measurements don't lie, and the measurements are flat, level, horizontal, not curved. Yep. But we don't have to go there.
Listen, Neil, Nathan, Eli, all the guys on here didn't make sea level up and say, right, FVD, we're going to make sea level up, and we're going to sort of say we're going to use sea level for all elevation profiles to measure and mapping and navigating across the Earth. That's already been done for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact of the matter.
All I'm saying is you can rip their argument apart if they start saying that level is curved.
You haven't got an argument. Yeah, so you missed it. The argument is not an argument. It's not an argument. We are stating facts here.
You try and tell him it's not an argument. He kept stating that level was curved.
Yeah, we did. He's a troll, mate. He's a troll. He's the guy. He's the guy who stormed Nathan. Remember when Nathan did that the presentation at that pub where he kicks off with the guy who owned it? Mez was the guy who disturbed it. He was the one who walked in and disturbed that day.
What was his other
And Mez was stating that day. Hang on a minute. He was stating on that day, I think, because Nathan was very professional. He was explaining about elevation angles requiring a horizontal baseline. And Mez stood up and disturbed that. That's how mentally disturbed he is. That's his psychological dilemma coming through. He had to go to Nathan's thing and disturb it. That was him.
Yeah, because see what these measurements are doing, Brian. It's driving them insane. That they have to come. They have to try and get some sort of pulp. So they'll just keep going round and round in circles.
In the membrane.
He confessed it himself. And then when Nathan would repeat it, he would say, no, there's problems there. This much.
I think Nathan did well. I mean, Nathan always does well. I can't give Nathan props, fucking hell. But what I'm saying is, considering the stress and everything that's going on, Nathan did very well. But there was a point where I could feel Nathan getting a little bit angry with him because he turned it a little bit away, and I think a few of us stepped in. That's what they want. They want to get you angry and disturbed and start shouting. That's what I was saying about the video situation that we do sometimes, where you get angry and frustrated. We don't need to get angry and frustrated. We've got sea level on our side. You know, it's just sea level is sea level.
Well, what we're trying to do is a couple of times I know I wanted to get in and Chalk wanted to get in. You know, we're hungry too, man. There's a bone there for us. Give us a bone every now and then, Nathan.
Yeah, I would agree with that, maybe.
It would have been nice for someone else to get in, but Nathan had been battling him for so long that he just wanted to try and get him to slip up and give the concession. But
he did. He conceded about. He conceded about at least 4 times.
100 times. I counted.
Yeah, I'm just saying 4 for generosity. He conceded 4 times.
I mean, they went round and round for over an hour, and every one he was conceding.
I mean, once you've conceded, you can just say, "See you later, mate." Go, delete him, and we'll just chat amongst ourselves. So you don't have to. What we did there was, no disrespect to anybody. What we did there was he conceded, and then we went over the same facts again to another concession. We needed more concession after concession after concession. Once you've got your first concession, it's over, pal.
Right, but what it does is it demonstrates to an audience that's listening how freaking retarded they are. Because if he thinks he's done well, he's out of his mind.
Yeah, but what you could do, Neil, is after the first concession to the audience, we could just delete Mez, the troll, and then go back over what we said and where the concession came into play, what he'd said, and explain to the audience in a more logical manner, slower, more in detail, if they're not up to date with the flat Earth debate, which isn't a debate, how we've now come to our conclusion, and he's admitted that Earth's measured flat. So we've had to stop the conversation because it's ended now. We don't have to keep going round in circles for 2 hours because we're just going over the same old ground.
I think Eli had the best solution for this. He went to sleep and then woke up, and it was on the same nonsense was going on. I'm going to do that next time.
Yeah, but that's what. That I just sort of backed that up as well. Yeah,
I thought he was a very level-headed man.
At the end of the day, based on what he was trying to say, like all we have is plotting, these things on graphs. But if he's saying level specifically is the argument, we don't know if level is curved or level is straight, even with the linear distance of statute miles. How the hell what argument can you make other than photos from space, Earth? Like what else? You can't appeal to literally any measurement or data.
100% correct, Eli. Well said.
Nathan, are you still there?
Yeah. Somebody sent me a link to a show from 11 months ago, and what I'm saying in the link that the person sent me was, I'm talking to Adam and I'm saying, I don't want my curators to take ownership of my book. Therefore, I've got Adam to write a foreword that gives general notoriety to anybody who's ever joined the show. But it's very important that I don't lose control of my own book. That's me telling Adam. And my wife's like, I said, should I publish that? And she's like, well, it's not necessarily worth publishing, but it's noteworthy because you're telling Adam that you want to retain control of your own book. And that's the opportunity for him to say, well, it's too much work. I'd rather go away and do my own. And he's not. He's agreeing.
Is that what the guy sent you that to 2213?
Yes.
Then I must have listened to it. And what was the timestamp?
2 hours, 11 minutes.
Yeah, I got a totally different thing.
Nathan, just before the 3 hours of Mez's Cog Dis, you were just about to answer or talk about the potential of supporters chipping in to get the names in the book. Then it went into Mez for fucking 3 hours.
Yeah, it's not a terrible idea. I'll go over it with my wife and see what she says. But I want to avoid e-begging before the book comes out, if I'm honest. So,
well, it's not really e-begging though, is it?
That's why I think it's a good idea. So I'm not decrying it in any way, but I think it's a good idea.
Oh, what is your book about?
Measuring Earth flat.
I figured.
No, it's about how sea level is curved, right? Because that's reality, right?
No, I mean, I tried to cover this when the guy first interjected. It's like, if sea level's curved, then when your plane comes into landing, it can't plan its descent, which is done with a flat baseline and a triangle. That's how the descent is done, with parallel eye level and ground level measured in linear horizontal miles. That's it. It's just that simple. Earth's always measured flat. I really like the flight data. I think it's an excellent, if not the highest of standard when it comes to flat Earth proof, because lives are on the line. And there's no fucking around when you're talking about measurements of the Earth's surface to bring the plane into land. It's done over a flat plane with horizontal linear distance measurements and trig, like everything. So that's a great standard as far as I'm concerned that violates their description of a curved sea level, because you can't have parallel eye level, you can't do trig, you can't use horizontal distances. We do. That's how Earth gets measured. Flat.
No, you're missing the point, Nathan. I mean, you might have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, but it's actually spherical and spinning.
Yeah.
Notice you came.
No, you'd go into orbit every time you tried to land your plane because the Earth would keep dropping away from you. And that's what they call an orbit, where you keep missing the ground because it curves away.
Yeah, this is where you keep getting it wrong, Nathan.
They have to start that landing glide slope over 100 miles out.
Yes, exactly.
So they come down gradually so you don't spill your G&T.
Precisely. Now, when you're taking off...
Which is, what, 6,000 feet of curvature they'd not calculate for?
When you're taking off, you can take off at quite a severe angle. And I'd never really thought about it. I've been on dozens and dozens of flights. But when you take off, it's relatively rapid to get up to flight level, right? Flight level in itself being a flat Earth prerequisite. But to get up to flight level, you can do it relatively quickly. But the descent, no, very different story. The descent is over a very long distance, so that it's nice and gentle for the passengers.
And that's to repressurize the fuselage as well, gradually.
I didn't know that.
Well, if you never took a packet of crisps onto a plane that expand and sometimes they pop.
Yeah, I had a pen explode. I had a really nice, I had a Mont Blanc pen that I spent several £100s on. And I took it foolishly on a plane, and the fucking thing exploded all over my Yves Saint Laurent shirts. I was heartbroken.
Yeah, so they have to introduce that depression slowly.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not just saying it for any. You'd have to get up there quite quickly because you could. I mean, if you're taking off in Manchester, for example, you're in the middle of Wythenshawe, which is a really rough area, Manchester, with like high-rise flats and things like that. You can't be going. You can't gradually go up. You're going to be crashing into something. You've got to get it up there. I mean, you've got to get up there quick for safety, really, as well.
Just thinking about it, that experience, right? I think that was on the way to Singapore, and when I got there, I was staying in something that I still think is a bit crazy, but it was a 7-star hotel, right? And I remember saying to my employer who came with me on that trip, what makes it 7 stars? Surely 5 is just as high as it gets and it can't be any better. He's like, well, see what you can find in the hotel that you would, give it a higher rating for. Well, like I say, I got there and I had all this ink all over my expensive suits and expensive shirts, and I legitimately had a meeting a couple of hours after getting to the hotel. So I call up room service and say, I need these laundered in a hurry. And I kid you not, they had all of it washed, pressed, and all of the stains removed within about 45 minutes. Now, how the hell they did it, I have no idea. But they literally had them back to me in plastic-lined bags, all laundered with no stains on it, within the hour. It was unbelievable. It was amazing.
Invisible ink in that pen?
No, it was a full-on. I thought they were all ruined. So when I gave them to the woman, she's like, yeah, I can get these back to you in no time, no problem. And she takes them away. I'm like crapping myself. I've got no suits. What am I going to do? 45 minutes later. I mean, it may not have been 45 minutes. It might have been 55 minutes, but it doesn't matter. Within about an hour, I'd got all the suits back, all the shirts. No, not a spot of ink on them. Just amazing.
Wow.
Nathan,
this is a little childish.
I'm noticing more. Nathan, sorry, mate, just one quick. I don't know if I'm saying this. I've never noticed your. You from Birmingham, mate?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I've never noticed your Brummie accent ever up until recently, coming through in certain words. Just
That's
pointing
because
it
of
out to
his
you.
posh education that he got. Didn't you hear him telling what's his name, Mez?
I did have a very posh education.
Hey, did you hear me,
this
Nathan?
is a
He was
little-
the one who disturbed your show that day. Do you know that, Nathan? He was the one who came into your your talk that day in the pub or the club.
Who was?
Mez.
He was the same guy who came to my thing on the South Coast.
Who disrupted your talk? Who disrupted your talk, and you fell out with the organizer and all that. He was the one who came there and told you elevations can be measured from a curved baseline or something.
Oh,
That's
okay.
correct.
Same rhetoric.
Yeah. So he's obviously it's a psych. I've got it right. It's a psychological dilemma. They've got this globe in the red. They need to keep it. They'll do anything to keep the globe. Anything to keep the globe. And he's just been in here trolling today. You'd already got a concession half an hour in, Nathan. So we didn't really. I mean, it's good for the audience, like I say, but we don't need to go on for that for 2 hours. We've conceded the fact, and then we could go over the fact that he's already admitted horizontal's horizontal, and he needs horizontal, and he can't give any evidence of the curve for the elevation profiles. So there you go. That's all you need, really. But he must be like down and out psychological dilemma if he's travelling across the Britain to come to your show to disturb it. He's got issues, mate.
Yeah,
that's what he's paid to do.
Say again, Brian.
He's paid to do exactly that.
How do you know that?
Oh, he might be right though, Nathan.
I don't know. That's
what by the Anunnaki? Who pays him? The Anunnaki?
Hold on, Brian. What standard do you have to back that?
I've had 2 of them come to me privately that have seen the light, let's say, and explained it to me. I did promise them I would never mention who they were, so I'm sorry I can't tell you who they were. But yes, they are. They're called, I'll tell you what their job title is a warden. They're called wardens, flat earth wardens, just like your parking meter warden. That is their job title.
Warden?
That's about the only thing that makes sense.
They're classed as they're called a warden, yeah. And
do the wardens have any, Brian? Do the wardens have any Earth curvature measurement evidences? No.
No, they don't. No, they're just they're there to make you look ridiculous. That's all they are. And unfortunately, most people can see through their complete and utter nonsense now.
Yeah, because he's failing. He made himself look ridiculous. So the warden is failing.
How much was that height measurement curving? If,
it wasn't.
Miles was curving.
It's,
they weren't, John. I mean, I should give credit to refracted curvature here, right? The only reason I can last 3 hours on a live show with some numpty warden, if he is, I don't know that's the case, but we'll take it as read. Well, it's because of John's mentality. Where is the flat earth evidence going to come from next? That's all I'm thinking the whole time. What's he going to say next that proves a flat earth?
Who?
Well, it was constant, Nathan.
The warden.
Yeah, and it was constant.
But I mean, I agree with you, Nathan. With John, he's that with the old eye level, pointing it out. That's fantastic. But I felt today, as much as us going out on the front foot and sort of explaining how, if it's flat and it's measured like that, and we've got the horizontal sea level, we're still doing all the work. Where I find it sometimes simpler to say, "There's your microphone. Only be 2 minutes. Tell us how it's a globe. How's it measured as a globe? Yeah. Who measured it? And what equipment was used? And just go silent and let them speak. And get a little pen and paper and write some words down that they're going to speak of. And you can be a pound to a penny of salt that they're going to mention horizontal like he did, sea level. Yeah. So just let them do it this. But we are. So there's a balance I think we need to get with this going on the front foot, because sometimes we can go on the front foot a bit too heavy. I think we've got to get the balance right.
You got to remember, there's a show though too. If in the chat, if you look, there's people saying, "I can't get enough of this." So people love it. It is a show too. Yes, we educate people, but there's an entertainment aspect to it, and people like that.
But that's what we used to. We used to ask them, where's the coverage? How is it measured? So please. All types of concepts. Right? And apparently, that's still what we're getting in 2025. Now we're getting doubles covered, all this crap. Are you serious? Can't be serious. They are.
What else can you tell us, Brian, about wardens?
Yeah. As in what? What? Well, you know, it's.
Tell us the truth, Brian. Tell us the truth.
I'm not suggesting you're lying.
It doesn't take a lot of discernment to understand these people are highly educated, and when you tell them, Nathan, sea level is measured as a horizontal plane, they know that. They know it 100%. They are not fucking stupid, but they have to distort it to keep with the narrative and say that horizontal is a curve. And this is where I attack them and say, well, a constant curve, I might give you that, but Earth is not a constant curve. It is an oblate spheroid with a curve changing constantly.
How?
You cannot.
Oh my! Oh no! You
cannot have a datum point that constantly alters, and they have to give up on that point. So don't let them talk you into that horizontal level is curved, because it would have to be a constant curve. And it isn't. We're told it's
Brian, I was almost believing it. I was almost falling for it.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet you was. Yeah.
Falling is with respect to a plane of reference, also.
Nathan, are you having any reference to the people that fucked you over in your book, but under different names?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Well, I've got a humorous suggestion for Adam. Are you familiar with a Merkin?
Yes.
Adam Merkin.
I mean, the problem with Adam...
Merkin.
The problem with Adam...
It's a pubic wig that was traditionally used to hide syphilis.
The problem with Adam is he just doesn't have enough personality to be an interesting character.
But I just thought that was a good piss take of him.
Sure, I mean, if he was an interesting character, he ended up getting written in. But literally, name 3 exciting things Adam's done. Go.
He got arrested. He got arrested.
Got arrested. Got arrested in Italy.
Got arrested in Italy. That was radical, man. Come on, can't say he's boring there. And I think that would be a mistake. I think you got to take the high road here.
One down,
just like you didn't lie about getting your documents back.
One down,
take the
2 to go.
High road.
Okay, thanks, Neil. 1 down, 2 to go.
There's a local newspaper article about him outside of his pharmacy shop, complaining about some police thing they were going to build.
That's boring as fuck.
That's the only thing.
That's not exciting. Sorry. No, I don't count that. Next.
I'm video edited my music video, so I'm cool with him for that.
No, the amount of help he's offered and his intellect level is great. I'm not going to knock him for. I'm not going to say he's stupid. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he's dumb. I'm not saying he's not useful. But I'm saying in terms of what makes a good character, if you're going to talk about somebody, if you talk about, use a different example, say Bob Nodell. He is an interesting character. Yeah? There's plenty to write about, therefore plenty to keep a reader intrigued about. But I just don't think the same is true of Adam.
What's the most interesting thing about Bob Nodell?
Just how he behaved, how he took control of everybody and was very domineering in terms of his flat earth prevalence. He just was an interesting character.
Who Xanadu Bomb?
Also, but Nathan, Antonio Subrati, he was a great character.
Yes,
I think.
Absolutely. He'll probably get written about.
I would say
he's brilliant
because he could lie very well, and I think you should lie about him too.
You forget all that. But when he was quite advanced, you know, and he was really, I've seen early clips of Nathan and Antonio talking about things with Patricia and all that. But Antonio was good. He got in when the bloody so-called map and where the sun comes up. I've got an Antonio book, the Secret of the Sun book. You know, he was a great character. It's a shame he went. Really, I would have liked to see how he turned out because I think he was quite. He was tuned in.
I heard he went, but he was adamant about one thing before he left this earth.
Can I just stop you? Could you see how you immediately rattling off stories about Antonio? And it's like, I remember when he claimed Patricia Steer was a man. Yeah, that's what I mean by character, right? There's plenty of interesting stuff to talk about Antonio Subirats. Bob Nodell on Netflix saying, oh, we've been really worried about this while he's all mic'd up. All of that is interesting, to say the least. There's plenty of stories.
Buying a fully gyro.
Yeah. All of that is interesting as a character.
Remember that guy called Wondek who come up with that poem called "The Globe Is Flat," and then all of a sudden, everybody thought, "Fucking hell, the globe must be measured flat." Remember him? He was a great character. Him.
I still think just say what happened. That's all. You don't got to dog them out.
I'm not dogging anybody out. I'm just saying there's certain people who have character and are interesting to write about, and there's certain people who just aren't. Now, you can't help it if you're not an interesting character.
Nathan, have you listened? Have you listened back to the past few shows?
Hold on, real quick. It's been a little bit since I've been in here, and last time I was really in here was before all of the crap happened, but everything went down. So I don't know. Sorry to hear that all this shit's gone down. It kind of sucks, especially because I don't know. I didn't think something like the book would do something like that to FED, so it's a little crazy.
Yeah, the world is crazy, and expect the unexpected.
Hey Nathan, Nathan, you, Chewie, and Adam aren't doing an Oasis trick, are you?
What's the Oasis trick?
When you'd like to split up for 15 years, and then you do a black, right? Like we've split up, we're not friends and all that, and then you do the final concert, which is an absolute fucking sellout, and book sales go up.
No. The Oasis trick is claiming that they were better than the Beatles.
You don't get my sense of humour, do you?
Yeah, at one point, Brian said, this could all just be a big publicity stunt. Like, what a great load of publicity. And it kind of felt like that, and I leaned into that when Conspiracy Cats, now Culture Cats, made his comment. He's like, man, I can't get enough. He said, there's not enough popcorn in the world for this. I'm like, oh, well, thank you for confirming how engaging my ending to my book will be. Meanwhile, I'll give you a flat earth for that, end quote, Conspiracy Cats, now Culture Cats, when measuring earth flat from perspective. Would you like me to credit you with your actual name? In other words, this seems really exciting. Everybody's telling me how they're on the edge of their seat because of it. So you can now more than ever see why Brian was like, this could just be all one big blag just to get publicity. I'm like, no, the pain's real. It's not a publicity stunt. But what difference does it make? It still had the same effect, even though it's not done as a blag or, as a publicity stunt. It's still having the exact same effect, isn't it?
Yep.
Imagine debating flat Earth in 2025.
No, hang on. It's more exciting now because you mentioned giving people characters. You might be bringing people's names into it. So the book's going to change a little bit. What was going to be the best book in the world for 200 years now is going to be the best book in the year for 500 years. Things are going to change. QE and Adam wasn't that good. Adam's boring. QE's boring. So something's going to change now. So we all need this book. We all want this book. It's fucking brilliant, mate. Well, I'm going to buy 2 copies just for myself.
Somebody pointed out in the comments, they're like, when you say that it's all boring, that does sound just like sour grapes. And I'm like, well, I am very bitter about all this. So you're right, it is sour grapes. You know, me saying, oh, it's just boring. You're like, well, yeah, I can understand how you could see that as being sour grapes. Because, yeah.
It's boring if you just left it with all the information. But if you're weaving in stories, it's going to be good.
Yeah. I mean, that was always going to be the case. There was always going to be a sixth draft. So from that point of view, I've probably got not that, you know, firmer standing to moan too much. But getting the fifth draft back under my control is a pain in the arse. And as I am reflecting on it, I said this to the commenter, and I'm like, yes, number one, you're correct. This is sour grapes, but it's nice to have it pointed out because the way I can't remember the commenter's name, but the way he approached it was to be as least antagonistic as possible, while saying no, this just doesn't look good, and I just want you to know that. And I'm grateful when someone approaches me in that way, because they are being detrimental or negative, but they approach it in such a way that they're saying, look, I'm looking out for you by telling you, by saying they're boring and QE's work's dry. It just sounds like sour grapes. Now, like I say, my response is, it is, you're correct. You know, and rightly so. Why wouldn't I be a bit bitter about this? Obviously. But still, you go, on reflection, probably best not to do that. Because what is it that for the last 12 months when I've been saying it's going to be the best book in the world, as you just put it, that was I lying? Well, no, that was genuine, that's sincere. Well, now have things changed? Well, yes. And that's, again, I pointed out to the commenter, it's still true upon reflection. Now, it might not get highlighted so much because it does just sound like bitterness and sour grapes, as he put it, but it is still true. That is to say, as my wife's listening to the recordings and transcribing it all, I'm like, shit. You know what I mean? It is snoozeville. I'm not joking. But it's only when you stand back from that, it's like when it's being done, you think, well, no, this is just, the process is quite drawn out while they argue for 5 hours about one bloody word. But when you listen back, you're like, they're arguing for 5 hours over one word. This just seems like a time waster situation where I'm just having the time that the book could be getting published wasted in hours of argument about one or two words that aren't really that important. And then you go back through it and go, you've argued about this one word for 5 hours, but then you've repeated yourself 6 times.
Nathan, we're trying to get you the best book. Just relax. But what I will say is I'm finding it hard to believe that none of them realized that you were going to have the last say in the book. It strikes me very, very hard. Even Brian said, no, I had no idea either. I said, what the hell are you talking about? He is the author of the book. He's got to put the final stamp on it. What are you not getting here? So if they're shocked that the work they were going to do may have fell on the cutting floor, well, then you weren't paying attention.
Martin still doesn't understand any of this, but hey, I really don't get how it went like this. It's crazy to me.
No, I don't know. The more musical minded of people see this happening all the time. Now, while I'm not particularly musically minded, as in I don't play an instrument, I was, when I was doing a performing arts course, surrounded by people of that type of nature, more arty performers and musicians. And this sort of discussion was rife, commonplace, whatever you want to call it. And I think it might have been D. Rose that was also giving, and Anthony Riley, that had both given examples of direct correlations with musical collaborations that have gone sour in the exact same circumstances.
Yeah, D. Rose gets it. He wasn't shocked by it at all. When I was talking to him, he was like, I knew that was going to happen. Happens all the time in music. Yeah. I was just wondering why it was taking so long.
Well, exactly. So for that reason, although you don't know how or under what circumstances it might happen to you, you cover your back. You just make sure that you protected against that to a certain degree. And that's what I did. Now, like I keep saying, I never in a million years imagined it would be QE and what's his name. But it is.
If you listen to the shows the last few days, if I was QE or Adam, I would have taken a ride to your house already.
What was his name again, Nathan? Sorry?
I don't know. Ian something or other.
Being a scotch.
You know, it's funny. My girlfriend said that to me this morning. But it's something very similar. She said, I kind of knew this was going to happen.
What? Repeat that? I didn't hear that.
His girlfriend said he knew this was going to happen.
my girlfriend said she knew that this was going to happen. Like, the fallout. Like, she was like, I could tell it was going to happen. It's like, how the hell did you do that? I didn't even have a freaking clue. It's like, I don't know. I could just hear it, the way they would interject and be like, this is my book, this, that. And she was like, I could see it happening.
You know, when I seen it happening on that show, when he was playing a baller and claiming that Nathan just saying Earth is measured flat, it's not going to do it. Chapter 4, right in the book. I sensed a lot of freaking, how do you say it? Like anger towards the way it was being argued and sort of like a possession of something that was being written. I felt it coming on there. I really did.
Talking
You
about
just
your
played
book,
that show
Nathan.
last week too.
Nathan?
Yes.
Have you seen the book scammers, the publisher scammers?
No.
Oh dear. Just beware. As soon as it sort of goes public, you might get dozens of phone calls from scammers offering you book deals and stupid money that they're going to allegedly pay you, but you've only got to put £8,000 up front. Or
oh yeah, he's going to do that. Really, he's going to do that right away.
Yeah, that's not going to be a problem.
They had one woman. They offered her a movie of a book, and what did she do? Remortgaged her house and sent them $40,000.
Yeah, I
And
don't
it was
think I'm
all
going to be getting a
fake.
third
So
mortgage.
just be aware of them. They say they're from like Penguin and all these top book people. And if yours comes on their radar,
Thank
get
you
a
for
few...
making me aware that that's something that people try and exploit. So yeah, I didn't know that, but now I do. Thank you for telling me.
No problem, mate. There's I don't know if you know Kit Boga. He's a scam baiter.
Yeah.
I've just dropped a video in the chat where he didn't explain to him what his book was about, but he had a Zoom call with a scammer. And then when they got down to what his book was about, it was about warning people about online book fraud.
Warning people about online
hilarious.
scammers.
Yeah, it was. And you should have seen his face altered because he had him in a Zoom meeting.
Wow.
I've dropped it in the chat there if you want to ever watch it.
Very amusing. Yeah, I'll have a look. I'm subscribed
But
to
just
it.
be aware of it.
That's what that movie Beekeeper was about with Jason Statham. They scammed that lady out of all her freaking money, and he just took him out.
Oh, they implant in your brain that the book is so good that you could be a millionaire, and all you've got to do is find this $8,000 or $10,000 or whatever they think they can get out of you.
Not for nothing, but if you fall for that, you deserve to be had. I'm sorry.
I've been celebrating because
It depends how passionate you are about your book, I suppose, Neil. You know, if you're very passionate
Chocolate
about
was
it.
saying something. Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just asking, have the ballers been celebrating because they have something else to talk about besides how they have no measurements of curvature?
Yeah.
Measurements of curvature are actually flat.
Yeah, I had conspiracy cats, now culture cats, in my chat saying there's not enough popcorn in the world. I'm like, oh, I'm really glad you like my ending. Awesome.
Rufy mentioned something, Chocolate. Rufy was like, what the heck is going on? He goes, listen, I feel bad, but this is great for me.
Oh, bless. Maybe this will give them time to scrounge up some actual Earth curve measurements or something.
Nathan, have you had any humorous flat Earth related interactions in real life with people?
Humorous, as in, like when I'm in person, as opposed to online.
Yeah, I mean, like something comes up, you hear like trigger words such as like globe, for example, and then maybe start the conversation, and things can get a little heated.
I have to rack my brains. I can't. Not off the top of my head. The only interactions I
Okay.
typically have are with family, and the only story I can regale you with is when my sister, who owned several boats and had to train in celestial navigation, was listening to me describe celestial navigation. She's just nodding along while my brother-in-law argues the toss with me. And I'm like, why are you agreeing with me? She's like, well, I studied celestial navigation, so of course I agree with you.
So what you're admitting to is you're only a flat earther doing your show. Well done.
You what, Neil?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said?
You're only a flat earther doing your show. I don't really know what you mean by that.
Great. So you just said you have no other stories you could tell about maybe when you were, oh, that's right. You don't bring it up to people because you don't want to ruin their day.
It's not that I don't really want to ruin people's day. It's just typically I'm in a scenario that isn't conducive with arguing the toss about flat Earth.
I'm only taking a shot at you.
No, I don't want to ruin people's day when it's out and about, and I'm relying on the person that I'm with normally to educate my kid. So I don't really want to poison them with, oh, this guy's a flat earther and therefore I've got preconceived notions about what he's going to be. I don't really want that if I'm paying them to teach my kid art or something, or teach them to swim.
Yeah, I got you.
You went on OME Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
On OME TV, it would definitely ruin people's days.
Yeah, OME TV was something that was different from my typical day on Flat Earth, I suppose.
That was good content. You could probably get your channel growing if you start doing that again.
I remember I was a producer on that.
Producer, yeah.
Next, you'll be wanting his name on it.
When you said that, not to bring him up, but me and Keely were cracking up. We're the producers now, but we can't get a word in. You know what I realized? No matter what you say, people are still going to look at you and they're going to think you're freaking nuts because they designed it that way. I went to pick up some furniture the other day, and this lady we picked it up from, she lived right next to a lake, a big lake, big body of water. I forgot how the conversation came up, but we started talking about how Earth is flat. I started laying a few things out for her, and she was very receptive. She was like, huh, that's a very good theory. I never even thought about that. But then as I went on, you could tell that she was like, this guy is freaking nuts. My wife was giving me the eye, so I had to stop. You know, when they give you the eye, I mean, knock it off. But yeah, eventually they're going to think you're nuts.
Yeah, slowly all of my friends are figuring out the stuff that I know. Like, sometimes I drink a little bit too much, and I'm going home like on the metro with my friends, and I share a little too much, and then I don't know if they look at me the same anymore afterwards.
You know what you always get? And I got it the other day. What about the moon? I'm like, well, what about the moon? I'm telling you, Earth is measured flat by everybody everywhere. And then actually about the moon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that thing, with mass is attracting mass, but the moon and the Earth stay equidistant from each other, and you only ever see one side of the moon. Yeah, that thing.
I don't even get into all of that. Then I think she actually about gravity, or then how we're not floating. You know, them magical words, floating land. Yeah, it's just a heavy indoctrination that we've all been indoctrinated into, and it's a stronghold. It really is a stronghold. If that guy was legit and he wasn't a warden, you could tell how strong the hold is.
Did anyone
It
figure out
seemed
what
like
magical
it did
floating
seem
man
kind of
talking
genuine because he actually seemed like he was getting like emotionally invested. So I mean, if you're like paid to do that, you have like agenda. It's kind of hard to like get heated like that. I don't know. Maybe could be. But he did make me realize something. If you believe that level is like curved and like all points that you can recognize that that's level, that's equal distant off of the ground level, we'll say, like sea level, whatever. If you can believe that, then when you draw the line between those points has to be curved. And in which case, when you're using linear measurements like elevation angles to stars, like they doesn't even like line up at all. And I think they kept explaining the same thing over and over and over again, and then it just like wasn't understanding that. But it helped me like really visualize just how like I guess indoctrinated they are to fall for that stuff.
I don't think they fell for it. That's what they were taught. That's what they believe. They
Exactly.
Yeah, and they like in school we believed it with like no evidence, but then when you try to take them away from it with evidence, then they suddenly start demanding like peer-reviewed like papers and stuff. Like what? You accepted the whole thing wholesale without anything.
Yeah, they teach you that too. Don't question. This is what it is. Just believe it and get on with it.
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you? They're your teachers. They're the same teachers that are teaching you arithmetic, right? So, I mean, that checks out, right? Everything else checks out. Why wouldn't this check out? So, they're putting a lot of trust in the authority of the teachers, and they're going off a curriculum. And who knows? It'd be interesting if I know which teachers actually just taught it because they had to, because somewhere along the line, people have to know it's flat just through observation. Like, how can you think you're on a ball when everything demonstrate you being on a flat Earth?
Yeah. There's a podcaster
They
that posts
can't they
the Flat
can't
Earth
buy
Files.
they can't by any measurement of any kind claim that the Earth is a globe. Like that's what this guy basically just argued all show. I find that crazy. I don't know what y'all was talking about. I just came in wanting to say that.
Mhm. There's a podcast I listen to with the Flat Earth Files, and the guy interviews people as they're figured it out and how it's affected their life and stuff. And there's been people who have come on that are like ex-teachers of like science-related classes, and then they figure it out and they just can't like teach that stuff anymore, or they try to like switch the curriculum but then get fired. In fact, I think one of the Founded Earth Brothers guys, I think he was a teacher as well for that stuff. I don't know.
Well, what
Yeah, look up
show
to
is
him.
it?
It's called the Flat Earth Files. He's originally ran a podcast called The Fact Hunter, really well known podcast talking about the conspiracy related things like 9/11, JFK, and he started to share about about flat Earth once. Actually, flat Earth Dave, I know he's got his problems, but he did wake up the host to the subject. and he was trying to share it on his show, The Fact Hunter. And after the podcast launch, he got so many like horrible comments from people saying like, "Okay, we believe you with all this, but this is just too far. You're making a joke of us." Blah blah blah. So he decided to make a separate podcast for Flat Earth because of how divisive it was. Nowadays, it's a little bit less divisive, but yeah.
Gotta make it come through the conspiracy door, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really, really good. Very entertaining show to listen to. I'm about to have my first child, and I moved to Portugal last year, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna keep her out of the indoctrination camps. Trying to figure out homeschooling here. It's a lot more complicated.
How so?
Because they're more stricter on the vaccines, and even if you homeschool, you're supposed to be registered with a local school nearby to you, and you still have to attend the school like every few months to do tests as well.
You know, you don't have to look into that because we thought the same thing. Because when we lived in New York, we had to do the same thing. My wife had to put their quarterlies in. But yeah, they do have to take tests, but you don't have to go to the school to take that test. Because we thought we had to bring them to school. I said, no, you can give them the test at home if you want. And that's what we did.
Yeah, but he's not in the United States, Neil.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it works like that.
Yeah, I know that.
mean,
I said it might be different. So I would check it
Yeah,
out. Because we thought the same thing that, wow, we're going to have to bring them into school. So check it out first. But we had to do the same thing. We had to turn in quarterlies every 3 months, give them their grades, what their reading level is.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it does seem like she would have to be present. But either way, it's just it just hurts a little bit to teach like okay, this is what measurable reality shows. This is what we can see in history. This stuff doesn't add up. But by the way, for this test, you need to memorize all this stuff. So apparently, there is possible workaround. It's like a gray area here. Or if I enroll her in like an international school, then I can kind of get away with not teaching all the garbage. Like just like online. There's some schools that are accredited where even if you like create your own curriculum, they'll still like let you do it somehow. So I don't know too much about it yet, but some people are doing it. I'm just kind of nervous because I think laws could change by the time that she becomes of school age, which is the maximum age to start with the school is 6 years old. So,
dude, we heard horror stories of freaking kids that were taken from their parents because they were homeschooling them. My wife was in a panic most of the time we lived in New York, telling me all these stories. Look, they came and they took these kids away. I'm like, let somebody come in my house and try to take my kids. I would love to see that.
Yeah, it's hard to get guns here. Yeah, but I want to get one.
Well, from what I was reading in Portugal, you can say no to whatever you want. But if you say no to certain things, then they can't go to like public daycares and public schooling. But if you're going to be homeschooling, then that's not an issue.
Yeah, that's
in Portugal, just from what I read, there's nothing is quote unquote mandatory.
Exactly. It's like it's same thing with like the COVID shot. Like it's like okay, it's not a legal requirement, but you're not going to be able to function in society, open up a bank account, go to school, get a job, etc. It's kind of like how like in order to enroll her in like a local school, yeah, it's not a legal requirement to have the shots, but they can just reject you if you don't do it. So, yeah.
I got the shots.
And one of the
I didn't get the shots, but I got the shots.
Good one. For some reason, one of the ones that they harp on that you have to get to enroll in school there is tetanus, which is extremely weird because, like, you don't, like, if I have tetanus, I don't give it to other, like, you only get that from getting impaled by metal objects. So I just thought that was funny. That's one of the ones they picked.
Yeah, the stupidest one is the Hep B one, which you can only get through like sex or intravenous needles, and they force it upon babies who are literally like minutes after being born, and it's just so perverse, the crazy ingredients that they put in that stuff.
Yeah, I had to like with my second daughter because neither one of mine had that, but in 2022, the nurse was like adamant about it. And I said, lady, she's not going to start booting up heroin and banging hookers. Like, she's a baby. Like, you know, do I have to explain to you how you contract Hep B? Like, you should know this already, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I'm trying to coordinate a home birth for our daughter in April. Even that's kind of complicated because
that'll be cool. You're gonna do it in
cool.
water?
I think it's gonna be cool. Yeah, we're gonna get a blow up pool, do it outside.
Yeah, I suggested that. I got met with a F you.
Yeah, my wife's pretty nervous about it, but she knows what they do in hospitals. Like sometimes they just like take your baby away from you without you really noticing, and they put stuff on. Like sometimes they just inject them with stuff, or they put like weird cream in their eyes or stuff. I just don't want strangers who were tricked in their schooling like messing with my baby.
Well, they claim that the water birth is more like natural and calm. I mean, they're not just coming from such a warm, secluded area out into this cold world where somebody smacks them on the ass to get them to breathe.
Yeah. Speaking of, there's a whole, I don't know if you guys know much about the topic of, I don't even know what the general term is to say, like straw man theory. Like basically the idea that when you're born, you're like a natural person. And then when your parents sign your birth certificate, they're basically signing away their rights as like true human parents to you. And then they become your like temporary guardians as parents, like like renting. And you give up a lot of other rights as well with the and then like it's like your all capitals letter name is like different from your lowercase one. You guys know much about that stuff?
Yeah, that's similar to that free man stuff.
Yeah, straw man.
Yeah, I know the crack about that.
Yeah.
There was a guy called I don't know if the channel's still on, but it's called the Anti-Terrorist, and he goes a lot into that and standing in court. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, standing in court. Yeah, like 7 people have no standing. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out because like I'm less familiar with things, so I just moved to Portugal, and I don't know if it's all like the same garbage here too. With like probably
Most of that sovereign citizen crap, where like you drive with no license. I don't need a license. I'm a blah blah blah. Yeah,
it seems like there is a lot of truth to it. Like I don't really understand it. I can't
it's just like a big headache. If you're willing to deal with the legal processes and go through all of it, like more power to you.
Well, that's like
but like
No. If you don't know that
that's
inside out
yeah.
and upside down, don't mess with it because you're going to wind up in a world of hurt.
Look, you can do. People can do a lot more than they think they can. It's just what's for someone else isn't for everybody. So what I mean by that is what's for you is whatever you want to be for you. The point is, though, you have to become completely incensed. You have to become deranged. You have to become crazy. You have to become totally, what's the word? Possessed. You have to become possessed with the type of person who lives that way. Like, because I can't be a good businessman and reap the benefits of being a good businessman if I didn't live by certain principles, which turn most people off. You want to be a good businessman, but you don't want to live by the principles. You just want the rewards, like stealing somebody's shit.
Yeah.
It's hard to do what Nathan does. But if it pops, what can anybody say?
Nothing.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying about that free man, if you're going to go down that path, you better know it inside out and upside down, because you're going to be
Well, I
driving
mean, that
without
in and of itself, the whole
you're going to be
Freeman
driving
thing,
without a
that's a
license
completely.
plate. You're going to get pulled over, and then when you ask somebody, well, what do I do when I get pulled over? And they tell you, well, I don't get pulled over. I just don't pull over. There's a lot of stuff that goes with that.
There's a good book about that stuff by someone called Mary Elizabeth Croft. It's only a short e-book online. I can't remember the title. It's very long-winded. It's How I Clobbered Every Cash Confiscatory Bureaucratic blah 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 blah. It's a really long-winded title, but it's about 70 pages, and that's a good read if you're interested. By Mary Elizabeth Croft.
I've heard of that. I haven't read it. Well, Neil, the whole pulled over thing, I mean, you got to pick and choose your battles. If you got police behind you with blue lights on, obviously directing you to stop, I mean, you can choose not to. And that's
okay.
The thing is,
Yeah, but
when you do stop, the very first thing you should ask is, what's your emergency and how can I assist? And then they say,
Okay,
oh,
hold
there
on.
is no emergency. Then that opens up another.
I hear what you're
go from there.
saying, but if you go
to
down
not
that free
stop,
man
bad
path,
idea.
you don't have a license and you don't have a license plate, so you're going to get pulled over. And you got to say
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
a traveler.
So we
All right,
keep
what do you do after
I
that?
think from what I've seen with how those situations play out is those people who are knowledgeable, they accept that the police that they're going to be interacting with aren't going to be familiar with it, and there is a high chance that they'll end up being like arrested. But they usually go through their thing with like, well, I'm not driving, I'm traveling, I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't actually have to respect the local ordinances, which are not like legally bound to me, and I don't live under that all capitals letter name. I'm a human being, like a natural person, and they end up getting arrested a lot of the time. But then they can like use like the verbiage and like the legalese of the lawyer to somehow like usually get the charges dropped, but it can just be like a real inconvenience for them. But there definitely is a lot of truth to all that stuff.
It's a
You're going to be
real
going to court.
inconvenience.
You're
Like,
going to be
imagine
going
you're
to
driving.
jail. You're going to be going to the holding pen. You're going to have to go before a judge. Yeah, ain't no doubt about it. You can keep that free man.
Well, right, but you're like saying that, like, so when you don't act free, there are going to be consequences where they waste your time and detain you, only to let you go because technically they can. And what people are, it sounds like you're saying, let me not do anything to rock the boat. That seems like a waste of time. Like, it's just.
Well, Eli, I'm not going to be a free man. I don't have a license, and I don't have a license plate, but I'm a traveler. I'm going to get pulled over, and I'm going to go through the system and then
No,
I'm not going to go through that shit.
I don't know if you
for
can.
that.
But it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody, but recognize the words that you're saying.
No, I'm saying is if you're going to do it, make sure you got your ducks in a row. That's all.
I guess I'm saying in a different way. I'm saying I understand that I'm a slave, and should I choose to change that, okay, but I'm not going to be delusional in thinking I'm not. Like everyone else.
That's why I
listen, Eli. Slavery has been abolished in
I
this
renew
country
my
for
license
over
every time
200
it
years.
expires.
No, it hasn't.
It's not worth the headache.
No, it hasn't.
Fucking brilliant, bro.
Because again, like I told y'all before, we're still under what's the word called? Financial slavery.
Oh, no doubt about that. I'm right there with you. I'm in handcuffs.
So if I want to be free to do X, but then I literally don't have the resources to do X, it's the same thing. What do I want to escape to Mississippi for if I can't get there? Or, well, I guess escape from Mississippi. Whatever. You get what I'm saying?
No one escapes
what I'm gonna do? Walk there? No thanks. Master, give me that porridge.
You want to talk to somebody about the free man stuff? What's his name? That guy. He was one of the first videos I seen. He's from the UK. That black dude.
Allegedly, Dave.
Yes, he knows all about that stuff.
Yes, I
All I'm
brought this
saying
up
is
just because
being free takes a lot.
I brought this stuff up because I'm having a daughter in April, and I'm like kind of nervous to because after the home birth, we need to like register the birth and things, and then I think once I do that, technically, like the verbiage is like I'm giving up my rights. But also, if I don't do that, then they can like possibly take her away. So
yeah, it's like home ownership or buying a car. You don't own it; you're the registered keeper as soon as you register it.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
exactly. So I don't.
Like that
I don't
that
want
just
my-
gives the legal precedent to the government or whatever agencies to be able to take them because you're the
So wait a
keeper,
second.
not
You're
the owner.
telling me right now, because the way I have my children, that I'm just renting them, so I can give them back at any time I want? Who do I give them to?
I think it's
yeah. Well,
you're
you
respecting
literally could have given them away.
But technically, if you follow
Because I can't get rid of them.
At a fire station, Neil.
if you follow if you really trace back what happened, technically, the United States, which is a corporation, after you registered the birth of your children to them, yes, you're now like renting your children basically in their property of the government. That doesn't mean that they're going to just take them at any time, but it does.
Oh, wait a
mean
second. So
that
wait, I willingly gave in to rent my children to support them for freaking over 25 years. Okay. So I can't get rid of them. How do I get rid of them? What do I do? Kick them out?
You would need to get the original birth certificate back. When what you have is like it's a copy of it, and to get the original back, that's what some people have done the laborious task of doing. It's hard.
So
to
let me ask
figure out.
this. Let me ask this. If that's the case, what makes you financially responsible to the point that if you don't pay child support, you go to jail? How did they work that in?
I don't know, but I know when
Because
you're
you
born,
father a
you're also
that you're not taking care of.
That's a good question, Eli, because you're just renting them.
Another thing that happens when you're born is you're
Who can I
recognized
go
as like
to
a
in the
bond,
government to
a
pay my?
bond slave.
Well, I don't have to.
We become liable for the United States debt as well as bond slaves.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I
We're
don't know.
into it.
I'm just saying the
So
way I
who,
know, but
who does
I can't
someone
explain
go
everything.
to go? Wait a minute, I don't actually owe this money.
Okay.
The government does.
I'm just renting them.
Yeah, I have it. I saved the document with like the best information I could find. I put it into like a Google Docs as I'm like figuring it out and digesting. I could share it in the chat. People could like skim it over.
Let me
see
tell
what
you
makes
something
sense
right
to them.
now. At dinner tonight, if my son pisses me off, I'm going to tell him, look, I am only renting you. I will give you freaking back in a heartbeat if you don't stop with this nonsense.
Well, that's very easy. It's called he would become a ward of the state. Neil, like that's like we're joking, but it's dead ass. Like there are children under certain conditions.
Neil, it's called baby safe haven. Just drop the kids off at the fire station and they'll leave.
Yeah, technically they're not. Technically they can't just take your children from you for any
Can you
reason.
imagine
but
dropping
they
a 17-year-old off? Like, yeah, I'm
they
dead
can
a
pass-
year early. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They can. I'm saying that they can't just take them back for any reason, but they can impose like restrictions, like the whole COVID scam thing. Like if that really escalated to the point where like no one who got the shot could be like recognized as functional
Could
parents.
you
In
imagine
those
like the
situations,
social credit score in the UK? Imagine, oh, your social credit score is too low. All right, we're taking away one child. Like, no, not all right. We'll give away the city.
they
Is
can't,
like,
Wait
all
a
right,
second.
you're fine,
If
Timmy.
that's the case, if the credit scores, I would have lost all of them.
yeah. Stuff's crazy.
Listen, I just rented these kids to, have fun with little babies. Once they reach a certain age, I don't want them. Where's the fire station? Oh, down the road. I'm only kidding. I love my kids. That's the best thing I ever did was homeschool my kids because I have them around me all day and around my wife all day. I don't have to worry about what's happening in this school or what's happening over there or how they're getting educated.
I want to talk to you about that.
So you homeschooled your kids from like preschool all the way through 12th, Neil?
Hold on. What were you saying, Eli, first?
I want to homeschool my child, so I'll talk to you about it.
Me too.
Okay, now the other question is, okay, my son, when I think he was in the 3rd grade or 4th grade, and when they started teaching him evolution, and my wife pulled him out. He said, I am not bringing them in that school. If I'm teaching them about God and creation, they're going to teach them about evolution. So that's what pissed her off. So she pulled them out. And I was like, all right, look. So you're telling me that you want to take them out of school. One was in the 4th grade. I think one was just in kindergarten or 1st grade. I'm not sure. I said, so the same kid that it took you 3 hours to do homework with him last night, now you want to keep him for the whole day? Okay, then it's on you. If you're going to tell me you're educating them, I'm working. It's your responsibility. I have no problem with it. And I did. A lot of people have the wrong idea of what homeschooling is. They think you got to sit your son or daughter down at the table, and they got to be there for 6 or 7 different periods for 7 hours. My kids had homeschooling done within 2 freaking hours. 2 hours, sometimes even an hour. You know, you decide how you're going to educate your kid, and that's the first thing they tell you. There's no rush. You know, you take your time. They learn at their own pace. So I was good with that.
My kids would want to get everything done the morning, Monday morning.
Yeah, you could.
I didn't do work all week, Dad.
But here's the thing, Eli. You're in New York, so you're gonna have to turn in quarterly. They call it quarterlies. Like every 3 months, you gotta bring their records of how they're doing to the school, and you gotta sign them out every year. You gotta sign your kid out of school that you're educating them, and you sign them out of school. But it's easy. My wife will take you right through it.
I think in Delaware,
I remember I had
the smartest damn child. Y'all better watch out.
I had some neighbors that I grew up with. They were all, the whole family was homeschooled, like all 3 of them. And they were like, the youngest one was like a year or 2 older than me. And I remember like in June when our summer would start, they would not all of them, but the youngest one, the one that was my friend, he would start panicking because he didn't have any of his shit done and they had to turn it all in. So I remember his 2 siblings, him, me, and my 2 siblings would all just pile up on his work and start filling out his work and shit and put in this big envelope for his mom to send off.
Dude,
it was like
my
that every
kids,
summer.
here's the only thing that's going to happen with homeschooling. They're going to lose sight of what the weekend is because every day is the same to them. And you can't, I wouldn't tell, you're going to get advice from people. They're going to tell you, what are you doing? You're ruining your kid. They're going to be socially awkward. How can you take them out of school? So you got to be careful of who you're telling you're homeschooling, even your own family. I wouldn't even tell anybody because you got to hear the stuff that we were getting hit with. And then you just got to block it all out. I know what I'm doing. If you choose to take your kid to a public school or a Catholic school, I'm not telling you what to do. Don't tell me what to do. My kids are not socially awkward. They're fine.
Yeah, but the attitudes changed in today's day, like in the 2020s. I mean,
After
back in
COVID,
like
yes.
2000,
After COVID,
it was
they did.
looked at
Because a lot of
differently.
people, now that's the cool thing to do, homeschool.
Right, now it's not, I don't like to use it, but it is a bit trendy. It's looked at more positively now than it was 20 years ago.
Absolutely correct.
That's good.
Listen, I was around people that couldn't wait for school to start to get rid of their kids. I'm like, you don't want to get rid of your kids? Why? I mean, I love having my kids around.
Yeah, I never understood the leave your children with a bunch of strangers for like half of their like 8 hours a day, which is like a quarter of the day, and with random children, right? That you don't know what they're doing in their houses. Like I'll tell you a personal story quick. I got kicked out of my school and they sent me to a learning center, and it was cool because you got to do the classes in like an hour, and you'd be done. You do like 3 hours a day, go to school, and I finished math in 1 month. So I'm assuming that's like kind of the same as homeschooling, the schedule.
Yeah, like I say, you pick your curriculum and you educate them the way you want it, the speed you want to. You might have one kid that's really good. You might have one kid that's going to be a little challenging. You got to spend more time, and you got to take it. You got to work at their level, and that's where the schooling system failed because those kids would fall through the cracks because they're not keeping up with the class. How's the teacher going to focus on 5 of them when she's got 30? So
Yep, that was me, bro.
For me, it's the
The learning
best.
center, it was like 10 people per class, right? So it's like she got to focus on me like the majority of the time. And it's cool because like in a regular school, they make you do more credits than you actually need. And if you do homeschooling or like a learning center, they just make you pass with the minimum amount of credits. So you can actually do it in a shorter period of time. So that's kind of cool.
All right, we got Freeman out of the way. We got homeschooling out of the way. What's next?
That Freeman stuff gives me a headache.
What was today's show number? Was it 2416 or was it 2417?
I saw 7 earlier. I don't know.
I think it's 17. Yesterday was 16.
Thank you.
You know, these strangers always feel so comfortable to ask crazy things. Like my wife's pregnant, so they'll ask, "Oh, have you like gone to your pediatrician or gone and done the ultrasound?" And you know the ultrasounds they heat your baby's skin temperature to 200 degrees for like several minutes, and the more times you do that, the more
I
developmental
didn't know
delays they
that.
have. Yeah, this stuff's insane.
I
And
had no
make sure
idea.
you
Is that
take
true?
your vitamins. Oh yeah, like folic acid. You know that thing that they just found out causes like 90% of miscarriages. Like yeah, I better listen to you.
Folic acid. I thought that was for men trying
Do you
to
know?
be more fertile.
And they tell pregnant women
Do
to
you
take
know
folic
that
acid, and then it aborts the baby.
Oh,
when my first child was born, my first son, Jacob, we took him. She went for the sonogram and everything. This freaking guy had me in fear because he's doing everything and he's saying this, that, and the other thing. His kidneys they're slightly not where they should be, and these are signs and points for. I think he said Down syndrome. I was like freaking, huh? Yeah, it scared the living shit out of me. And I remember I was security at church, Times Square Church, and this one guy. Oh, sure enough, he comes out of the classroom and he's chasing his child with Down syndrome. And I'm like, "Are you showing me a sign, Lord, that I'm gonna have to deal with this?" I was in a freaking
that's how I would
panic,
react too.
and it wasn't the
Yeah,
case. The guy was a freaking idiot.
yeah. Like I'm putting it in God's hands. I don't need to see my baby in like one of those X-ray looking things just to know that she's going to be okay. Like if they say like she's underdeveloped or something, then that just means she's just going to be a few extra weeks late, and she'll be fully developed by the time she's ready to come out.
You talking about like the 3D scans where you can get like the 3D image? Like we did that with our first one, and then we didn't do it with the second one because the first it felt like a ripoff. Like we got this whole binder; it had like 70 like pictures in it, and you could like. But it is funny though, because in certain pictures of the ultrasound, like when she was born, you can't see as you can clearly tell it's the same individual. But for the most part, it was just blurry nonsense. But there was a couple out of like the 70 we got that were like kind of decent. But I didn't realize they were microwaving the baby when they did that, though. That's news to me.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying.
But
I gotta look into that. Is that true?
At the very since I never heard that, but since you are in Portugal, just like from what I looked up in like 10 seconds with AI, like as long as you say no, there really shouldn't be any issues. But
Yeah,
which I think
sometimes it's just having strangers with needles who are like quote unquote educated who think they know better. They can just make choice that I can never take back. Like suddenly injecting my baby with something. You know, there's a language barrier. Like I can speak Portuguese. I can tell them I don't want that, but maybe they misheard me or something. I don't know.
And you don't ever have to actually have your baby brought to the nursery. Like you can keep the baby in your room until until the mother's discharged and all that. The baby never actually has to leave your sight. But
I never knew that either.
I mean,
and my plan is
you never have to. Sorry.
And my plan is to do the home birth, but then if there's a problem, to go to a hospital. But I'd still be really nervous about the hospital.
Yeah, if you do the home birth, you just have to get a midwife and stuff. Which I mean, those
Yeah.
everywhere.
All
The thing is,
hospitals ain't bad. I mean, they do save lives at hospitals too. So I mean, there's a healthy medium.
To hire a midwife here, they have to like take on like some level of legal responsibility in order to be like paid by you to do that kind of job. And they are allowed to ask you like personal questions about like your intentions behind like vaccinations and your intentions, like have you gone to the pediatrician? Like, let's see the scans, how the development and stuff. So like they can just choose not to help you, or worse, they can report to the state that you're not doing those things that they're recommending. So I have to be like really cautious about who I end up with to help with delivery.
From what I know about my friend that had a baby at home, hold on, he had to make sure. He had to make sure that somebody was there that knew what they were doing in case the umbilical cord is wrapped around their throat. There had to be able to be somebody that knew, like, all the things that could happen where you would need to be in the hospital. If you don't have them ready, then they recommend you don't do it.
I definitely want someone with me. I totally want someone with me. I'm really confused on how I can get the right person who's not gonna like, I don't know, report us.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you have a midwife and you tell her you're not getting any added medication after birth, how's that any different than doing it at the hospital? Because I mean, like I said, just from what I looked up, there's nothing is mandated, so it doesn't. I mean, at that point, who cares?
The hospital has a legal requirement to, once you come in with an emergency, to treat you, and a birth is, the requirement. But a midwife doesn't have any legal binding to accept your case.
Yeah, but I doubt the midwife's going to ditch you in the middle of it. I mean, I don't know. I really.
But you form a relationship with the midwife like over a period of months during the pregnancy, and they're like in tune with like what's going on, how things are going, and you have a relationship. So you're not going to be like springing all that stuff on them, like, oh yeah, we don't have any scans, we don't have any notes from the doctors, and stuff like that. They would already be aware of those things.
I mean, clearly there would be an interview. I mean, if you're the one paying the midwife, you're the employer, so there would be interviews. You just pick who you would like, and discuss all that stuff when you meet them. How much time do you have?
They'll be able to handle anything that comes their way.
April, so I got like 5 months.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, you guys got time to figure stuff out, so that's good.
You should definitely get the scans.
Only have 9 months.
My brother had a kid about 9 months ago, and during the 3D scan, they should have picked up that there was a hole between the esophagus and windpipe. So they missed that, and the baby, when they were feeding it, it was pretty much drowning it. They missed it. They let my brother take the kid home, and he had to resuscitate the baby. Fuck knows how he managed to do that in that situation. But the kids ended up having about 7 operations since. But that's gross negligence from the hospital. And the kid's development... No. The kid's about 2-year-old now, but he's way behind because of all this shit.
My son was diagnosed. They didn't diagnose him when he was a baby, but he had a hole in his heart, and we didn't find out till he was about 8. When we took him to a,
that's normal. The heart murmurs are
not a heart murmur. He had a hole in his heart. They were like, "How come they didn't pick this up?" He let me listen to it, and he's like, "You hear that swishing? That means it has a hole." And he showed us, where it was and what it was. And he said most of the time, he said 99% of the time, as they grow, it closes up. And you won't even see it anymore. It'll close up. But they should have detected that right away, and they didn't. So I said, well, what do we have to do? He was like, nothing. The only thing, if it remains this way, your son grows up to be a man, and he still has this hole in the heart, the worst thing is he can't be a deep sea diver. I was like, okay, I guess that's not too bad then, right?
I don't know what they
Yeah,
do
they're
with
giving him
this.
any issues. He's an adult now,
What's-
isn't he?
No, closed up. It's gone. It's closed up. When last time we brought him back at, I think it was 11. I know we had to bring him back every year.
Yeah.
And by the time it was 11, there was nothing. It was closed.
Okay,
Yeah, but my
I
wife
just
was
put
having a
a
heart
link in
attack.
the chat. I just put a link in the chat. It's like about the risks of the ultrasound. And it talks about how like over 5 minutes of being like 200 degrees, it causes a lot of damage in eyes and their brains. A lot of the more you do it, the higher they are going to be like neurologically behind. And there's like a huge increase for some reason in kids who are left-handed with like the ratio between the number of ultrasounds and the number of them being left-handed. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not, but it just shows that something goes on with their brain during
Well,
that.
it's not,
So I
good
don't know
being
what these
left-hander.
3D. Yeah, I don't know what these 3D scans are, if it's like different, but I'm guessing there's probably some radiation X-ray thing that's probably also going to be kind of harmful.
But yeah,
I don't know.
You know what
correlation
happens?
isn't
You know what
necessarily
happens when you're a
causation.
left-hander, right?
My brother's left-handed.
Yeah, my aunt used to
I'm
tell
left-handed.
my uncle all the time, "You're a left-handed freak in a right-handed world."
Yeah,
My aunt
it's little
died.
things like when you sit in the booth with somebody. If you're going to eat dinner in a booth, you always have to make sure you're not going to be like smashing your elbow into them because they're going to be using their. So you're like just little annoying things, getting like
They
shit
got
all
to
over the
go
side of your
in.
hand when you're writing
No.
on
They got
paper.
to be the first one in the booth. Then, if you're left-handed,
I
you
don't
got
like
to
sitting
get in
on
the
the
booth
inside.
first. If you're on the because if you're on the other side, then they got to be in the booth last. It depends on what side of the booth you get in on, right?
Oh, it's like the clockwise counterclockwise argument.
Oh shoot. Yeah, but in Catholic school, years ago, I used to work for this guy on a milk truck. Listen to this. And he was left-handed. He told me, he said, I was left-handed, but the nuns beat it out of me. I said, what do you mean the nuns beat it out of you? Because at the time I was 30, he was 68. So he was telling me that when he went to school, if you were left-handed in Catholic school, they thought you were from the devil, and they beat the left-handed out of you and made you right-handed. I was like, are you serious? He's like, I'm dead serious.
Hilarious.
So he was able to use both
I've
hands,
heard that.
but really.
Crazy.
That's why I suck at guitar. My dad was too cheap to give me a left-handed guitar, so he made me play right-handed.
Level it's curved.
That is true. Level is curved.
And that's how you know.
I thought I
That's how you
missed it.
know that Paul McCartney is the real Paul McCartney, because there's no way they were teaching a guy to play left-handed, or they were going to find a left-handed that looks just like Paul McCartney in 1 year. And the vein thing—that's the killer for me.
I mean, I don't know anything about that, but I'm guessing the plan to take him away would probably be a lot longer than 1 year. So it would probably have someone ready.
Beatles are horrible. The shite. Shitty Beatles.
I
love the Beatles. The Beatles are awesome.
Beatles are the best. Best band
I think all the
ever.
people on the world stage are inverts.
You know how
Transformers.
Beatlemania was created? It was all
I'm not
orchestrated
gonna
by getting
listen to
groups of
any
young girls to
negative-
run around screaming shit, and it caused the
Yeah, I know,
people
Tavistock,
flustered.
right? It was a Tavistock operation. Yeah, I heard it all. The Beatles were the best band to come out of the UK ever. They started everything. Without them, there wouldn't be nothing that came out. You can have all of these other
We're
bands,
Judas
but
Priest.
it'll never be the Beatles.
Ozzy, Iron Maiden.
The Who.
Yeah,
Iron
you
Maiden's
ask Ozzy
trash.
when he
I
was
hate
alive, what
Iron
he'll
Maiden.
tell you.
And guitar.
You know what else is a
Yellow
shit band? Is Led
Submarine.
Zeppelin.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin too. That's
I don't like that album.
Ask them all. They'll
No,
tell
that's
you.
definitely.
Yeah. It wasn't for the Beatles. They opened the door for the British invasion. You can't take it away from them.
I don't
They
like
were
the
the
Rolling
first.
Stones. Ugh.
Yeah, Stones were the same
All the
thing over
girls.
and over and over. I went to see the
that
Stones live, and I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I fell asleep in their concert. When I seen the Police
Yeah, because they
live,
suck.
yeah, when I seen the Police live at Brendan Byrne Arena for the Ghost in the Machine tour, I was freaking blown away. Now that was a freaking band. Holy shit! I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. I was like, how was
Did
all
you
of this
actually fall
sound
asleep?
coming from three guys? Police were great live.
Did you actually fall asleep at a concert?
I fell asleep at the Rolling Stones concert. Yep, fell asleep. It was so freaking boring, man.
I'm sure there was
Only
reasons
one-
why you fell asleep at the concert.
No, I was young. I wasn't into any of that stuff then. I was very young. I was about 15 or
Yeah.
16. Listen, all Charlie Watt did on the drums was freaking hi-hat and snare. Occasional little shuffle. When I went to see the Police, Stuart Copeland was all over the freaking place. Sting was all over the place. Playing, dancing, singing. I was like, holy shit. Now this is a band. They were great live, I'm telling you.
The Beatles, they're just one of those bands I didn't get into till like I was 24. Like it's just recent.
Yeah, well, because listen, my kids got into them. You get into them, you move out of them. You know what else I seen that was really good live? The Moody Blues. They were really good live. I
I don't
mean,
even know what that is.
they were freaking great. You never heard of the Moody Blues? I'm just a singer in a rock and roll
I've heard of
band.
them, but
Hey, stop that. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, I forgot. Anyway, John Lodge is the bass player. They were good. Who else did I see
Are any
live?
of you guys into fitness? I'm trying to lose like 40 pounds in the next 2 months.
So Metallica
don't eat
live, they
food.
were awesome.
I know.
Work out, don't take Ozempic or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, wait a second. We're talking about losing weight now? Okay, I'm looking to drop 30. Who's got a good...
Let's change the subject because I'm like 215 pounds and I'm 6 foot, and so it's a little bit fat. I want to lose. I want to lose like 40, but maybe at least 30, but within 2 months. So I'm visiting my family in the U.S. and I don't want to look so chubby for the pictures.
Just work
Okay,
out
so
and
let me ask you a
do
question. If I just lift
I've been going
weights,
to
sugary drinks.
hold on. Say I just go into my son's room. He's got a bunch of weights, and I just start lifting weights. Will I lose weight?
Probably not.
No, you'll go to the hospital.
No, I
You'll
used to
hurt
weight
someone.
train before. I'm
I
not a
think
weight train.
you'll probably
So you
gain
mean to
muscle,
tell me
which is
if I just
heavy.
start doing sets of bench press, sets of curls, do all these things, I will not lose weight unless I change the way I eat? Or I have to go on a diet too?
I think
Yeah, just because you're adding
lifting,
extra exercise doesn't mean it's going to be enough to burn off the calories you're intaking. It's all about what you put inside.
yeah, and then for lifting weights, it's not so much cardio; it's more about like muscle building, and muscle actually weighs more than fat.
Yeah, but don't you get rid of the
No,
fat
if you
when
want
you
to lose
turn it into
weight,
muscle?
No, that's the point. You'll
eat
just
lean
be
meat,
a
don't
fat
have
muscle.
sugary drinks.
What do you mean? What you know? Everybody, listen. Walk into a gym in the hood, okay? Because you got to find somewhere they eat bad. Don't go to fucking Midtown, right? Go to the gym somewhere in Brooklyn that's more close to the hood, and you'll see, based on people's diets, they're going to be muscular, they're going to be fat. And I've worked out in those gyms. It's been 3-4 years. There's been zero change in these people.
Really?
Tell me, if anybody goes to the gym in an area where they don't eat the best, and you have to change your diet. Like my body changed like overnight. And everybody I was working out with after it became a routine 1 year, 2 year, they stayed the same.
Yeah,
And
but
I
Eli,
could only surmise it's because they ate the same.
Yeah, but Eli, when I was in my 30s, when I came home from prison, I was already nice and fit, and I started going. But I only did calisthenics in prison, pull-ups, dips, and push-ups. That's it. So when I came home, I went to the weights, and but then I didn't have the weight that I have on me now, so that's why. But I didn't have to. I ate whatever I wanted. Then I was nice.
I'm going to round
I
out,
was
I'm afraid.
freaking diesel.
I've got to go and get my eldest kid from Brownies. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.